incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. Podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos. En este momento el mundo parece un lugar incierto. A muchos de nosotros esta incertidumbre nos produce preocupación sobre nuestra salud, la de nuestros seres queridos y nuestro futuro financiero. Nos preguntamos cómo será el mundo mañana. Es fácil en momentos como este sentirse abrumado, pero es más importante que nunca enfocarse en las cosas que podemos controlar y cuidarnos entre nosotros. Al adaptarnos a nuevas circunstancias y aceptar el cambio, nosotros fortalecemos nuestra resiliencia. Esto puede significar pasar tiempo de calidad con la familia, practicar la conciencia plena, volver a conectarnos con la naturaleza, explorar nuestra creatividad interior o lanzarnos a una aventura culinaria. Y mientras protegemos a nuestros seres queridos por medio del distanciamiento social, necesitamos a la comunidad y la conexión emocional más que nunca. A veces es suficiente con una cara amigable, algunas palabras tranquilizadoras o una buena risa para alegrarle el día a otra persona. El distanciamiento social no significa aislamiento social. Tómese el tiempo de hablar con sus amigos y sus familiares para ver cómo están. podemos hacer pequeñas cosas para cuidarnos y cuidar a nuestros seres queridos. Juntos seremos resilientes, superaremos esta dificultad. Estamos juntos en esta situación. La Agencia de Atención Médica del Condado de Orange está para ayudarlo. Comuníquese con nosotros para recibir apoyo y recursos.
I understand. Call the meeting of the Fullerton City Council to order this evening. And it is July 7th. I just want to reiterate again, I think we all know by now that on March 4th, Governor Newsom first declared a state of emergency. As far as public participation for these meetings, we allow, as well as in-person comments, we allow e-comments to be submitted, and those are included into the record of this meeting. Let's see, just register if you want to speak here in person. We ask you to go into the city manager's office and register. And as there's limited space to physically sit in the chambers with us tonight, then we will be calling people in from the other areas that they are participating in the meeting this evening. And with that, I'd ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Fitzgerald?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Flory? Here. Councilmember Silva?
Here.
Councilmember Whitaker?
Here.
Councilmember Zara?
Here.
Thanks so much. And tonight we're pleased to have Pastor Hickman here with the Christian Life Center of Fullerton. Would you please come forward? Thanks for joining us and give us an invocation this evening.
Love to. Let's pray together, shall we? Heavenly Father, we just want to say thank you, first of all. Thank you for your love and for your grace and for your wisdom that you give to us each and every day. Father, we thank you in your word that you tell us that all we have to do is ask for wisdom and you give it to us in abundance. And Lord, we really humbly ask you for your wisdom here tonight, Father. Lord, in your word, your love letter, you tell us that we are to follow those of authority over us. It will give to us peace. It will give to us order. And so, Lord, with that in mind, we pray for our mayor. We pray for all of these city officials, that, Lord, you would grant them wisdom and peace and order in their lives here today. It will go well with us when we follow them. Father, I pray also for all of those who have gathered in this assembly, that, Lord, we would act in a dignified, peaceful manner. Father, that we would follow after you in your rendition in the Word of God, that we would be a people of unity and wisdom. Father, I would just pray, Lord, for the agenda that's before us, that it would be a favor to you and to our wonderful Fullerton city. Oh, how we love our city. And our heart is only to further the city and to further your purposes here. Lord, I just pray that you would bring to us your will and your purpose. Father, I pray that there would just be a sense of your presence here today. God, I pray that there would be a sense of goodwill. And Lord, I pray that there would be a sense of unity here, even when there's a sense of conflict as far as some of the ideals. Lord, we would all come back to the place of what's good for all of us here today. We pray all these things in the mighty, powerful name of Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you so much. And in honor of not only our nation's birthday, but in thanksgiving for the blessing of living in this free country, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
There's no report this evening.
Thanks. And now is the time that I need to ask all the city council members if anyone has any ex parte communications. And for folks not familiar with that language, that is just me asking everyone to let the public know if they've had any private conversations with representatives of our public employee bargaining groups.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I had conversations with our Firefighters Association's representatives and the Fullerton Police Associations as well. Thank you.
Mr. Silva, did you have any? Okay. Ms. Flory, Mr. Whitaker? Okay. Then we'll go on and move to presentations. We have two presentations this evening. The first is a presentation really in absentia to Kimberly-Clark Corporation. Many of you may know that Kimberly-Clark has enjoyed a very long-standing relationship with the city of Fullerton. In fact, from their campus here in Fullerton, basically all the toilet paper sold in California was made right here in Fullerton. And they are no longer the owners of that property. They have closed down their plant here, and we want to wish them continued success in the future. Their executives were kind enough to call me and talk with me on their last day of ownership to thank us. And I want to pass on to our staff that is here today and that has been here through the years and the decades working with Kimberly-Clark, that they're very appreciative for the business-friendly climate in Fullerton and for their great relationship with not only the city elected officials, but with our staff. So we'll make sure that they get this resolution and certificate, which is brought to them by our Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva. And then I would ask Mike Johnson, who's the market manager of government relations from Republic Services, our waste hauler here in town, to join me up front for another presentation. Mr. Johnson, I think you have something for me that may... Oh, let's start again. So, Mr. Johnson, I think you may have something for me that means I give you this nice thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council. Just want to commend the city for all your actions during this COVID response. Times are changing and they're different, but each day the city services are provided, the roads are provided for, your water system, and as part of our partnership in that, MG Disposal, now Republic Services, handles your and the citizens here your waste services. So provide for the Health and Welfare Code. During the COVID crisis, our company provided about $250,000 to local businesses, and we fed our employees every week. We sent them gift cards for groceries, and all that was done in local businesses here, including 6,000 enchiladas out of Fullerton. So
Tell them where you got them. Come on.
we got them from Don Carlos's. Thank you, Don Carlos. So what we have here, this is our charitable commitment to the city. And some of it's administrative fees for the roads and whatnot that we that our trucks drive over, but it's $485,000, and that the city uses that to provide for all kinds of community events. So I also want to take this as an opportunity to highlight the work of the public works staff, Meg McWade, our assistant city manager, Tony. It was wonderful additions to the city here. And their staff, and city manager, and all the council. I don't think a week goes by that each one of you isn't working with us and working to solve problems for each of the citizens. So anyways, we're happy to be here, happy to be in partnership with you. Here is this for your community programs. And,
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Mr. Johnson, I do want to give you these very small tokens of our appreciation for the partnership that we have with Republic. And I will just say that your commitment to be a good corporate citizen here in our community does not go unnoticed. And the meals that you purchased from Fullerton to feed your employees during COVID meant a great deal to each and every one of those businesses. Thank you for going that extra mile, coming up with that idea to be able to not only support your employees, but to support your local businesses where you do business. So thank you very much for that. And this, of course, as our budgets are extremely tight, we depend on corporate citizenship to help us fill those gaps. So thank you so much. And I'm virtually shaking your hand right now. All right, now it's time for public comments, and I would ask the city clerk, as for e-comments, how many of those do we have? What are they regarding, if there are those that are the same and you want to summarize as well?
Madam Mayor, may I just ask that if many people have really requested that their comments be heard and at least their names be read. So I'm wondering if we can at least acknowledge the individuals who have sent in the comments so that they know their public comment has been received and acknowledged publicly as well.
Certainly. How many public comments do we have?
We have 9 public comments. And if you'd like, I'll go ahead and read them.
That's
summarize
great.
them. Adriana Graham urges council members to disapprove item number 5. This is a guest user with no name requesting defunding the police. Suzanne Bennett asks you to please consider adding an agenda item to a city council meeting to discuss steps to be pursued to reopen the Fullerton Museum Center. Lauren Orr, unconvinced that Fullerton Police Department's professed willingness to have conversations will amount to much actual change. Guest user is a student at Cal State Fullerton, would like to oppose the measure to cement the city's relationship with the FPD until 2022. Another guest user asks that you consider reallocating the police budget for community-based solutions on homelessness. Noah Emmis, again, talks about the police budget and using some of that funding for the museum and other public services. This one is a guest user asking you to oppose the 2 side letters for the police safety unit and the police dispatcher unit. And a guest user demanding that we have a conversation regarding the use of policing in our city and the police budget. And those are the 9 comments.
Okay, thanks very much. And can you let me know how many physically present public comments we have? If you want to give public comments, now is your time to come on and line up in a socially distanced way to this podium. To that microphone, not a podium. And if you are in one of the other areas besides the city council chambers and you want to come in to make those public comments, please do. Sir, I saw your hand raised, and you're more than welcome to get on up. You can be our first one tonight. And as you do, yes, you, sir. You, sir, in the mask. Oh, that's, tough. Exactly. And as you come up, I just want to remind you, like some of the e-comments, they asked that items be pulled from the consent calendar, or they make comments on consent calendar items. This is the time to make comments on consent calendar items. I want to make sure you know if you pull a consent calendar item, that automatically gets taken to the back of our agenda and gets dealt with last this evening. So if you have comments to make on them, you're more than welcome to do that now. And before you do, I'll ask the City Council if you have any consent calendar items to pull. Item 5 is already pulled. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it to public comments. Sir?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Nima Bruce Mofid. I'm the Managing Director of Veterans Towing, a resident of Fullerton, a Cal State Fullerton alumni, and a former Marine. I am accompanied here tonight by my partner, Master Sergeant Ryan Barber. He's a partner in my business. A few sessions ago, you met regarding the tow RFP for the city of Fullerton. We are here because we were not notified of that RFP until after we contacted the police department to update them on our property and our newly acquired pieces of equipment. We are requesting for the same consideration afforded to the other RFP candidates, which is for us to be inspected within the same 6-month period as they have been afforded. The other owners addressed you, and I wanted to be afforded the same opportunity. As a city council, you're making a decision that will impact the city for the next 5 to 7 years. The vehicle inspection process was misleading and unorthodox, as was mentioned in the RFP process on the 16th of June by other owners. The RFP and CHP forms have different requirements. Some of our trucks were disqualified and downgraded or failed inspections based on the CHP forms. It appears the inspector was not familiar with the RFP process. He was only familiar with the CHP form that he was addressing. His only guideline was the CHP form, which differed in the RFP process. My point is there's a difference between the two. The RFP is a governing document. We base our acquisition of equipment based on the RFP of the guidelines and not the CHP form. As a side note, all of our 20 trucks were present for the inspection. The majority of them were not inspected. Secondly, property within 5 miles. I have a couple topics Master Sergeant Barber will cover. I know this business and I know my competitors, ladies and gentlemen. They bring in lawyers. They involve litigation. I don't run my business like that. That's why I'm here before you. My partner's here. We don't have any lawyers present. We do have an employee, and we employ Marine veterans, Army veterans, and other veterans of the community to work for us, and we help them transition from the Marine Corps and other services to the public sector. Again, we are here asking you to be considered to be part of the same extension as afforded to the other companies. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your service to our country.
You're welcome, Madam.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Barber. I'm also a partner in Veterans Towing. He already covered the majority of it. The portion I wanted to cover was the actual property itself. Our business, up and running, thriving, was 0.2 miles outside of the RFP's requirement. So for years, we've actually looked for a property. By chance, we found one within the city of Fullerton. And the the seller actually accepted our offer. We were upfront about that process the entire time with the police department. Open about that we did not meet the RFP at the time, that we were closing due to COVID. We did not take possession of the property until about 8 months after we started the acquisition process. So I know personally firsthand how hard it is to acquire commercial real estate that meets RFP guidelines. So my concern is that a RFP is going to be awarded to a company that potentially will not be within the city, within the RFP guidelines, and it's a reckless assumption that they're going to be able to acquire property on such a short notice. Additionally, all of our employees have high moral character. Obviously, we make mistakes, but they're honest mistakes. They're not intentional. And I do find it also troubling that an organization with a long history of morally questionable conduct would also be in consideration for the RFP. I'm also available for any questions if you folks have any.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, members of the council. My name is Deborah Pember, many long-time resident here. But I wanted to speak to you tonight about an experience that I recently had. The topic is fireworks. We all know that we've been bombarded. We know that we have a war zone in Fullerton and surrounding cities and counties. And I was getting a real chip on my shoulder because it just kept going on and on. So I had the opportunity to meet with Chief Dunn. He turned me on to Sergeant Garrar. And Sergeant Garrar and I talked on the phone for at least 20 minutes. Then there was another follow-up from a detective, one of the undercover policemen that are part of the task force for the fireworks. And so as upset as I am about what's going on, I was enlightened and found out furthermore about what our police department is doing about it. And they do have undercover policemen who do patrol our neighborhoods. They also do sting operations. I'm not a big Facebook person, but I know that on Facebook they've shown some of their busts that are big. So what I've learned, they did a good job de-escalating me. And what I've learned is that they aren't just sitting back and doing nothing. And I think I was most impressed with how I felt like I was heard. They took the time to listen. They took the time to follow up on a most difficult situation that so many of us are upset about. Now, in addition, it's not fair to put the entire onus on the police department to fight this issue. These are illegal fireworks that are unsafe and they're dangerous and they're causing havoc to so many families here in Fullerton. But the police need our help, and I always felt that it should be a community and effort with the police department, that we should have a partnership on this. And that's why I wanted to engage myself and find out more about what is being done and what more we can do as neighbors. And one thing I know that we all know in this room, there are neighbors out there who know who's responsible for these things, and they're not saying anything. Well, that doesn't help the police. If we really want to help them do their job, they need to hear from us. They need to know where this activity is happening, We need to keep making the calls because that helps them chart where the activity is going on. And so, in addition to thanking the police tonight for their time and effort that they gave me and tried to give me some reassurance of what is being done, I want to make a plea to all of our neighbors out there to step forward and have the courage to inform the police on what's going on.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Matthew Guerrero, and I just wanted to let you guys know that based on the topic of cannabis, I dug into this a little bit on my own and kind of figured out why it was banned in the first place. And maybe you guys
I
can...
think this is, cannabis is on our agenda this evening. So I know all of this can be confusing, but this is a time to talk about things that are not on our agenda, but that are our responsibility. So cannabis is, I believe, item number 14. So that would be the right time to make these comments, but we definitely want to hear what you have to say. Okay? Thanks. And I just need clarification from the city clerk. I understood that item 5 was pulled. Is that not correct?
We had a e-comment on item 5, but just commenting on the item, but not requesting to pull it.
Okay, one of your staff who was registering people said that a couple members of the public wanted it pulled, which is why I said that. So if we can just clarify, because if people want to comment on item 5, you're not going to be able to if it's been pulled. You'll have to wait till the end of the meeting. So
and I think that may be the case. I know people were being sent over to comment on it, so they may have thought they had to pull it, but they do not. They can comment on it, and then council can take an action on it during the consent.
Well, then I guess I have to ask the city attorney. I said that it was pulled earlier, so can I rescind that and put it back on the consent calendar?
Yes, as long as they make public notice to that effect.
Is there anyone that wants to pull item 5?
Yes, actually, item 2 and item 5 were on my list, but when you went quickly earlier, I missed getting that in. I was going to do it in the council comments.
Oh, okay, I see. So items 2 and 5 have been pulled. If you're here to speak on either one of those, you're going to have to wait until those items have come up on the agenda and they are put to the end of the meeting. So are there public comments on anything that is not on our agenda, but that is our responsibility and that is not item 2 or 5 of the consent calendar? Okay, please.
The mic is very tall. Good evening, City Council members. I came here June 2nd to speak about the funding being temporarily cut for the Fullerton Museum Center. Unfortunately, that was voted on and approved. At that time, it was mentioned that it was necessary to approve the budget. However, moving forward, you would be working to put a plan together to reinstate it. As a resident of the city, I am here to tell you that this is an important fixture in our community, and we would like to have answers regarding the museum. To me, there are 3 key factors to the issue. To ensure the museum center's future, the council needs to set a date for reopen so that the FMC can plan accordingly, even if that date is far in the future, even if it is in 2021. The staff need to be able to come up with exhibits and events, and at this time they cannot. By this date, the City Council needs to reinstate funds. It is imperative that the budget that has been defunded needs to be provided through the city budget, not through community or museum efforts. That money in the past has come from these efforts is a bonus. It is not enough to sustain the museum center, and at this time, many of the fundraising efforts that would be a traditional source of income are impossible to perform. We need the FMC to be staffed by professionals and not volunteers. The staff at FMC has set the bar for excellence. Having volunteers take over for professionals degrades the good work of the center. In closing, the FMC is a treasure of Fullerton, and it needs to be funded and shown the importance it deserves. Thank you.
Would you state your name, please? Or would you mind doing that?
Andrea Freeman.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thanks, Andrea. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mary Storrell. 9 years ago today, Kelly Thomas was dying from a brutal beating he received a few days prior from the Fullerton PD. Today is July 7th. By July 10th, he would be pronounced dead. Over the past few weeks, I've had many discussions, all revolving around the idea of where we can step in to help our community without using the traditional means of policing. One of the biggest critiques I've received is that in a conflict situation, public service members need to bear arms in the event that they would be put in a vulnerable situation. And I'd like to make one thing clear. People are still dying. Our community lacks the necessary resources like affordable housing, mental health care, and sufficient child care for children. Kelly died, and poor communities of color are dying at significantly higher rates from coronavirus than the rest of the population. We are still making a trade-off when it comes to the lives of people in our community and in our country. We are living in a historic moment, and we have the ability to affect change. I'd also like to make it clear that people who are speaking out right now are speaking out because they care and because they love their community. Our system of public safety is very expensive, and because of that high price, we are left without the means to treat the causal reasons of crime. Other cities have implemented new strategies. If you are not familiar with the CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon, please look it up. This may not be the perfect solution for our city, but that is why we need to start talking, and we need to start that conversation now. We will likely have a year before negotiations regarding the police contract come up again. It's imperative that we use that time to have a true conversation about the evaluation of public safety in Fullerton. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Michelle Minkle, and I'm here to give a public comment on defunding the police. I would like to take a second to thank the men and women who work at the Fullerton Police Department with the intention of protecting and serving the community. The fight to defund the Fullerton Police Department is not a fight against hardworking and well-intentioned men and women, but it is a fight to radically reimagine what policing looks like. There are many issues, such as mental illness and homelessness, that deserve professional care. Police are not a suffice replacement for social workers or mental health professionals. We have not forgotten Kelly Thomas, a homeless man with schizophrenia who suffered one of the worst police beatings in U.S. history. In response to Kelly's death, the Fullerton Police Department put together the Homeless Liaison Unit, where one of the two staff members and the government car they use is funded by a grant and not the police budget. Money should directly come from the police budget to other agencies' budgets when they are ill-equipped to protect and serve a particular individual. Fullerton does need cops, but it also needs care. And I would like all of you to, in the future, reconsider where all of this funding truly does go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Catherine Oak. There have been instances across the country where the role of public safety has been divided so that the police department is not the umbrella that answers all calls. Like Mary mentioned, the CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon. According to the last conversation with Chief Dunn, about 60% of calls are for homeless-related issues. I understand that there is a homeless liaison officer, but as we move into a more volatile economic climate, we need to be more proactive on how we overcome the many more issues that will arise due to housing insecurity. Policing will not meet the needs of the future. Policing will not meet the future needs of our community, and I think we can imagine a more equitable way to allocate the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. I'm Tanya McCrory, Fullerton resident. Mayor Fitzgerald and Councilwoman Flory, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you. I don't think anybody has thanked you for the work you did for us for fighting against the stadium. It was a David and Goliath fight that went on for 10 years, and it was a small band of people representing a community. And Councilwoman Flory, you took up the cause first, and the mayor wrote a letter that I think really held sway. I'm not sure who else on the council might have stepped forward. I know Jesus had to recuse himself, but I really, really appreciate it. And I just wanted to say that. I don't think we have. And it made a difference. And we actually ended up coming to a great compromise with the college. They're still going to have their facility, and the neighborhood will be able to live, hopefully, with that. So thank you very much. On another note, the process to speak here is bordering on absurd. There was a line of 60 people in the blazing hot sun, and that you knew that only 12 people could come in tonight. So It's not rocket science, but I kind of think it's indicative of how the city's being run, how this is happening. You can move the two women who are in this office to the library and have everyone fill out comment cards there. You guys could move your private session to the room below. I know this back room isn't suitable anymore, but you could, we have to line up here for an hour, people who want to engage in their democracy in the heat, some of them elderly. Then we have to line up to get in there, then we have to come back and line up to speak. So you can move these two women over here, have everybody come into the conference room, fill out their forms. The first 12 people to fill out cards get a seat here. 12 people, by the way, seems ridiculous when you see 100 people at Target all right beside each other. But I also think it's convenient that you're trying to push a sales tax and it's getting increasingly hard to speak your mind here. It feels like you're trying to dissuade people from coming and speaking. So a very simple solution, let everybody in here, middle of summer, into the conference room early so they can get settled. Last time I waited to get into the conference, I waited in line, then I waited in the conference room. When I came to speak and I went back to hear the rest of the meeting, they said, sorry, you don't get a seat anymore. So do you want people to engage in their democracy or not? If so, it's not that hard to streamline this process. I know if you put your heads together, you can figure it out. So I'm going to be back here in 2 weeks, and I hope that we don't see elderly people and handicapped people waiting for an hour to be told that they have to go back and wait again. Thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Emily Jackson. I'm a family physician and a public health professional. I live here in Fullerton. Some folks have already mentioned the Cahoots program. Forgive me, I wasn't able to hear their comments, so I may repeat some of what they said. But I think we need to move our homelessness services and our mental health crisis services out of the Fullerton Police Department, and the Cahoots model is an excellent example of how that can be done. Just to highlight a few points in case they weren't earlier said, in 2017, the Cahoots model answered 17% of their local police department's overall call volume. Last year, Cahoots responded to 24,000 calls and requested police backup for safety only 150 times. That's less than 1% of the time, removing a huge burden from their local police. The cost savings of the program are considerable. The Cahoots program budget, which serves 2 cities with a combined population of 234,000 people, that's 100,000 more people than we have in Fullerton, is only $2.1 million annually. And the city of Eugene estimates that the Cahoots program saves an additional $8.5 million in public safety spending annually. In a recent town hall, Police Chief Dunn stated that 16% of the service calls to the Fullerton PD are for transient complaints. His word, not mine. If we translate that into 16% of the police department's time, which I admit is an assumption, but bear with me for illustrative purposes here, it means that by moving responsibility for these complaints out of the police department would recover more than 72,000 man-hours of time based on their currently budgeted staffing. Even if the time spent dealing with homelessness calls is only 8% of the police department's time, that translates to more than 36,000 man-hours that the police department could recover. I'll remind everyone that the Fullerton Police Department has been budgeted for 30,000 hours of overtime and has been consistently budgeted for that time for years. If the city moves responding to homelessness calls and mental health crisis calls out of the police department, those 30,000 hours of overtime and then some can be recovered, and that money could easily be used to pay for a Cahoots-type program instead. As an extra bonus, in addition to more effectively responding to the needs of the community at a lower cost, establishing such a program would create jobs in the community during an economic depression. And finally, I also learned in the recent town hall meetings that funding for the police department's current homelessness work is coming from a grant set to expire next year. This plan, to move responsibility for homelessness and mental health calls to a Cahoots-like community program and to use the police department's overtime budget to pay for it, secures long-term funding for this work that is not grant-dependent. I emailed all of you information about the Cahoots program. I hope you'll take the time to review it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. I'm Paulette Chafee, a very long-time resident of Fullerton, and this evening to me seems like deja vu. Over the years, I have been here speaking about and raising funds for and attending many meetings regarding preserving open space in Coyote Hills, saving the Fox Theater from the wrecking ball, saving the Hunt Branch Library so it can continue to be the community asset it is. The Hunt now has a $2.9 $1.5 million construction grant so it can be renovated. I'm also advocating for all of the Hillcrest Park renovations, and that has been a 12-year process. And now we have the Fullerton Museum Center. I commend the Fullerton Museum Board for working tirelessly and for being proactive with the petition to collect signatures to find a way to keep the museum open on at least a limited basis during the pandemic. 1,100 signatures have been collected so far. Outside activities, socially distanced events are perfect for summer evenings. Amy, Elvira, and Kelly have the expertise, training, and professional knowledge to keep our museum operating efficiently. They will monitor activities and exhibits in the coming months. We cannot afford to lose the Fender exhibit. The museum board will continue to assist, as well as all the hundreds of volunteers that we have. The city can defer the purchase of the mower and a bucket truck and use the $287,000 to keep our Fullerton Museum open. The residents of Fullerton want to continue to experience the Fullerton Museum Center. Make it happen.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Dan Lancaster, President of Fullerton Firefighters. Here we are 7 days into the automatic aid agreement that the majority of this council and our city manager forced upon us, and we still have more questions than answers. We spent 2 long council meetings bringing our concerns to this council to fall on deaf ears. Your firefighters weren't coming to you for pay raises, even though we're the lowest paid in the county. Your firefighters weren't asking you to open up your checkbook and restore lost services, even though we run more calls than any firefighter in the county. What we were asking was for one very simple thing, was for this city to have our back and have the community's back and put the interests of this community first. That is all we were asking. We are seeing firsthand all our concerns rise to the surface in just 7 days. This agreement is up for review in 90 days. What we expect, what your firefighters expect, what your command staff is expecting, that if tomorrow something happens, that this needs to be reviewed sooner, that this council will right their wrong and listen to our fire chief, listen to his command staff, and support their decision. What we need is leaders in this community that look out for the best interests of Fullerton first, hands down. Your firefighters are out there risking their lives every single day for this community, and you just put a wall up in the trust that we have with our city leaders and your firefighters. We need to be able to trust that you're going to make decisions that have our safety and the safety of your community first. That's it. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for you to break the bank on your fire department. We're asking for you to work with us and trust us that we have the best interests of this community at heart. If our fire chief calls you tomorrow, 30 days, 60 days from now, and wants to review this because of his concerns, we expect this council and its city manager to answer, sit down, and listen to these concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, distinguished council members. Manny Adams, paramedic firefighter for your fire department and board member for the FFA. It is refreshing to be able to discuss public safety while the public is actually still awake. In the previous council meeting, a lot of your brave men and women showed support for our fire chief and his recommendation for mutual aid. It turns out that the majority of you could care less what his professional opinion was or that of your community, and more about political aspirations and backdoor dealings. Pissing matches and wadded panties were also in the mix, but to my lights had no relevance on the proposed agenda item. Today I stand before you, 7 days into our agreement with Placentia, and zero confidence in what I'm supposed to do on a medical aid that is being handled by Placentia within our city limits. This lack of confidence has been perpetuated by Placentia's own battalion chief, Operations Division Jason Dobine, whom I personally, along with the rest of Engine 5 crew, had the pleasure of meeting while he was picking up dinner at a Fullerton restaurant while on duty. Our question was simply this: what resources will you send when there's a medical aid in Fullerton? His response, and I quote, "I don't know." To the citizens of Fullerton, this should be unacceptable. To the city manager, who never wanted to be a firefighter and proposed this agreement, fix this before it's too late. These are lives you're playing with, not numbers. Do the right thing and reconsider your decision on automatic aid. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd ask you to refrain from sexist imagery next time. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is J.J. Everett. I'm the vice president of the Fullerton Firefighters Association. I wanted to make sure this council, especially those that supported the city of Placentia and the automatic aid agreement, over the citizens and firefighters of Fullerton are aware of my membership's disappointment. To watch elected officials of the city and our city manager cater to the Placentia city leaders and allow them to disrespect my membership and our command staff and our fire chief was one of the worst moments of my 14-year career here serving this city. It was evident that the decision that night was not based on safety or response times or any of the other excuses that were made that night in support of Placentia. The motives were very clear and even made public by some of our council members. It's not about aid to Placentia. It's about dismantling our fire department and turning us into the science experiment that is the Placentia Fire Department. The previous 2 city council meetings, I heard misleading statements and statistics, not only from members of the Placentia Fire Department, but also our own city council, straight out of the Placentia handbook and thrown in our face. Some of you claim the safety of community is your number one priority. This is no longer true and should no longer be said. Our citizens don't deserve compromise. When they call 911, they don't expect perfection, they demand it. They demand it with their hard-earned tax dollars, and we strive to meet that demand every day. The data that is being collected from the FFA and our command staff should not be reviewed in 90 days, but anytime there are concerns that the safety of our citizens and your firefighters are in jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Tanya. I live in District 4, and I'm a lifelong Fullerton resident. I just wanted to express my disappointment in the increased allocation of community resources and of funds to the Fullerton Police Department, especially in a time when the nation as a whole is reconsidering what safety and what security can look like. And so while I appreciate Fullerton Police's department attempt at increased transparency with their critical incident reports, I think what is really necessary is creating an environment that's conducive to safety and security and that renders violent police force unnecessary. So this includes funding things like the Fullerton Museum Center and the library. And the police department themselves acknowledges that while they're trying to be transparent, their body armor covers part of the body cams. So this is what they said in their last critical incident report. And I just really wanted to express my disappointment in that, and hopefully in the future you take those things into account.
Thank you. Are there more speakers under public comment? Bernard, do you want to come up for public comment? It's nice to see you, by the way.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I've lived in Fullerton for almost 2 years now. I prefer to be here in person, but I wasn't planning on attending our bi-weekly civics class until after a vaccine was found. But after the last session, I've been upset for the last 3 weeks. I encourage an engagement and involvement in local government. Otherwise, it'd be unlikely that you'd be aware of things like the purview of the council, the procedure for agendized items, and restrictions like the Brown Act. However, as I proudly call Fullerton my home, I treat this as a personal attack. A resident of Placentia had the audacity to come to our chambers and call the men and women that faithfully serve our community thugs. That is thuggish behavior to me. Meanwhile, our chief was quickly dismissed while his disrespect was respectfully heard out. The chief's badge doesn't say Southern California, Orange County, or Placentia. Chief Loescher's badge says Fullerton. Last session, a firewife came and explained that yes, there are shifts, but a normal a long shift in a hospital is like 14 to 18 hours, but a normal shift at the station is consecutive days. You eat, sleep, and cook at the station, and she doesn't even get to see him for days at a time. Chief Lozier, I tease Chief Lozier about being a taskmaster, but if you look at the station grounds, they're spotless. But because of constant budget cuts, my dog ate better and more nutritious food than they do. And they don't even get regular sleep because the bell is randomly going off, and they don't have the luxury of saying 5 more minutes. They have to be up, geared up, down the tom hall, on the engine immediately. Seconds matter. They weren't saying that Placentia won't ever be ready. They were simply saying Placentia isn't ready now. There's a huge difference. So Mayor Pro Tem Flory, semantics do matter.
Thank you,
Go
Bernard.
Bruins.
Thank you, Bernard. Are there more members of the public who wish to speak under public comment? Do you have any more, City Clerk? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. And Mr. City Manager, if you would start, we've had a lot of I want you to start by talking about the museum, if you would. We've had a lot of discussions with many members of the Fullerton public, and with you. And I think it's important for the public to really understand the action that we took. You wrote a great email to all of us and to Pam Keller, who's a former city councilwoman who's been leading an effort to reopen the museum. So could you just let the rest of the public know about your response to her inquiries?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. That was in response to an email sent by Ms. Keller to the council and copied me on the museum issue. The council action was not to defund it. We had started pre-COVID to look at the need for doing a museum master plan to work with the Museum Association to kind of position it better for going forward. As everybody knows, the city has not been the most sustainable financial city, but in looking at it and the $550,000 general fund subsidy, we wanted to look at how can we both improve but also make it more efficient and effective going forward. So the action, we moved the 3 employees that were allocated to the museum. They are elsewhere in Parks and Rec, though one of them is going to be working on the transition with the director and the supervisor overseeing everything. We've applied for another grant through the CARES Act that actually would allow some additional staffing to go back, so we would take those employees, since they're not budgeted for the museum, use some of the CARES Act funding to do it. The goal right now, and of course we can't do anything because the governor has shut back down the delivery of services at museums. They're in the same category as bars and a couple other things where they've been shut down for the next, now it's probably 2 weeks, could be a little bit longer. But the goal right now is to make sure that the museum is open every Thursday in coordination with the Thursday Farmers Market. The next step is to also make sure that we could have it open at least one weekend of the month as we go forward. Going forward, what we're doing is we are, again, looking at putting together a master plan, working with the Fullerton Museum Association. We have staff looking at the current agreement with them, how to better position them, how to increase some of the partnerships going forward. And so what we want to do is make sure that the Fullerton Museum is independent of the city and its future fiscal condition, able to withstand and able to, provide the services to the city and its residents and to the tourists. It should be an attraction, much like the Bowers Museum and a lot of other museums are to other places. So, we're looking forward to getting it back open. I just received a kind of a transition plan from the Director of Parks and Rec on Friday. I'm reviewing that, and then we'll be hopefully presenting something back to council about what the next steps are.
Mr. Manager, could you speak on the exhibit? I know some folks had a question on the Fender exhibit.
Oh, on the Fender exhibit, yeah. No, the goal is to make sure that the Fender exhibit does not leave. I know there was a rumor out there that because we were shutting down permanently the museum, which again is not fact, we're not doing that we would have to send it down. Yeah, of course, if we shut down the museum permanently, we'd have to get rid of everything, but that's not the goal. So the Fender Museum is staying there. What we are doing is making sure that select pieces are secured, that the museum is secured in itself and safe. But the Fender Museum is not slated to go anywhere. So.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Silva?
And also the exhibits, there was a concern about planning the exhibits. The exhibits for this current fiscal year were already planned, right? And once we're open up, we pick those right up, correct?
I believe that is the case. So I know that they do plan at least 4 or 5 exhibits out. We have about 3 or 4 exhibits a year, probably 4. The Golden Age of Books, I don't believe ever got off before we had to shut down, or maybe it was just about a weekend. So we would like to get some use out of that because it's a cute little exhibit. That's why, the goal to try to open up on a weekend. And even opening up on those weekends and a Thursday would be to, create more fundraising opportunities for the museum. The goal is to make sure how can we get those exhibits that we have already prearranged for, but then also partner with like the local school districts, Cal State Fullerton and elsewhere to see if in between, because we're going to be over the next 6 months opening up a little bit less than what a full opening is, what can we do to partner some other, local museum and art exhibits? So,
is the Golden Books exhibit up right now? Because I got online, I thought it was going to be available online, and I could not get to it if it was.
Yeah, I will have to check with Hugo Curiel, who is the director, and he's going to poke his head in right now. It's still up. So, Hugo, come out here.
So
I actually do have a question for you, Hugo, so don't escape.
Is there a way of making reservations and seeing it?
Hugo Curiel from the Director of Parks and Rec will provide that at the regular podium.
This is the regular? That's a regular now.
This is the regular podium.
Good evening. I'm sorry?
The question was, can you make reservations to go see the Golden Books exhibit? Is it available online?
It is available online right now. Just recently, it was shot with video, and so that is accessible, and we could follow up with that link.
How would you find it? Yeah, how would you
Excuse
find
me?
it?
How recently was it available? I got on like the beginning of last week to see it.
Probably about 3 weeks ago. I think 3 weeks ago it was shot, and then I think we've put a few links up, but I could definitely follow up, and we could kind of repost that, see where you could find it. The second question, as the city manager had mentioned earlier, museums, as they were in other similar categories, they have been closed now to the public, so we would not be able to open it even by reservation right now. Maybe they said at least for the next 3 weeks that would be the case, and then from there on out, there would be maybe some other plans.
While you're there, are there any other questions on the museum?
I just a quick question on the museum is that is there any date set or as far as when the plans are going to come to council or because I know
pray for the federal grant, right?
Well, as the city manager was mentioning, we have been in communication with the Fullerton Museum Center Association this whole time, and I'm glad to say that they recognize some of the challenges, and so what we're doing is we're communicating with them on a constant basis. And some of the things that they had envisioned, we've also envisioned. We're putting that on paper, and we'll be getting together really shortly with different staff here from city to come up with a plan and work together, collaborate on something that could maybe go through the next, as mentioned, 6 or 12 months in a fashion that respects those challenges of the budget.
What is the timing of the federal grant, though?
The federal grant,
because it's COVID related, and COVID related expenses have to be incurred by December. I believe
we're supposed to find out September or even a little bit before September.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. And then I think that you want to give us an update on Pearl Park.
Absolutely. If I'm already here, yeah, I might as well do that. Glad to do that. As most of you know, Pearl Lot is originally a 17,000 square foot blighted lot over on the east side of Fullerton. It's in the area that's called the Gems District. Long story short, high density area, low income and very park poor As most of you may know, the many councils had tried and attempted to acquire that lot through many different ways of deeding the property over and such, but as of recent as 2017, there were some renewed efforts, and we were really able to do quite a few things, jump through a few hoops, but with a good direction, we were able to finally close the escrow, the last escrow of the 33, about a week and a half ago. So we're very, very happy for that. The city outright owns it. But also, good news to that is that we had applied for a state grant for $1.5 million, which was for both the acquisition and for the park development. We were successful in getting that, and the construction documents currently right now are out to bid. And so we hope to see a ribbon cutting November, somewhere around November. Very expedited, very quick, accelerated construction project, but we hope to get that done by then.
Great, thanks very much.
I have, since we have you, if you don't mind, if I can ask a question about the Hillcrest Park parking situation. Any updates there?
You know, last I had heard about, we were out there about 2 months ago after we got direction from the city council. We were out there with traffic engineers and such, and they were scheming out parking and talking to Public Works as to when they might go in there and do the operations. As early as last week, I had driven through there. It had not happened yet, but I'm sure it's just because of their short staff. But I do know that it's definitely on their queue to get some of that restriping and some of that reconfiguration going.
Is there a time frame?
I could check for you and get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just a clarification, Madam Mayor. So you're saying November this year, we're going to have that park done, or November next year?
November this year.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
All right.
Little.
Thank you.
But we're going to make it happen.
We've waited a long time, so I
Yeah.
want to challenge you to shoot for September so that it'll be in October.
Okay.
So that community has waited way too long
Yeah.
for this park, and I know you know that and agree with that. So,
yes.
Yep. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Mr. Domer, did you have other comments on public comment or things to share?
Yes, a couple things. One, it's been rare when we announce a new staff member, but Delaney Cosgrove is our new water quality specialist within Public Works. Wanted to announce that and welcome her to the city during this time. I do know that we will be bringing forward a fireworks report on the 21st, and we'll be open to any city council direction at that time. Do want to announce, so we did the museum information. Thought there was a PowerPoint. I just don't know how to get to it on the outdoor dining. We'll bring that up. But a couple things that we're doing. One of them is funded through a business, or through the CARES Act, but we have formed a business assistance team funded by the CARES Act. One of the problems that the county health officer and then Lucy Dunn from the Orange County Business Council have informed us about, and the county executive officer, is that the compliance by businesses, so industrial, restaurants, retail, office, needs to be up in order to make sure that the governor does not reclose us more. And so what we've done is we've hired back 3 of our part-timers that we had laid off earlier. We're going to be training them on all things CARES Act business assistance, sanitization, and sending them out into the business community to interact directly with property managers, business owners, to help educate on the criteria for reopening so that they can properly fill out all the certifications that the state wants to be posted on the front of the business. More importantly, to make sure that there is a healthy environment both for the employees and for any patrons into those environments. So we're also going to be checking and assessing what do they need. Do they need additional funding for sanitization, for plexiglass dividers and all that stuff, and then working through the CARES Act to see how we can provide those on a cooperative kind of purchasing basis. So really happy for that because they're going to be hitting the streets in their shoes, going everywhere in the street, not just the downtown area, not just retail, but to industrial and to office, to talking to people about their needs during this time so we can get our businesses back up. Want to talk a little bit about the outdoor dining and retail program. I would like to say that the council, and I believe it was, the council was the first in Orange County to give direction to go ahead and expand the outdoor dining and retail opportunities for local businesses. Okay. So basically what that was is that allowing those retail businesses to utilize this space outside their businesses. It's a very simple and free application. More information is at cityoffullerton.com, outdoor dining and retail program. And then that phone number there for any questions on it. So right now we have 27 approved Fullerton businesses. So the list is up there. And again, they're not all in the downtown area. They stretch from, I think Brian's is up there over on Placentia Avenue to the Old Ship and elsewhere, the Hungry Bear. And then these are just some of the pictures of what some folks have done, both with the Walk on Wilshire, that we closed down Wilshire for a short time period, and then in public spaces, in their private parking lots, and outdoors, where we've allowed them to expand beyond so they can accommodate what they used to do inside.
Mr. Manager?
Yes.
The top picture on the left, where's that at?
Top picture on the left is...
Is it?
Oh, that's a very good steak place called
Okay,
Stubbers.
I looked for it. All right.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
So as people drive around, they will see that there are some fewer parking stalls, but we do have plenty of parking in the downtown area, and right now it's still free. So we do ask that you enjoy food in the outdoor area, and we are working hard to make sure that all of our excellent restaurant opportunities have that outdoor opportunity. So this is some pictures from the Walk on Wilshire, complete with street sign. And that is it on that. So,
Mr. Manager, what are some of the things that we are doing for businesses that may not have access to, or restaurants that may not have access to sidewalks and parking?
So it's a case-by-case business, and we will go out there. Kelly Fritzl, who is our Deputy Director of Community and Economic Development, she goes out there on the weekends, goes out there on a Friday, and talks with the restaurants. That was with Brian's on last Friday. And so basically they are expanding into their back parking lot. So, and like with the Old Ship, what we did is we worked with them because they had to relocate an ADA accessible parking space and make sure, ultimately what we want to make sure is that everybody's safe. So there's appropriate barriers up. Vehicles are heavy. We don't want any collisions, and just safety and accessibility issues. So if a restaurant does not have physically any space, we are allowing people to be reasonably within their area. So if there is a public space nearby, we'll allow that. And again, so like I know Rialto, has a very small area. That's why they love the Walk on Wilshire. They're out there probably serving more people than what they were able to. But, it's a case-by-case basis. So with Brian's, I know that they went back. There's an opportunity in front on a wider private property sidewalk, not necessarily a public sidewalk. So we'll encourage them to talk to the property manager, to the adjacent building owner, even if like the next door is an office or a non-restaurant, to talk with them about, expanding in front of there as long as they're, good neighbors.
Thank you.
And Mr. Manager, could you address the concern that Ms. McRae raised about the way in which we are signing people up for public comments? Because it seems that should be avoided pretty easily.
I just before you say something too, I was going to make a comment about that too. I want you all to know we're open to suggestions here. We're doing the best we can. The city manager's staff's doing the best that they can. There are a lot of city councils who aren't having physical meetings at all. And we felt it extremely important to get back out physically into the public as soon as possible, because it's darn near impossible to have meaningful discussions on Zoom and WebEx. It serves the public much better to be here, even though it is inconvenient completely for us and you. And we can't continue to put off serious issues to a later date. Things have to be dealt with here. So I don't mean to interrupt, but I just did want to. I felt like it needs to be us making this statement too. But please, by all means.
Yeah, this is not optimum under any way. I know you all did not like to operate via WebEx, how we were doing it, via video conferencing. It did not allow, even though we technically could still be that way and not take live public comments, but it was very important to you all to make sure we had that. And we are trying our best. So tonight we actually have not just the library overflow room, but we have the grand hall set up across the way at the Fullerton Community Center with staff over there. Everybody has walkie-talkies. We had a staff meeting yesterday to arrange how things would be moved around, how public comments, if we had people over there that needed to come over here. One of the difficulties, even though we're doing much better on the technology side, is the fact that there's about a 60-second delay in the broadcasting. So, the folks in the library are going to hear me say this 60 seconds from now. And that's one of the things why we kind of wait a little bit to say, is there any other public speakers? We kind of wait. We may get a text or a communication saying, no, we're all good. So, and not to pat us on the back, but I think we are doing a great job versus some of the other cities. We are complimented. Fullerton was called out on a conference call with the county CEO and all the other city managers yesterday for what we are doing, because I asked the question about, with all the dial back, does that mean that we as a city council and the chambers have to dial back too? Because there are a couple cities that are going back to only video, and we don't. So, as you know, we're enforcing face masks, we're enforcing social distancing. We're trying our best, but we will take those suggestions, and we do want to make sure that we give the people the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Manager, is there a way to have members of the public phone in their public comment as opposed to doing an e-comment?
We've looked at other cities doing that. In fact, one of the thoughts we're trying to do is to get a phone system connected between here and the Grand Hall over at the Fullerton Community Center. And it kind of goes back right now to the 60-second delay. So it would be like talking to somebody on the moon with that delay. So that's the problem there. So that's why we are going to just send people over here in advance so that they could get over here safely and then queue up. We'll work on that queuing system. If we have to bring some easy ups to make sure that people are in the shade for the time that there is sun, we will do that. But we've also looked at, I know Huntington Beach had a phone-in system that has not been working so well because people are on hold for several hours at a time. And so it's a little bit difficult there. In the very beginning, some folks did, you saw some newscasts of drive up where they'd speak into a microphone or to a camera, and that would be on the video broadcasting. None of those really lasted more than a meeting and more than the novelty that it was at that time. So,
well, there should be a way to avoid people having to sit in the sun, stand in the sun to speak. And we're only going to be getting hotter for the next couple of months, so that is not ideal. I didn't quite understand what Ms. McRae was suggesting, but easy to play it back, and maybe we can make sense out of it too.
Absolutely, and that's why we had the extra room over at the Fullerton Community Center. The Grand Hall, even socially distancing, could accommodate, I'd say, 100 people or so. And that was our backup plan. And if we have to queue them up differently so that they're waiting differently over at the library and then coming over here or staying in the hall socially distanced, we'll work on that.
Well, I think one thing that we could do is to set big agenda items for a time certain so that people who want to speak on that item know when to come. Many people are here, at 6:30, and it's going to be 8:30, 10 o'clock before we get to their item. So I think setting time certain for some of those big issues in the future might help.
Yeah, I would love to work with you guys on that. Sometimes our meetings get a little all over, but it is the discretion of the council to move things around and to hit those time points if we make them. So yes.
And Madam Mayor, could we also look at maybe holding our meetings at the Grand Hall since we can get 100 people in there with social distancing? Would that be?
My concern would be the technology issues.
Yeah, it's the technology issue and the inability to broadcast, because then that takes us off Channel 3, Granicus, and everything else. We're not to that point where the system is transferable. I would love to do it at Amherst Field.
Yeah, absolutely.
And have the lights on and have you guys all around home plate and
mosquito repellent.
Yes,
fantastic.
Peanuts and popcorn.
Maybe bring some baseballs and gloves.
So.
Okay, awesome. Do you have anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Silva?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And, I just want to again thank the staff and everyone for all that you're doing. And I know that we're doing these meetings a little better, I guess, in other cities because we're allowing people in and so forth. So thanks to everyone for taking this on. And thank you. I know we had mentioned, Mr. Manager, about speaking to Stubricks, and I'm glad they got their outdoor dining. And one last thing, could we possibly then sometime this year, next 2-3 months, can we look into that Cahoots program and see, and maybe give us a report back to see what it is, how it works? And I know we may not be able to do anything right now given where we're at, but I would like to see if we could look into it and what are the pros and cons. And I know that one of our staff members volunteered there when she was going to school up there. So if we could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been looking at different outreach and engagement opportunities, case managers and all that stuff. We ran a program with, I believe it got up to about 4 outreach and engagement personnel, a case manager in Huntington Beach, very successful, worked very well with the police department and the HLO program. And so, yes, we can look at that, bring it back, see what it would mean.
Yeah. Thank you. And just, my wife was asking me just the other day, when is the Hunt Library funding coming and what's going on? So I'm glad that we have it. We have an item on there and we can get the Hunt Library fixed up and ready to use. So thank you.
Yeah,
That's
and speaking of that, to tag on to it, we had an item last City Council that I thought was going to be continued to this one, that had to do with the not the $1 million, but it had to do with the Hunt Branch Library. Or am I, you know what, I'm confusing it with the West Coyote Hills and that $1 million grant. That did not continue to this evening's agenda. Will that be on?
The next one, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I had somebody ask me about that.
Mr. Silva, is that all?
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Mr. Zara?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I would like to thank all our staff for all the hard work they're doing. I know there's a lot of behind-the-scenes preparations as well that goes into putting together this session. It is these are unusual times, and so there are unusual preparations that need to go through. So and we will always strive to improve. And I know that that's the commitment that we've seen from our staff. So again, thank you very much for that. I do want to just say one thing on the museum as well, is that our Firefighters Association will be doing a fundraiser for the program, one of their programs, which is the Kids Arts to-go kits, which kind of ended, and so they'll be doing a Fill the Boots on the 11th, and usually they station down at Harbor in Orangethorpe, and basically have their booths and try to fundraise from passing vehicles and anybody that can come as well. There'll also be an online donation link for any of the members of the community who would like to also participate from the comfort of their home. And hopefully we'll continue finding all kinds of opportunities, but this is really a wonderful community where people will come together for good causes. I want to thank also our chief of police for joining, and the Fullerton Collaborative for joining in putting together our town hall on community policing that we jointly hosted. And if anyone missed that, there's a lot of good information there. And it is now available on either the Fullerton Collaborative websites, that's fullertoncollaborative.org, or their Facebook page. And it is also on my Facebook page as well, which is facebook.com/Ahmad Zara Council. So you just kind of have to scroll down a little bit because I've since posted quite a few different things. I do want to just give a quick update on OCWD activity, the Orange County Water District, which I represent Fullerton there on that board. One of the interesting things about COVID is that, and I think it's the silver lining, is that we've all discovered the value of virtual meetings and the value of virtual seminars and so on. And one of the biggest challenges has always been is reaching for the educational programs that OCWD puts together, is reaching as many kids as possible and as many people as possible. And so there's now we're working on putting together virtual programming. We have there's an annual children's festival that got canceled this year. Now this festival, usually our kids in Fullerton miss because of the timing. It's usually hosted at UC Irvine, and at the time when our school district is in spring break, so they kind of miss it. But that program is now going to be virtual, so hopefully our kids will also have access to it, even if they are on spring break. So please pay attention to what's coming as far as educational programs on ocwd.com. And there'll be some really interesting things there. I also want to report that work on our treatment facilities for our wells is underway, and we should have for the treatment wells probably within a year or so up and running. This is to treat the PFAS that if anybody has followed that saga there. And hopefully we will be able to clean it up. There's a side benefit to that, is some of these will also clean up the other chemicals that were in there, the VOCs they call them, that were from the North Basin plume. So there's more on that. If anybody wants to learn more about that, please reach out to me. And I'll be hosting another community meeting on water for a full update towards the end of the month. So just I'll report on that when the dates come. That is all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Mr. Whitaker?
First, I'd like to thank the Fullerton Police Department and Fullerton Fire Department for their excellent work over the past 4th of July holiday, where so many of us throughout Southern California, but certainly in Fullerton as well, were treated to a very intense display of illegal fireworks. I think it's to the credit of many people who probably otherwise haven't been recognized that we got through this holiday with minimal number of incidents. So for all those who worked and put in the extra time, appreciate that. Thank you. The other thing, I know at the risk of beating a dead horse, we already talked about this a few minutes ago, but I had committed to sharing one of the emails. I know that we received hundreds of emails on a couple items in particular. So I'd like to use a little bit of my time just to convey this one because I think it speaks to what we were just talking to. Dear Fullerton City Council members, the City Council meetings are a vital component of the policy-making process in Fullerton. This is one of the most essential tools that the Fullerton community has at their disposal to make their voices heard to their elected officials. In these unprecedented times, exercising the right to speak at the City Council is more important than ever. However, Fullerton City Council has not afforded their constituents a method of speaking at City Council meetings without being physically present. Yes, there is an option to email in a public comment, but the ability to speak at a City Council meeting not only allows community members to share their concerns with City Council, but also with the citizens of Fullerton. Additionally, there is no assurance that these public comment emails will be read with the same careful attention that is demanded by someone who is speaking in front of the council. It is wrong that we should only afford this kind of attention and seriousness to Fullerton constituents who have the health and means to attend a City Council meeting during a pandemic. It is wrong to remove someone's right to speak at a City Council meeting because coronavirus has hindered their ability to attend. We are demanding that Fullerton City Council adopt a format to allow community members to call in and provide their public comments remotely. We need to listen to our community members now more than ever. We have to adopt a system that allows Fullerton citizens to speak their public comments remotely during a city council meeting. Mr. City Manager, I appreciate earlier, as we're talking about the degree of difficulty in meeting this requirement, but I do believe that there are numerous citizens who very much want to have that kind of accessibility. And I do thank fellow council members for wanting to be here, for wanting to have the council chambers open and available. We have some very important issues that we'll be dealing with tonight. And we're already in the dog days of summer, which is one thing that usually depresses public input. But I know that at least mechanically and technologically, if we can overcome some of these barriers, it would be of great service to those who do want to view what's going on here and who do want their opinions heard. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Flory.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitaker. That was an important email that we all received this afternoon. And I want to assure the public that we're trying to find our way through all of this, too. This is all new stuff to us. And at the same time, we have released a request for proposal for video communication of our city council meetings, and this will likely be part of that RFP process, is figuring out a way to allow people to comment and have their concerns addressed and be read into the record in such a fashion that it has meaning. One of the things that the public might not be aware of is that in this past couple of weeks, we have received several hundred emails, basically a form letter about defunding the Fullerton Police Department. So it would just not make sense to read several hundred of those form letters that are coming from basically all over the country. A few of them are from Fullerton, but that would be a waste of time. So we're trying to figure out how to do this as well. The fireworks were incomparable this past weekend, and they must have started in my neighborhood about 2 weeks prior to. I live in the area by the Brea Dam, which is a watershed, a highly inflammable area with weeds that are 8 feet tall. And the plow goes through and discs the fields in April, but it doesn't get all of the areas. And if that ever gets lit up, it will just be a disaster for my neighborhood. So, Mr. City Manager, you mentioned that we would be having a report at the end of our next City Council meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And will it be similar to the report that we asked for last year, about a month after the 4th of July?
Yeah, this is a report. It's an annual report that comes after the 4th of July. So
at that time, there was a comparison between the city of Brea that does not allow fireworks at all and the city of Fullerton. And I'd like to see that comparison done again, as well as a full report for any incidents that had occurred. I understand that this was a countywide, if not a statewide phenomenon, and it was unlike anything I've ever seen before, but I have gotten plenty of emails from disgruntled citizens who are asking that this be put on the ballot again. And that actually makes a lot of sense. I don't know if the council has the appetite for doing that, but we've had this, fireworks were illegal in the city of Fullerton up through November 2012. And then in 2012, the voters voted to allow legal fireworks, and that started in July of 2013. So we've had 8 years now under our belt, and I think it makes sense to go back to the voters and say, are you okay with legal fireworks or no? So that would be my game plan, is to see this go on the ballot again, to get a yay or nay from residents.
during that conversation on the 21st, if that is the direction of the City Council, we will still have a meeting in August, the first meeting, in order to bring back something so that the Council can make that decision whether to put something on the ballot if that is the direction.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and move to our consent calendar. Items 2 and 5 have been pulled. I'll move the balance. It's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Flory. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? That passes 5-0, and that takes us to our first regular business item. Ellis Chang.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This evening's presentation will provide an overview of the successor agency's outstanding debt and review of 2 successor agency obligations for refunding consideration. The successor agency currently has 3 existing debt obligations: the 2005 tax allocation revenue bonds.
Ellis,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know we have members of the public who are new to council. Could you just explain successor agency?
I think back in 2012, Vanessa, the redevelopment agency of the city of Fullerton was dissolved along with all other redevelopment agencies throughout the state of California. And from that point on, the city elected to act as the administrator for the former redevelopment agency, which is now termed the successor agency, to essentially wind down the activities of the former redevelopment agency. Good enough? Okay. Thank you. The successor agency, as I mentioned earlier, has 3 existing debt obligations: the 2005 tax allocation revenue bonds, the 2010 tax allocation housing bonds, and the 2015 tax allocation refunding bonds. Of these 3 obligations, the 2005 and 2010 bonds are able to be refunded by issuing the 2020 bonds. The graph on this slide shows the total combined annual debt service payments for these 3 obligations. So what provides the successor agency the legal authority to refund? The Redevelopment Dissolution Act provides that tax increment secured bonds may be refunded where the refunding results in lower interest rates, lower annual debt payments, and savings that are passed on to the taxing entities. Refunding the 2005 and 2010 bonds is expected to accomplish all 3 benefits. As can be seen on this graph, the light blue represents the estimated annual debt service savings after refunding. If the refunding is closed prior to September 1st, 2020, the annual debt service savings are expected to result in approximately $10.4 million in combined successor agency debt service savings over the remaining life of the debt. This roughly translates, I think, into about $1.4 to $1.5 million a year in debt service savings.
That is a combined debt service for all of the taxing agencies, correct?
That's correct.
Because the city of Fullerton
is only a small portion of that.
15.78%.
That's correct. So as Councilmember Flory had just mentioned, so the taxing entities that will benefit from this estimated $10.4 million cash flow savings are listed on this table, and I do apologize that the font is very small. But as shown at the very top, the city of Fullerton is expected to benefit from about $1.6 million in total debt service savings from this entirety of the refunding. The primary beneficiaries, however, from this refunding are the school and the community college districts, with an estimated $5.7 million in debt service savings. Outlined in the agenda report is both the debt service savings presented here as well as the net present value savings. The competitively selected financing team is present here tonight. So we have Brandon Coffrey with Urban Futures, the municipal advisory firm, Vanessa Legbant with Stradling, Yoka, Carlson, and Routh acting as bond counsel, and Tom Jacobs with Stiefel, Nicholas, and Company as underwriter, who are present to address any questions City Council may have.
Ms. Chang, could I
Yes.
ask you a question right now?
Sure.
The costs for this are allocated pro rata on the basis of what the debt is that right?
The majority of the financing team are at a fixed cost that was negotiated or competitively bid. I think the underwriter is based on a percentage allocation depending on the total amount of the refunding. So most of the costs are fixed, and any of the costs that are associated with the refunding are going to be paid out prior to the debt being.
So the costs are allocated on a pro rata basis.
The majority of them, yes.
By that equation.
For the underwriter, yes.
Right.
So, presented in the agenda packet for City Council consideration this evening are documents identified here on this slide. So the successor agency financing documents are the first supplemental indenture of trust, the escrow agreement, bond purchase agreement, preliminary official statement, and continuing disclosure certificate. The Fullerton Public Financing Authority financing document is the escrow agreement. So what are the next steps? The estimated savings presented this evening are based on market conditions as of early June, with the anticipation that the County Oversight Board approved the refundings at the July 1st Oversight Board meeting in, I think, 2 weeks, and that the Department of Finance approves the refunding on or before August 10th. So what's important to note is that once the Oversight Board approves the refunding, the Department of Finance has up to 65 days to review and approve or deny the request. As such, a September 1st redemption is highly contingent on the Department of Finance's timely approval. Pending requisite, yes.
Ellis, what's the likelihood of them rejecting this?
I think it's just more the time it takes for them to assign an analyst to it. I think the County Oversight Board will most likely approve it on the 21st. I think the timing of the Department of Finance is really what's at issue here.
I see. And one more question.
Yes.
What's like the drop date that the Department of Finance can approve and still meet the September 1 deadline?
I think that we would need to have their approval prior to August 10th. Is that my understanding? Or is it earlier than that?
Yes.
Okay.
Roughly that.
So prior to August 10th would be what we're targeting in order to redeem the bonds as of September 1st.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Chang,
Yes.
is there any reason that you can think of why this council should not approve the recommendation?
No, as when the city had elected to act as the administrator of winding down the former redevelopment agency by assuming the responsibilities of the successor agency, we not only had an obligation to act in the best interest of the city, but also all the taxing entities that are affected. So the refunding of this debt actually yields, as you had, let me go back to the slide, a significant savings, not just to the city, but all of the taxing entities that are listed on this slide. So there is actually a larger benefit to our schools and our college districts than there are to the city of Fullerton. But we thought it would be still prudent to go forward with this because it does benefit the city, but I think because of the impact across the board, across all the taxing entities, it was worth the city staff time to kind of pursue this effort.
This is a very technical kind of issue based on a lot of very technical legal documents. To move this along, I am going to move that we adopt the recommended resolutions.
Public comment?
I know you have to do public comment.
I will
I'm just going
second.
to put the motion out there.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Ms. Chang?
I do have one question. I know you mentioned the interest rates, but in the presentation they weren't mentioned. What were the interest rates for this that we were paying, and what are the new ones?
I'm actually going to defer that question to Tom Jacobs with Stifel.
The average interest rate?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to come up to a microphone so others can hear you. Sure.
You want to use that microphone then, Tom?
Good evening, Council, members of the board. Tom Jacob, here representing Stifel, the underwriter on the transaction. So the average interest rate on the outstanding bonds was 5.3%, or is 5.3%, and the estimated interest rate on the new bonds would be a little over 1%.
1%, you said.
1%.
1%.
1%.
Okay,
Wonderful.
thank you.
Thank you.
And then, City Clerk, do I need to read the recommendation or? Okay, perfect.
Okay, thanks very much. With that, we'll open it up to public comments. If you would like to speak on this item, we'll give you a little time to come forward to the microphone. And as you do, I just noted on that slide, our 2 school districts here in town will receive millions of dollars in benefit from this refunding.
I have no e-comments, and I have no speakers who have pre-registered to speak on this item.
Okay. Did you need to check with any of the staff in the other places, or we're good? Okay, with that, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Flory and seconded by Councilmember Zara. Are there further comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
And given the nature of the bonds, could the city clerk read into the record the resolution titles?
Give me 1 second to pull that screen back up. Okay, this is resolution of the successor agency of the City of Fullerton, California, authorizing the issuance and sale of 2020 tax allocation refunding bonds and approving the form of a first supplemental indenture of trust, an escrow agreement, 2005 and 2010 bonds, a bond purchase agreement, a continuing disclosure certificate, and a preliminary official statement, and authorizing certain other actions in connection therewith. And also a resolution of the Fullerton Public Financing Authority, a resolution approving the execution of an escrow agreement in connection with issuance and sale of tax allocation refunding bonds, and authorizing certain other actions in connection therewith.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 14, a summary of commercial cannabis community outreach efforts and recommendations regarding draft commercial cannabis ordinance. Our Community and Economic Development Director, Matt Folks, is going to give us a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, members of the council. Got a presentation here quickly for you. So as the mayor had mentioned, the item before you this evening is kind of 2 parts. We're going to go over some of the results of the community outreach that we've done over the past 6 months, as well as go over some of the components of the consideration of a draft ordinance. It's important to remember that tonight the action from the City Council is not to adopt an ordinance. This isn't a public hearing, and the direction really is going to be how the city and city staff should proceed regarding commercial cannabis. So while I am going to be going over some ordinance components, the actual ordinance is not one of the things that will be voted on tonight. So just a little recent chronology to get us kind of caught up here. Going back to 2016, back in June of that year, the City Council did consider whether to place an item on the 2016 ballot regarding commercial cannabis. At that time, it was primarily medical, and if Prop 64 had passed, it would have also gone recreational. At that time, the City Council voted to continue any action on cannabis until the results of Prop 64 were known. We all know that Prop 64 passed both at the state and the county, as well as here in Fullerton, by a very slim margin. Flash forward a couple years, and in 2017, the City Council adopted an ordinance prohibiting all cannabis-related activities or uses, except what was permitted under Prop 64, and that was about personal cultivation as well as consumption. There were some other small loopholes based on the passage of Prop 64 that were closed, and we were continuing our prohibition on all cannabis uses. Flash forward another few years, and in October of last year, the mayor, Silva at the time, asked staff to agendize an item related to commercial cannabis. So we presented a sort of draft of a regulatory framework that could be utilized, and we entered into a contract with HDL as a consultant to kind of help the city work through a potential commercial cannabis ordinance. At that meeting in October, the City Council took 2 actions. They approved a resolution of intention declaring its intent to consider amendments to the municipal code pertaining to commercial cannabis. And then they also directed staff to go do some additional community outreach and come back to the City Council in early 2020 with those results. So we went out and did 3 community outreach meetings. The first was in February. We did a open house style community outreach over at the library. There was about 75 people attended. There was boards set up around the room, different aspects of a potential commercial cannabis ordinance, as well as staff that were there to answer questions and mostly receive questions, comments and concerns from the community related to that specific topic. At our March 4th community outreach meeting, it was a panel discussion that included a representative from the city of La Habra that allows a limited amount of commercial cannabis activity. We had our representative from HDL, a cannabis attorney, an industry professional, as well as a representative from the Orange County Environmental Health. The questions that were posed to them mostly stemmed from the questions and comments that came from that February 13th meeting, as well as some additional comments that had come in after that. And then lastly, after March 4th, we really weren't able to do in-person meetings. So lastly, on May 14th, we did do our third community outreach meeting. It was exclusively about public safety, and it was a moderated virtual meeting with myself and our police chief, Bob Dunn. So what is the current status cannabis in Fullerton? As I had mentioned, right now, all cannabis-related uses or activities are prohibited, excluding what's allowed for personal cultivation and personal use. If you see a dispensary operating in the city, it is operating illegally. If there's a cultivation facility absent outside of a private residence, it is operating illegally. Our code enforcement finds those actually very quickly, and we take all actions to get them closed down as quickly as possible. There are a lot of due process requirements that we have to afford to any illegal business regarding notices of violation, citations, notices to close, abatement warrants, etc. So it does take the city, unfortunately, quite a bit of time to close down illegal locations, often usually about 6 months, and can be longer depending on how much the illegal operating business appeals actions by the city. So at any given time, we have between 4 and 6 illegal dispensaries operating in the city. It's not the same 4 to 6 because usually after we have successfully closed a location down, that location usually closes, but it's not uncommon to have another location pop up in another portion of the city. So we're always sort of chasing around a small handful of illegal locations.
Matt, what are some of the penalties that they receive?
So we do administrative citation. After a notice of violation, which is a notice that you're violating the municipal code and you should close immediately, we do administrative citations. Those are an escalating scale, $100, $200, and then $500. After administrative citations are not effective, and in dispensaries they are not effective in closing down the location, we then pursue what's called an abatement warrant, which is a judge-ordered document that allows us to actually go in and close the facility, remove power, remove other utilities. And that's really the only effective way to close down these facilities. But the citations stop currently at $500. So with that as a little bit of a background and sort of the current status, I'm going to go through some of the high-level components of the draft ordinance that was included in the packet. And again, we're not voting on the ordinance tonight, but these would be the components if the City Council does direct us to proceed with commercial cannabis. These would be some of the components that we would recommend be included. And again, I mentioned here on this slide that the resolution of intention, which is that first step in a code amendment, was approved by the council back in October of last year. The draft ordinance is a fairly long document. It's about 32 pages long. It was based on a best practices ordinance that HDL had provided us, which they have utilized for a number of cities up and down the state. We then customized the ordinance quite a bit based on the information we received at the community outreach meetings, as well as additional research with other cities and other regulatory bodies, including the Bureau of Cannabis Control, which is the state cannabis agency. We would note here also that we would be doing some additional review with our city attorney's office as this does continue to move forward. So with that, some of the high-level components related to the ordinance. The ordinance would propose to allow retail cannabis sales. This is what most people consider dispensaries. In the state law, it's called retail and non-storefront retail, which is delivery service. Manufacturing would be limited to non-volatile solvents. So there's 2 state licenses related to manufacturing. One allows for volatile solvents, which are things that explode, primarily ethane, butane. We would propose to allow the lower level, which would be the non-volatile solvent manufacturing. We propose to allow cultivation only occurring indoors and limit the total square footage of indoor cultivation, so the total overall size. Transportation and distribution, which is basically a logistics. They ship the facility wholesale to dispensaries, and there's no direct business to customers as part of transportation and distribution. And then lastly, testing facilities.
And Mr. Folks, when you said limit the size of the cultivation, what footage?
We would limit the total square footage. I believe 20,000 square feet was the number, and I can look that up.
Is that how does that compare if you look at other cities, for example?
The square footage that we gave ties directly to a license type. I believe it's a 2A license. And so in the cultivation license types, there are varying categories, both indoor and outdoor, natural light, mixed light, and artificial light. So we tied this to the smaller size of indoor cultivation.
And then when you get to it, I'd love a definition of micro businesses.
Sure, absolutely. So retail businesses, which is that storefront and non-storefront. So non-storefront, again, means delivery services. So customers would not be coming into a location, but there could be a brick and mortar location that allows the delivery of cannabis to private residences. That would be allowed in our general commercial zone, GC, as well as our commercial manufacturing zone and our 2 industrial zones. It would not be permitted in any residential zones, public land, oil, gas, or our C3, which is our downtown. The manufacturing, the distribution, transportation, cultivation, testing, as well as micro businesses. And what a micro business is that it would hold 3 of the 4 different license types. So you could be manufacturing, distribution, and retail, or you could be manufacturing, transportation, and cultivation. If you hold 3 license types, you can qualify for a micro business, would be allowed in our 2 industrial zones. We would propose to limit the number of commercial cannabis businesses by category to a limit of 5 for each. So 5 retail facilities, that includes storefront and non-storefront. We would do up to 5 manufacturing facilities, again, non-volatile. 5 distribution transportation facilities, 5 cultivation, again, that indoor limited size. And we would not propose any limits on the number of testing facilities for the city.
Matt, could you explain how you come up, why specifically 5? What is that number?
So different cities have there's different metrics for how certain cities have come to the number of cannabis businesses that they would allow. A lot of cities utilize a population-based calculation. So they would say for every 10,000, every 15,000 population, you would allow 1. Primarily, it's related to the storefront dispensary. Some cities use other metrics related to the size, square miles of a city. Could be related to the state has floated some ideas relating it to the number of ABC licenses or number of pharmacies that exist in the city. We chose 5 based on our staffing resources, our ability to implement a quality ordinance, understanding that there is a lot of staffing resources that will be required to get this off the ground and ultimately administer it. And so 5 was a good starting point for us based on our staffing resources. And the ordinance is written in such a way that it starts at 5. That's an initial number. And then over time, the council by resolution could increase or decrease the numbers in each of the license types. So sort of an initial volley would say 5, and then obviously future councils could increase or decrease those numbers based on how that's been working in the city and what staffing resources are required.
And then I understand for cannabis, for retail, for example, I can see the starting point there. But does that same sort of logic apply to manufacturing? Because I notice here, for example, testing, you have no limit on that.
Right. So a testing facility is functionally just a research and development. It's a lab. And so there would be very little in the way of city resources required for inspections, for licensing, ongoing review of their business practices, whereas the other industrial uses, while less involved certainly than a retail dispensary, which is going to require quite a bit of oversight, at least initially as they get off the ground. Once an industrial business is up and running, we do think it'll run pretty smoothly. But again, we want to start with 5, make sure that we're able to implement a very high quality, safe program, and then we can always make adjustments after that. Or I should say the city council can make adjustments. Some other components here that I want to cover. There are separation or buffer requirements that would be from what they call sensitive uses. So we would require a minimum of 600 feet from schools, and that's pre-K all the way up through high school. It does not include junior college or colleges. We would buffer 600 feet from licensed daycare facilities. So these are daycare facilities that get licenses from the county or state. And then we would require 600 feet buffers from youth centers, which is a sort of a defined term. And for us, it means youth organizations. So these are Boys and Girls Clubs, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, any teenage club facilities, primarily minors under the age of 18, parks, playgrounds, recreational areas, whether they're public or private. So these would be play fields, playground equipment, designed for athletic activities, anything that's aimed toward children or minors. Tutoring centers, again, for minors under 18. So if you want to think Kumon is kind of a classic tutoring center, would be included, as well as our community centers and libraries. So that's a 600-foot buffer from those uses.
And that would be your recommendation to us. That's not in an ordinance that we're voting on tonight. I know I would like to see that buffer increase.
That is correct. The only component on that list that is within state law as it relates to schools, and it is constrained within the state law to only apply through K through 12. So we expanded that ever so slightly to include pre-K as well.
Mm-hmm. But the 600 feet specifically is your recommendation?
Is our recommendation. Mm-hmm. So you can, and cities are well within their right to go, we can always be more restrictive than state law, we just can never be less. So 600 is the minimum, you could go up to any number.
Mm-hmm. And on that, if there is in the future, for example, a daycare center or a Kumon or that opens up within, for example, that 600 feet. I mean, how would you manage that if there's already, let's say, a dispensary calculated within that 600 feet, it's already established, and then a school or a daycare center wants to open?
So it's a one-way restriction. So what the law says is if it was it's in existence at the time that the cannabis permit is issued. So if you issue a cannabis permit for a location and then a tutoring center or any other youth center locates within the buffer, whatever we decide it to be, or if we decide to have one, that does not mean that cannabis dispensary has to close. It makes them essentially non-conforming. So if at any time that license was ever revoked or canceled or terminated, that area would come off limits.
Thank you.
That was a great question, Mr. Zara. Just one more point on that. Those then daycares, youth centers could apply for, I mean, they would have to be permitted as they're opening a business. And so would it also be possible then to require the city to provide them at that time a notice of the proximity of one of these retail businesses?
Sure, absolutely. We could include some notification requirements.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Using that
Yes, ma'am.
fact pattern, if the business owner applies for a renewal, as that person must do every year, that would not be compromised because there was a daycare center or something?
No, it would only come into play if the license was terminated or revoked.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, a renewal would not be a disqualifying component. And then just the last bullet point on this slide, that we would also recommend a separation of 1,000 feet between retail locations. So retail dispensary, retail cannabis locations would need to be at least 1,000 feet from one another. We would not propose any separation between the cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, just the retail. So,
and that's with the 5 maximum that you would recommend allowing in the city?
That's correct. So the 5 that would be initially allowed would have to be at least 1,000 feet from each other. So this is a draft map that we put together based on those recommendations, those 600 feet from schools and parks, as well as 600 feet around youth centers. And I realize this map up on the screen is a little bit difficult to kind of make out. For purposes tonight, anywhere you see sort of brighter colors, the light blue and dark blue are our industrial zones. The pink color, the light pink color is our general commercial. The sort of darker pink and purple, that's Cal State Fullerton and Fullerton College. Those are not areas that would be available for licenses. We're just making sure that they're shown. So you can see there is a bit of a dispersion in terms of locations where commercial cannabis could operate. Obviously, our industrial zone in the southeast part of town, as well as the west side, are the largest sort of contiguous blocks. There is a small area in the very north part of town, north of Imperial Highway, and then Commonwealth Avenue and Euclid Street, as well as Orangethorpe, are where you see a lot of the general commercially zoned properties that would be available just for the retail cannabis locations.
Matt, when you propose this, I mean, would there be a possibility to look at different iterations of this? Let's say, because I know Mayor Fitzgerald suggested a larger buffer, and that's something I also would love to explore. Because what I'm seeing here is a larger distribution of the commercial areas in South Fullerton, and I think that might be a bit of a concern for some of our residents. So do you anticipate us deciding on this tonight, or is there a way to bring this back with different versions so that there'd be more choices?
Sure. So let me get to the end of the presentation. I'll kind of talk about how the options could work for next steps, but that's an excellent point.
Yeah, and also just on that also, because I'm looking at parks, for example, if let's say it's expanded a little bit, what happens if a shopping center is kind of cut in half? How does that work?
If the underlying property parcel is touched by the buffer,
the entire
parcel, then that entire parcel would be excluded as it relates to the schools and parks.
Okay.
And just on that note, if we do increase it seems here, just by a quick look at it, if we do increase the buffering, that might eliminate a lot of the areas in the north part of town, the general commercial, and shift more dispensaries or businesses down to the south. Just a general look. If you expand some of these parks,
sure,
I could see some of the areas would be cut out. And one other thing I want to make sure is that this is equitable and that we're going to have something each part of the city is able to participate. Because I do have that concern that Mr. Zara said about South Fullerton, but it seems like if we increase that buffer, the south part of Fullerton will still take a bigger hit. But anyway, but we'll talk about that.
Sure. So I did a little bit of just as for context for these purposes, and we will continue to do some maps and we can talk about iterations. If you expand the buffer to 1,000 feet for schools and parks, you eliminate about 40 to 50% of the general commercially zoned properties that would be available. It would eliminate almost all of the properties north of Malvern, with the exception of an area right around Cal State Fullerton over in this area.
Over in what area?
I'm sorry. There's some parcels that are available, general commercial, that are east of the 57 freeway. This is Placentia. Mm-hmm. These areas would not be affected. These would, because there's a school right here. Yep. But this goes away. This goes away. This mostly goes away. Large chunks of Commonwealth do go away. There's a piece here. It came out to, give or take, about a 40% reduction in the number of parcels.
And you would have just the lower right hand.
So the areas that are unaffected are the areas where there are no parks or schools close by, and so that predominantly is that southeast portion as well as that very west portion. Right. A couple other components that are in the draft. So the selection process we would propose would be a merit-based point system based on some objective standards, and those review criteria were included in as an attachment to the staff report. It's a very comprehensive document talking about different aspects that we would want to look at in an applicant that we would look to have a license issued to. Those applications would be reviewed and scored by an independent review panel. The top scoring candidates in each of the license types, so retail, manufacturing, distribution, cultivation, etc., would then be selected to move forward. The City Council's role would be to certify the selection process and the list of candidates. And then those top selected applicants in each of the license types would have a set amount of time to secure a location, obtain their required permits, both from the city and the state, as well as Orange County Health, whatever applicable permits they would need. And then those commercial cannabis business permits would need to be renewed annually, every 12 months.
Matt, could you explain the independent review panel again, a little bit, elaborate on that? Who selects it? How many members?
Sure. So we in our proposed ordinance, we're recommending 5-member panel that would be selected. The panelists would be selected by the city manager. They would represent folks that are completely unrelated to any cannabis business, but have some knowledge and experience as it relates to cannabis. So we would definitely have city staff be a participant, understanding the public safety concerns. There would very likely be a police department participant, but it would not be uncommon to try to go out and find some panelists that are maybe not city employees, but do have a level of expertise in the cannabis industry. Obviously making sure that they have no direct ties to any of the applications that would be before them. So there'd be a little bit of a non-collusion requirement.
And how would we verify this? I mean, are we going to ask maybe for Form 700
We would do any level of verification that would be required to feel confident, or the city manager can feel confident that they can independently review the applications and come to a conclusion that's fair.
And who would appoint these?
They would be the city manager that would select, yes.
I see. And is this something that, again, is final, or would be up for review? I mean, are we deciding on this tonight, or?
No. Again, to clarify, nothing is being decided tonight, except for one very important thing, which I will get to. A couple of the last components here, these are all pieces. So there is a strong community benefits component as part of the selection process. Community benefits is how a cannabis business will interact with the community, how they will be a participant, whether it's volunteer hours, contributions to education, nonprofit, et cetera, et cetera. Local hiring requirements is included, as well as social equity, both for the staff that would be working at these facilities. Labor peace agreement is included as a requirement by the state and is also included in the review criteria for the selection process. We would require that they enter into a development agreement, which is how the city would establish the revenue and charges and fees that would be imposed for allowing these facilities to locate in the city. There are extensive security requirements, both at the state level as well as in our ordinance, that would obviously need to be adhered to. And then lastly, we would look for a community relations representative for each of the selected facilities that would be available for ongoing outreach to both the city and to the surrounding business and residential community, as well as education in an ongoing basis.
Matt, would you describe social equity and what you mean by that?
Sure. So it's a lot of different things. So it's about making sure that you're hiring people at the business that maybe are coming from all income categories. So making sure you're hiring low income folks. It's making sure that your hiring practices are fair and equitable. It's making sure that you're paying them what we would call living wage. So the wages that they're being paid to work at the facility are equitable, fair, appropriate for the work that they'll be doing. There would be some labor laws, Cal OSHA requirements. Essentially, social equity means that you're ensuring that the business as well as the employees working at the business are being equitable in how they're operating and how they're selecting their employees.
The reason I asked the question is the LA Times about a week ago did an article about how Los Angeles is dealing with the social equity issue. But social equity for them meant to locate dispensaries in areas that have been gutted by the war on drugs, where a predominant number of residents have been convicted or arrested for drug use, to the point that they actually changed their policy that the applicant has to have been somebody who was arrested or convicted of a former drug. Did you read that? I said, what kind of a world are we living in now that we're going to have somebody who was convicted of a drug offense is now going to be the only person that can apply to run a dispensary? And so what happens is the investor comes in, the guy with the money, and he hires or has a partnership agreement with the felon, and oftentimes the felon is really being taken advantage of by the money guy. And I just went, oh my God.
So it should be clear that the social equity aspect of this is very flexible and really comes back to a philosophical statement by the council how they want to address those broad issues.
That's correct. So it's part of the review and selection criteria, but we intentionally left the scoring values in that selection criteria blank, because really what those reflect is the values of the city council. So in some cities that would maybe value social equity as a very, very highly desirable component of the selection process, would allocate more points in that area. Some would value, if you valued an experienced operator, you would allocate more points in that area. And really, it's as the city attorney mentioned, it's a policy. It's about the goals and the vision for the program as it would operate in Fullerton. And the city council has quite a bit of flexibility in how that would go.
And Matt, I know that part of the discussion was, and part of the suggestions was background checks as well. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? Because that plays into this, right, a little bit.
Well, we would be recommending that any business operator or employee goes through a background check. The police department feels very strongly that they would like to have a background check on every employee operator. However, we do have some waiver provisions that if, depending on what the nature of any criminal activity that might occur as a result of the background check, may not be a disqualifying factor. But there are a lot of concerns from our law enforcement that the nature of the people operating this business are critical to the success of the business as well as the ongoing safety, welfare of those working and residing in the area. And so I think while there is a lot of arguments to be made around social equity, and certainly the war on drugs disproportionately affected minority communities, I think those are kind of a balancing act that cities have to weigh as they go through that selection process.
And is there an administrative burden on us for this? Because I know that, I mean, if you're going to be checking every employee, there's an administrative process.
There would be, we would need to review those documents, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And but our PD does not find any burden in that?
We have not gotten to the point where we've tried to do a discussion of exactly how many staff hours would be required to perform that function.
That goes back to the issue of how many facilities you're going to have. The more facilities you have, the greater the burden to do that background check on more and more facilities.
Right.
And also to the revenue, the fees that are charged for those services. We realize this is not a massive revenue opportunity. I think those cities that have implemented it, they do generate some revenue, but a lot of it goes back to cover those costs and those increased administrative burdens. So code enforcement, law enforcement, background checks, things like that.
And for some of these, it would be a cost recovery, right? I mean, we would bill them for doing the process.
Absolutely. We would recommend 100% cost recovery for any staff time required to implement this program.
Thank you.
So I think I covered everything on this slide. So getting to our recommended action, again, everything that's proposed here is based on best practices from HDL, as well as a lot of ongoing and additional research by city staff, as well as input from the community, the cannabis industry, the Bureau of Cannabis Control. However, nothing is being decided tonight except for one particular thing, which is to provide direction to the city staff and ultimately the Planning Commission, which will have to be a hearing body for any amendments to the zoning code section of the municipal code, as to how to proceed regarding the regulation of commercial cannabis activity. And then some specific direction, really that number one question is confirm whether or not we are going to be moving forward with an ordinance to allow and regulate commercial cannabis. And if the answer to that question is yes, if there is any specific feedback or recommendations related to zones, buffers, getting to Councilman Zara and I believe Councilman Silva's concerns, permitted cannabis business types. So right now we are proposing to allow in a limited form all types of cannabis businesses, so not just the retail, but also the manufacturing and industrial components. But if you wanted to reduce that to limit the types that are being allowed. Any comments on the selection process, where the council's goals might be, or any recommendations on that selection process, and then speaking to that weighted review criteria.
Okay, thanks very much, Matt. And we'll come back to that last slide I'd ask. I know we all have a lot of comments and thoughts at this point, but I think it'll be informed by the public speakers that we have. So I'd ask, unless you have some pressing question that you need to ask Mr. Folks right now.
Just one question, and this may be more for our city manager. Now, what is the estimated revenue that, or projected revenue that could be raised, and what would be the uses of this? How would it be expensed? Or
again, what we would recommend initially is not a percentage of sales or anything like that. It would be through a development agreement, and so we could look at a potential or look at a flat rate, say like $250,000 per dispensary and X amount per manufacturing or something like that.
So individual development agreements with each of the businesses that
Correct.
We would be talking about.
Yes, individual development agreements. And that's how a lot of cities started out, get it established, and then eventually go to the taxpayers to say, hey, this is what's been generating. These are the expenses. We believe an X amount of rate of tax on cannabis would be appropriate. One of the things we have to make sure of is we've heard a lot about the state and basically overtaxing cannabis, which still creates that market for black market. So I think the state is still kind of going back and forth as to where they're at on that. So another reason why to go forward with a development agreement. But as far as the amount of revenues, it would be 5 times 250 or, plus however much would be charged for the manufacturing. We would want to make sure that we cover our bases, but we'd also be looking at what are those potential expenditures that we know we would need to do. So enforced or enhanced code enforcement. What is the cost of a fully burdened code enforcement, equipment, vehicle for that person and all that stuff? Charge that off. So it would kind of be a backwards motion as to what are we looking, what do we know that we would need to do? Is there additional law enforcement needs? Is there additional drug education? And then as Matt mentioned, there's also the ability for the community benefit portion. So we would be looking at, okay, what, first of all, do other cities have comparable? So we could say, per dispensary, they have contributed, $50,000 per year towards this type of community benefit, which could go towards, drug education and community events and other things that are, helping people in the community and mostly in the lower income areas. So those are all the things that between now and it coming through Planning Commission and back to Council, we'll be looking at more closely.
Right, and I know this question is probably going to come up from the residents and public, but I'd love to hear about more the public safety aspects and especially in those areas as well, and what measures that you have for safeguarding the areas.
Well, as it relates to specific facilities, there's no less than a page and a half of security requirements that are going to be required at every location, including 24/7 on-site security cameras that are tied directly to the police department, recording a video. At the state level and the local level, there is a substantial amount of security provisions that are required to ensure that these locations do not become a haven for criminal activity and any activity in the surrounding area. And there are studies that seem to bear that out, and there are studies that don't seem to bear that out. And so the results are somewhat mixed, but there are many studies and some recent studies that would say that locations where cannabis businesses operate do not see a marked increase in criminal activity, and in many cases see a reduced amount of criminal activity directly related to the cannabis facility.
And Mr. Folks, in your experience, since you were with Santa Ana, have you gotten any report from the Santa Ana police, city manager, of how their facilities are in terms of crime, safety, security?
Sure. I don't have specific calls for service numbers, but I know that the police chief, our chief, spoke with the chief in Santa Ana and did anecdotally get comments that they have very low calls for service at their facilities, and they have about 23 retail locations throughout the city. And so they are not a marked increase in calls for service related to those.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Folks, very much. At this time, we're going to open it up to public comment. I would ask the city clerk, how many public comments and requests to speak do you have?
I have 25 in-person requests to speak.
Okay, and e-comments?
We have 8 e-comments.
Okay. The e-comments, would you go ahead and summarize? And I'd like to reduce the amount of time for the public speakers in order to keep this moving to 2 minutes. Without objection, that's so ordered.
But, Madam Mayor, if we're going to lower the time to 2 minutes, could we read the email comments in full?
Sure.
Well, she said there were 80.
8.
8.
Oh, I'm sorry.
8.
I misheard.
It's hard to say 8 e-comments clearly. Too much alliteration.
Absolutely, with the 2-minute limit, just as the public speakers.
Well, I guess the other thing I comment just for the public is that this is the beginning of a direction. There'll be other opportunities for the public to address this matter as we go through this process, both at the Planning Commission level, the City Council level, through the public hearing process.
Yep.
These all look very short, so we'll get through this quickly. This is from Christina Sava. Writes to support your proposed cannabis program. Local regulated cannabis will protect the local community and bring jobs and revenue to the city. A cannabis ordinance will also help the city to eliminate its illegal cannabis businesses. Please also consider that the California cannabis industry is already under extreme financial pressure, and high local fees and taxes will prevent your cannabis businesses from competing with the illegal market. This is from Michael Chernis. He's an attorney representing cannabis businesses and appreciates your consideration of a cannabis ordinance. Please reconsider the scoring categories in the draft screening application. This looks very similar to what was used in West Hollywood, which was fraught with problems. The primary issue is Section 2 for design concept. It makes no sense when applicants are not even required to have a location to apply. It results in meaningless submissions. This is from Jacqueline Hernandez. Illicit cannabis retail stores are a public health crisis in the city of Fullerton. Regulated cannabis businesses is the answer. By passing this ordinance, you will open business opportunity as well as possible city revenue. Please make the change your residents deserve and allow them safe access to this regulated substance. Plants over pills every time, and clean plants with a regulated system to safer consumption for all involved. This is from a guest user. As the city is looking for cost-saving measures due to loss of revenue from COVID-19, this would be a great way to bring a new industry and tax dollars to Fullerton. Also from a guest user, as the city is looking for cost-saving measures due to loss of revenue from COVID-19, this would be a great way to bring new industry and tax dollars to Fullerton. Another from a guest user, I support the draft. On behalf of Element 7, they advocate for fair employment across the cannabis industry. Operators should be making commitments to training standards, local employment considerations, living wages and other benefits, and involvement of the unions, particularly like UFCW. Unions play a vital role in developing standards, work practices, sustainable workforce, and community integration in the cannabis industry. And one more from a guest user. I fully support the adoption of a commercial cannabis ordinance in the city of Fullerton. My one question regarding the ordinance is who is HDL Companies? Why were they asked to draft the ordinance? And what qualifies them as cannabis experts in the state of California? And that's all the e-comments.
Okay, thank you very much. If you are a member of the public and are here to speak on this item, please come forward to the microphone. Whoever's closest, you're first, okay? And you have 2 minutes. I know it's a little difficult to see the timer over here, but there is a green, yellow, and a red timer.
Where is it? Where's the timer?
Right here on the podium.
Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Awesome. Hi, my name is Courtney Cross. I've met a few of you over Zoom. Hello. I work at Connected Cherry and I am a member of the UFCW 324. I currently live in Fullerton. I've been here for 5 years. I love it here. I think what cannabis could bring, legalizing cannabis for the community would not only generate revenue for the city, but also it could help break the negative stigma that cannabis does have currently. What the e-comment was saying about pills over plants, all the way. There is something in cannabis for everybody that can be beneficial in a way for mental health, for overall health. It not only can just enrich the life of everybody, we also are an essential business. Over the last 3 months, we've actually seen a spike, an increase of people coming in, first-time patients, who are curious about what it is cannabis can do for them. I think with that being said, legal cannabis could do a lot for the city, but more importantly, it should be attached with having the protection of the union. I feel like they not only have us covered in the sense that it is a new industry, there's nothing that has happened before that can be measured up against what we're dealing with now in regards to a living wage or benefits. I'm 32 years old. I just got full-time benefits for the first time in my entire industry of customer service. So for that being said, yeah, I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council for hearing us. My name is Zachary. I've worked in the cannabis industry for about 5 years, 2 years in the medical industry before legalization and 3 in recreational legalization. Briefly about me, about 5 years ago, I actually was diagnosed with lymphoma, and previous to that, I had never tried cannabis in my life. When I was 19, was the scariest thing I'd ever gone through. I was becoming addicted to narcotics through my chemotherapy. I was having trouble getting through the chemotherapy, the total just decimation of my body. And it was actually my very religious mother who reached out to me and asked me if at that time I wanted to try cannabis to help me with my symptoms. And I did. And by far, I would say that was the one thing that kept me going through my chemo and able to come out on the other end and stand before you here 6 years later and say that cannabis and the industry as a whole has changed my life for the better more than anything in my whole experience on this planet. Briefly, I just want to remind you that not only can cannabis benefit individuals themselves, but it is a great benefit for your city as well. I'll briefly speak about a couple of the things that I believe cannabis can do for you, and then just wrap it up with my personal experience. First off, though, the police system is so full of cannabis ticketing, cannabis possession, and with the implementation of legalized and regulated cannabis, studies show that about 56 to 74% of your arrests for cannabis could be taken and put on something that is much more important and detrimental to your city. That is 75% arrests that could be going to something else way more important. Second to that, I just want to also mention our very overcrowded prison system and how we could free up a lot of room for people who really deserve to be in there instead of people who may have had a joint. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Ashley Stanley, and I've worked for Albertsons for 18 years. I am a shop steward for the UFCW 324, and I'm also a Fullerton resident. I have 3 kids, and I support my family on the one income. So working for the union has brought in affordable health care. It's provided good wages, and they support all their workers. And I know that our city is facing a budget crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and I believe that revenues could really help bring our city back like it's done in Long Beach and Santa Ana. So please consider this for our city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Tony DeSimone. I'm a Cal State Fullerton alumni and North Orange County resident. I am the founder of Canna America. We are the second cannabis license in the city of La Habra. I also have a commercial cannabis cultivation facility in Northern California. My company would like to open a facility for operations in the city of Fullerton. I ask council to pass all types of cannabis licenses in the city of Fullerton in order to receive the full funding of cannabis tax revenue from the state, as well as provide more broad employment opportunity and economic benefits to the Fullerton residents. I would also ask you to consider including incentives to hire local workers, as well as make a commitment for cannabis companies to provide a livable wage for workers. I would also like the council to consider adding language to protect labor and peace agreements for employees of cannabis companies. I look forward to all of your respected decisions on this matter. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, and as the next speaker comes up, if there are more public speakers, there is room to continue to line up here. Please.
Hi, my name is Christine Donaldson. I work at Connected Cannabis in Bellflower, California, and I am I'm a union member at UFCW 324. Expanding legal cannabis is incredibly important to me because it is an opportunity to create good living wage jobs. I know this because I started working in cannabis 8 years ago in San Diego when only unlicensed shops existed. Since then, 5 years ago, when they started issuing medical licenses, that's when I moved on to the legal market because working in unlicensed shops was not only detrimental to workers, but to also people that we're providing product to. A lot of store managers didn't care where they were getting product from. They would just buy stuff to flip it, to get money. We would sell stuff with pesticides, mold all over it, and sell it to sick people. That is when I knew how to get out of the unlicensed market. Licensed cannabis sold in shops is cleaner than organic produce sold at grocery stores. They have to go through intense testing to make sure that there's no metals, no pesticides, to ensure cleanliness that we are smoking that are not harmful to everyone and sick people as well. I participate a lot in my community, local cannabis organizations to help out my neighborhood, beach cleanups, donations for school drives as well as food drives, and just helping out the community overall. I'm here today to ask you not only to expand opportunities for legal cannabis, but to make sure that workers that can benefit from this industry have protections and are able to earn good living wages. We urge you to pass this ordinance and labor peace included for the workers. This industry is continuously proving to boost the economy, revenue, and cities, as well as providing hundreds of jobs for the people. This is the new frontier, and it's thriving. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Cameron, and I am a cannabis consultant at Chronic Pain Relief in Long Beach, California, and a current UFCW union member. Between 2014 and 2018, I was heavily involved in the black market industry. I was unaware at the time the legality of my line of work, and to my knowledge, cannabis was legal. I was just working a 9-to-5 job just like everyone else. Unfortunately, that couldn't be farther from the truth. Black market dispensaries have specific tactics to run illegal businesses without the staff being aware. They target recent high school graduates anywhere from 17 to 19 years old in whichever city that they can manipulate a landlord to lease them a storefront in. These are our own young adults in our communities with no idea that they have rights when it comes to working in cannabis. Working 14 to 17 hours a day, scheduled for the day from open to close, no overtime, no regular breaks, and they are told every day how many people want their positions and how easily replaceable they are. Inevitably, once the black market shop is identified, water and electricity are cut off. But that doesn't mean that they stop working. It just means that they are working through those 14 hours straight without bathrooms, without running water, and without air conditioning. The thing was, if you called your manager to complain, they'd tell you to suck it up or be fired. There was no ability to protect your young staff force, no ability to verify products being sold to residents in your own community, and no ability to secure the patrons or staff. At any point, you could be robbed, or a rival gang or group could come into your shop. You could even get raided by the shop cops or sheriffs. They would come in at multiple locations and ask you to leave. It is incredibly scary and traumatizing and not something anyone should go through while working. Now, I compare that with my current work in the legal and unionized shop where we are treated fairly and equally. Our contracts guarantee sick time breaks, lunches, and other job protections like regular wage increases. Additionally, expanding legal cannabis means that people will have access to safe products from knowledgeable and fairly treated employees. When people have jobs that treat them well and take care of them, they are also going to take care of their customers and their product.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Christian Nitu. Thank you, Honorable Council, Mayor, and staff for allowing me to speak. I kind of want to just say a few points on cannabis industry since I've been a part of it for the last 6 years. I've also worked in 6 different states, including working with the Marijuana Enforcement Division and the Department of Revenue in the state of Colorado. I want to thank actually the committee who spearheaded this cannabis research, mainly due to the fact of how thorough, unbiased, and collective they've gone through the process of putting together the meetings, the information packets, and everything for everyone to observe. I did have a point. I operate 2 stores, one in Long Beach and one in San Diego. One thing I did want to note that I saw was missing from the ordinance draft was the need for curbside. Since COVID-19, we've had a lot of issues with having social distancing within our stores. We try to allow people to come in as quickly as possible. But because the state does not allow for curbside pickup, it's something that the cities actually proactively put into their ordinance, something that I would request if you guys are looking at doing this as well. Right now, I know there's a lot of people that think you're going to bring in a lot of revenue from it. That's just not the truth. I think the thing that you have to keep in mind is that it's actually costing the city money right now not having it legalized. due to the fact that you have illicit deliveries coming into the city, people going to places like Santa Ana and coming back to here and dealing with the consequences. One thing to note is that the city of Denver actually makes 3 times as much more money than it costs them to actually regulate in the city. The last point I wanted to make was when we talk about social equity within the industry, what we're actually saying is that we're looking for minority representation. If you look at a lot of the cities in California, a lot of the businesses who've won these licenses come from venture-backed companies or big corporations. So we ask and implore you guys to look for minority representation when looking at these license winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. And if there are other public comment speakers, please go ahead and come on in and line up.
My name is Matthew Guerrero, and on the 600 square foot buffer, I recommend to exempt non-retail storefront locations. These facilities are required to have high security measures, and there's no evidence of an industrial farm location harming school children. 5 licenses as a limit should be set aside when someone wants 1,000 square feet for a non-retail location. Background checks are easier than you think. There's more burden placed on the applicant than anyone, and third-party contractors would love to take on this task. I found out why the federal government banned a plant with which we all know now helps someone with lymphoma. I found out it wasn't for the reasons taught. Nixon never cared about the plant. He only cared about black and brown people and wanted to protect them from white people. This all happened when you had 2 channels and 1 newspaper to read information. He didn't want peanut butter and jelly, so he banned the jelly, and you ended up with black market jelly sales all over the country. This plant is proving more beneficial to human health than any plant in the grocery store. If you must take applications for this human right, please pass every single application that goes through. And if you're concerned about addicts, cannabis doesn't grow that number, lack of social assistance does. I commend you all for your service and hope you keep this ball rolling as we recover from Watergate.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Shantae Henderson. I work for Connected Cannabis in Long Beach, California, and I assume the role as lead receptionist as well as a shop steward. Tonight I'm discussing with you the stale image that cannabis has. The patients that I see and serve every day are not your typical stereotypes. They're from all walks of life, both young and old, and both first-time patients and seasonal users. They all come to us for well-informed information so that they can make a safe and conscious decision on the product that is right for them. This isn't limited to just Cherry over in Long Beach. Plenty of Fullerton residents already use cannabis recreationally, but they either have to drive really far to use it or they're using something that's unregulated and untested, and it's much better to provide a option for them to use within the city so that they can make that safe decision. We are not a trap shop. We are a legitimate business that is staffed by knowledgeable professionals. When you walk into our store, you can ask us as many questions as you like in order for you to get to that point where you make the decision of the medicine you would like. Whether you are using it medicinally or not, you reap the medical benefits either way. It's always good to see when first-time patients come in, kind of scared, shaken, thinking that they have a really bad trap shop image of what the shop is going to be like. And then they see my face at the front, and they automatically are a little bit relieved, and they go inside, and everything's polished and bright, and it's kind of like an Apple store. It's much better than you would assume. A lot of the mysticism comes from a lack of knowledge, so I open you guys to come and visit. If you feel like it, I'll be there to greet you. But this is more important.
I think we are smiling under our masks right now. So,
okay. We are here to ensure that our patients have the utmost care. That also goes for our staff members. So that is guaranteed with a union. We want to have good jobs that are not go nowhere, dead-end jobs. We are legitimate. Darn. Okay. Well, thank you. Fitted me a chair.
thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Kitty Jaramillo, District 4. I'm just here, of course, in support of the cannabis ordinance. But I do have a couple of concerns with it. And I don't want it rushed through because I'm concerned with no residential boundaries, that they can be right directly next to residential, which all these ladies behind me are concerned with. And also the peace agreements with any employees that they decide to hire. Those issues are up to you guys to do whatever you deem necessary for our city. And what I kind of equate it to is when we allowed the downtown to be filled with all the bars and restaurants with no CUPs. It wasn't you guys on council. It was previous councils. But look at the problems that PD had and the city had, the maintenance yard had. For how many years did we lose a lot of money for not doing it right from the get-go? So that's my concern. You know, you guys have this ball in your hands. No rush. This has been going on for a long time now. So get the ordinance together the right way. Make it for the city of Fullerton. I know the state requires something else, but I know you can accommodate it to your city, to each city. So I, of course, want that it goes in strictly industrial, but I know maybe that might not be possible. But that's what I need you guys to look at. I hope, anyway, that you look at it. No need to vote yes tonight until you get that ordinance straightened out regarding a peace agreement and the distance from a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Ilse Miranda. I am here as a mother of 4, and I live on the Woodcrest community. I do not agree with these legal dispensaries. There used to be one on Euclid and Baker, and I think they're opening another one, and we had a lot of issues. People from outside coming in and out with, they don't look very good. They don't look like people from here. They look very, like their clothes is like very bad looking. I mean, I'm not being racist or anything, but it's in my residential area. The school is about like 100 feet from the dispensary. We had a lot of issues. We advocate for that dispensary to be shut down. It took like about 9 months. And since you guys are very lack of staff with code enforcement, so we had a lot of issues with that. I'm not supporting this decision, but I know I respect everybody that does that and they use it recreational or not. We have a city and we have our kids that we want to make them grow in the better city possible. We already have a problem with a lot of alcohol usage in downtown Fullerton, and people come from outside. They come here, they disturb sometimes. They have to get a lot of police officers on duty, and there's just a lot of things happening when the downtown Fullerton it's on the weekends or anytime. A lot of drinking, and now put that with drug usage. So we're going to see a lot of problems with our youth, a lot of DUIs with people coming here, deaths, you name it. I do not approve it, but if you do, make sure if it's medicinal, do it where the hospitals are.
Thank you.
That should be a good place for it.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh, I should have mentioned too publicly that we have interpreters here, translators here. I'm really sorry that I didn't say that earlier, but.
My name is Carolina. I live in District 5. I'm against the dispensary of marijuana to be set up near our districts.
Tenemos demasiados problemas sociales con nuestros jóvenes y 5 dispensarios estarían trayendo más problemas.
I believe we have too many problems already with our youth, and having 5 dispensaries there will bring up even more problems.
Aunque lo aprueben ustedes, a mí no me gustaría que estuvieran no en 600 pies, estaría a 100 pies de escuelas, parques.
And if you do approve it, however, I would like for it to be further away than 100 feet from schools, parks.
1,000. Instead of 600,
1,000. Instead of 600, 1,000 feet away from schools, parks.
Y me gustaría que en vez de zonas comerciales, busquen zonas industriales.
And I would like for them to be placed instead of commercial zones in industrial areas.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mi nombre es Sandra Mejía.
My name is Sandra Mejia.
No estoy de acuerdo con los dispensarios de marihuana.
I do not agree with marijuana dispensaries
cerca de los parques y escuelas,
near parks or schools
por lo menos 1,000 pies de distancia.
by at least 1,000 feet away from them.
Ustedes busquen otras opciones,
Please do find other solutions,
otros lugares industriales
other industrial places,
y reduzcan las cantidades de centros de venta
and please reduce the number of centers or points of sale,
y no lo pongan en el Distrito 5
and please do not place them in District 5
por los jóvenes,
because of our youth.
que hay que apoyarlos
We need to support them
para que no se induzcan en las drogas.
so they don't get involved with drugs.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank
Good night.
you. Next speaker, and if there are more public speakers on this item, please line up.
Hello. Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Candace Hawes, and I'm the Executive Director of Orange County NORML, which stands for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. Our organization was founded here in Orange County in 2003, and I'm actually a mother of 2 small children. We applaud the staff, the city staff, and their work on creating this ordinance that you guys have before you today. As a reminder, Fullerton residents supported Prop 64 with 51.47%, a difference of over 1,500 votes in support. Your leadership in establishing regulations is necessary to implement Prop 64. Licensing commercial cannabis activities can provide opportunities for business development, create jobs, a new stream of revenue, provide nonprofits with resources, help public safety, and is the right thing to do for your residents. As you know, cannabis was recently declared an essential service by the state. The only other city in the whole county where patients and adult consumers can buy cannabis is Santa Ana. You are losing tax revenue every day when your residents travel out of the city. They receive a delivery or they visit an illegal dispensary. Neighborhood safety is a common concern that we hear at NORML. Studies have shown that where illegal commercial cannabis activity takes place, crime rates actually drop. Our task force recently sent you guys all letters outlining some of the concerns that we had on the draft ordinance, but tonight I did want to address the license cap. We feel that 5 retail licenses is just way too low by any standard. 5 licenses for each activity is completely unnecessary and counterproductive to Fullerton's clear goal of creating good paying, skilled jobs for residents. Fullerton has over 140,000 residents and over 20,000 college students. Many cities use population as a factor in setting their license caps. However, given that Fullerton will be the second city in Orange County to authorize retail sales, we strongly recommend a significantly higher number of licenses to support the legal market. For reference, the city of Fullerton currently has 103 licensed off-premises alcohol retailers, similar to cannabis retail dispensaries.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we support moving forward in this process to Planning Commission.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Mireya Figueroa, and I live in District Number 5, and I am a mother of 2 children, 14 and 12 years old. I'm here to ask if these cannabis places will be here in Fullerton. Please do it away from school, parks, and residentials. Right now, we already have problems with our young people, and if you guys gonna bring these places, please do it away from our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Alma Chávez.
My name is Alma Chavez.
Soy mamá de 5 hijos.
I'm the mother of 5 children.
Vivo en Fullerton desde el 2000.
I live in Fullerton since 2000.
Estoy aquí porque no estoy de acuerdo con los dispensarios de marihuana.
I'm here because I don't agree with marijuana dispensaries being here.
Ahorita he estado escuchando
I have been listening
que todos los que están aquí a favor de los dispensarios
that everyone who's here in favor of marijuana dispensaries
son de otras ciudades.
come from other cities.
Y siempre pasa lo mismo.
And that's always the case.
Se pone unos business y se ponen unos negocios y ven a gente de afuera y los pone aquí.
They see a business opportunity and they just come in and set up shop over here.
Y la mayoría de los dueños son personas de otros lugares
And the owners tend to be people from other places
que vienen y se enriquecen
who just come get rich
y se vienen y se enriquecen con nuestra comunidad.
from our community.
Entonces, les pedimos, por favor,
So we're asking you to please,
no los queremos cerca de las escuelas,
we don't want those businesses near our schools.
no los queremos en ninguna parte,
We don't want them anywhere.
pero si ustedes los quieren,
But if you do want them here,
vayan y pónganlos cerca de sus casas.
please place them nearby your homes.
Si ustedes quieren que sus hijos consuman marihuana,
If you want your children
O
to
sus
consume
nietos.
marijuana or your grandchildren to do that,
o las personas que están cerca de su familia,
or people near to your families,
es su decisión.
that is your decision.
Pero no queremos que nuestros hijos estén involucrados en eso.
But we do not want our children to get involved with that.
He visto cómo los niños los venden a las personas se los venden afuera de las escuelas. Yo lo he
I've
visto.
seen people selling drugs outside of schools. I have seen it myself.
Y no es cierto que cuando sean controlados no va a haber.
And it's not true that once this issue is controlled, this is not going to happen anymore.
Porque eso está pasando con los cohetes.
Because it's happening with fireworks.
Thank you.
How many fireworks do we see this year?
Okay,
And they're supposed to be controlled.
thank you so much, Ms. Chavez. Next
And then,
speaker.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I do believe that when there's an interpreter, they get double the time, right? Right, so when there's an interpreter,
Okay,
just
sorry.
for future, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Alma, you want to continue? Okay.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Karime. I live in Fullerton for over 30 years, and I'm really concerned about the dispensaries. I don't think it's fair that you guys bring them. I understand that it's money for the city, and the city needs it right now, but it keeps doing the same thing. Where are you guys going to put the dispensaries? Like Alma said, not to be rude, but do you want them next to your house? No. I worked, and the dispensary was next to my job. I started losing customers, and that money, you guys are not giving it to me. So if you guys want dispensaries, go ahead. Put them next to your house. See what problems bring. We don't have enough police officers. They want to defund the police officers, and now they're going to have more problems. You know how many times I had to lock down where I worked? Because it's scary when you see like people coming over and over. Until you guys don't experience that, I'm sorry, but you cannot come and say you guys want that. Until you work next to a dispensary or you guys live next to it, then you guys have the right to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Pilar Maldonado.
My name is Pilar Maldonado.
Yo vivo acá en Fullerton,
I live here in Fullerton,
en la calle entre Richmond y Valencia.
on Richmond and Valencia.
Y yo he vivido en carne propia.
I have lived it firsthand.
Tenemos problemas de pandillas,
The problems such as gang problems,
drogas,
drug problems,
muchachos encarcelados,
incarcerated youth,
alcoholismo
alcoholism,
y poner más, y abrir dispensarios.
and to open up more dispensaries.
Yo pienso que va a ser que los muchachos se pierdan más.
I believe it's going to cause our youth to get lost or to go astray.
Les pido por favor que por nuestra juventud, por nuestros hijos,
So I ask you to please, for our youth, for our children,
no nada más vean lo económico, sino
don't only
vean
look at
todo el daño que todas las consecuencias que trae.
the monetary consequences of this, but all the effects, all the consequences that our children may face because of this.
Es por los centros de rehabilitación.
Rehabilitation
que tienen que
centers,
ir, dejan de estudiar.
oftentimes is where they end up. They end up not studying,
En las
or they
cárceles,
stop going to school, they end up in jail.
yo pienso que uno como madre quiere lo mejor para sus hijos.
And I believe as a mother that we want the best for them, for our children.
Que abriendo los dispensarios de marihuana
And I think that by opening these marijuana dispensaries,
no es una buena solución.
it's not the solution. It's not the way to go.
Y si los llegan a abrir, pero yo estoy en contra y tengo muchas personas que lo están,
And
pero
if
no
you
han
do
sido
open them,
informadas acerca de este meeting, no saben.
if you do open them, and I know a lot of people feel like I do, they unfortunately don't know about these meetings, so they have not been informed about them.
Yo pienso que nos tienen que pedir opinión a las personas donde los piensan abrir.
And I believe that those are people that you should ask before you set up shops near them. They should ask their opinion about doing so.
Y por favor, tomen en consideración que nosotros queremos lo mejor para nuestros hijos.
And please keep in mind that we want the best for our children, and this is not the solution. This is not the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Tony Bushala, and it's very interesting, although somewhat frustrating, that we find ourselves here tonight discussing this issue yet again. Some of you may recall in 2016, all the issues surrounding marijuana dispensaries had been resolved to the satisfaction of both staff and City Council. A 1,000-foot exclusion zone was indicated for schools, parks, and significantly residential use. The map and the code were all but voted on. Then in November 15, 2019, Councilman Jesus Silva, who was mayor at the time, brought this issue to the forefront, and the item was again debated. As you may recall, we heard from several members of the public during public comment stating they did not want marijuana dispensaries located anywhere near residential zones. The council stated that it was going to be brought forward, and that would be the case. No dispensaries would be close to residential zones. Now the issue has returned tonight, and strangely, with an even smaller exclusion zone that was discussed in 2016 and 2019, the proposed exclusion zone has now been reduced to 600 feet, and for some reason, residential zones are no longer excluded in the buffer map. That is not right, and it is not smart. If we want to plan properly for these facilities, it should be done in the most conservative way possible, knowing that in the future the code can be amended as needed to respond to our experience. And it should be done in a way that will not alienate neighboring residents. We need as much public support for this use as possible. For the record, all the meetings that were held, I attended 2 of them. Most of them were all marijuana lobbyists and people in the marijuana industry. There were very few people from the community. I asked you to approve the 2016 staff recommendation that included a 1,000-foot radius buffer from park, schools, and most importantly, housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Mayor, City Council people, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mark Neineber. My wife and I are 41-year residents of Fullerton. We all live in a great country that has a form of government that has afforded us unprecedented freedom and opportunity. We're not perfect, but we have a long record as a country of doing what's right and doing what's excellent. And as we all know, there's a small but loud group of people currently tearing down the icons of our culture, memorials to people who founded our country and gave them and us the opportunity to protest and to speak our minds. So that's going on. What's happening in Fullerton? We have a homeless situation. We have a bar culture that brings in a lot of business, I understand, but from communities outside mostly that don't necessarily respect our property. And the maintenance, cleanup, and repair costs threaten to negate any revenue that comes in. Now, not during COVID, but we also have a parking issue. And you hear it all the time. Our roads are atrocious. If I'd wanted to drive on washboard roads, I would have lived in the country. So what's the weighty issue that we're considering before us tonight? The legalization of the selling of a plant that for the user adversely affects their senses and for some generates episodes of psychotic and violence, which would cause incidents for our already overburdened police department. A police department, by the way, that my wife and I support. We're proud to have them in our community, keeping us safe. You don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. If there are improvements to be made, that's what we do in our country. We don't throw them out. So, why are we doing this? For money, and excuse the pun, it's the cheapest of all commodities. And it's not even clear that the revenues from these legalized outlets would not be undercut by the illegal ones.
Thank you very much.
So we
Appreciate
want you
your
to do the
comments.
right thing and
Thank
make
you.
the excellent choice as a leader. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Christy Sims, a resident of Fullerton. I do not support legalizing cannabis activities in Fullerton. In California, 3 times more cannabis is sold at illegal stores than legal stores. Merrick Garcetti in Los Angeles, where it is legal, has said that illegal cannabis shops have been bedeviling the city's legal marketplace, and a major crackdown is necessary. It's estimated that crackdown will cost tens of millions of dollars in police enforcement. So as you see, legalizing the sale of cannabis will not solve the problem of illegal shops in our community. On the contrary, legal shops enable the illegal shops to increase and blend in, and this makes the job of policing more difficult. It even further complicates the efforts to eliminate illegal businesses, as described by Mr. Folks. This increase in burden on our hardworking police department is the last thing it needs in this era of COVID budget cuts. We do not want ever more contaminated products sold at illegal stores, not to mention their bending of laws regarding underage customers. Whether it's illegal or legal, do we want to make it easier to obtain cannabis in Fullerton? What will it bring to the people of our community? Cannabis influenced driving, cannabis added to the alcohol scene in our downtown, cannabis further degrading the lives of the homeless, cannabis causing addictions and mental illness, and cannabis stunting the brain development of our youth in the city of education. Please do not further this issue on in the city and consider killing it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, good evening. Eklund Nunzi, longtime resident of Fullerton. And where I think I bring us to all here, we are very concerned parents about the dispensaries. They are thinking, the regulation for this dispensary in our city. And as a parent, our priority is the safety of our children. We see, and you see I'm part of different organizations and group of parents, and we all see what it is Friday, Saturday, the weekend, the police department is in the downtown. It's not in our suburbs, in our areas when we have a lot of crime. Increase of theft in our area is our poor area of Fullerton, the south part of Fullerton. We are experiencing, at this moment, is outrageous. You cannot leave your car, they're breaking your windows, we have a lot of crime. How this is going to impact our community, our children. And what I see, the 600 feet is not enough. It had to be 1,000. Actually, personally, I will not want it in our city. But we understand the majority of Californians vote yes for the marijuana. But we as a parent, we want to protect our children. And I think all of you, please help us to achieve this as a parent. This is a big concern. We have illegal shop opening all the time. We don't have enough staff in the city. Like I will say, we experience that in our neighborhood. It's people undesirable they were in those shops. They open, I don't know how much is the fine, because like a month later, they open in the next corner and they're jumping in the next corner. And we cannot even keep track of that situation. Please help us to make safe our children. Teachers, we have made for the last panel for outreach the community. The majority we were not able because we were in the middle of COVID-19. The majority of parents here, they were not able to be in the meeting. Please give us the opportunity to learn more if you want our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And if there are more members of the public who wish to speak on this item, if you could come line up. Please.
Hello. My name is Lucia Maturino, and I have been a part of Fullerton, a resident of Fullerton since for 65 years. I went to all the schools here in Fullerton and colleges here in Fullerton, and to me, this is a city that I am deeply, deeply proud of because it has offered great opportunities for myself, an immigrant from Mexico, brought when I was a year and a half. My parents taught me, conservative values. And one of the things they always stressed was do not use drugs. And we have in our schools, we have Red Ribbon Week telling our kids not to use drugs. So to me, this seems so hypocritical that now we are saying our city is okay with selling marijuana. When I heard that this was going to occur, I was deeply shocked and very upset about it. And I am not in support of the marijuana dispensaries. I'm not in support of all the alcohol as well, but that's something, again, that was already passed and it's too late. But I just want you to know that really think clearly, really look in your hearts, open your hearts and realize, is this really what we want, a reputation of not only bars, but now we want, on top of all that, marijuana, which I do consider a drug. And today it's a lot stronger than in my day. During the hippie days, it was a lot less strength, but now it's very strong, and it's even considered a hallucinogen in many cases. If people want to buy their marijuana or any other supplements, why don't they go to Santa Ana? It's not that far. Just drive over there. But I don't want our city, Fullerton, the city that I love deeply with all my heart and have been praying that everyone please open your minds and hearts to see that this is not something that we or I in Fullerton really want, and I will fight very hard to stop it.
Thank you. Are there any more public speakers on this item? Ms. City Clerk, do you hear from staff that there are any more speakers in other rooms or that need time to get here? No more speakers. No, okay. Seeing no more public comment, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Mr. Folks, I'd ask you to put up the slide, please, for the action exactly. Thank you. You read my mind. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Who'd like to start?
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Yeah. To staff, thank you for bringing this item back and letting us discuss it. One of the reasons I was on there to bring it back because I do see some of the potential for our economic, for our local economy, and I understand the fears and the concerns that parents have, and they're all referencing illegal shops. And I think this might be a way to remove those illegal shops and get rid of that process where they're selling to minors. They have these scary people coming up to their shops. So this might be a way to do it. And again, this is the first process, so I do want to see what it looks like. One of the things that I've have been thinking about if we move with this item forward is what I call Fullerton First. And one of the things is I do want to see if this goes forward that we are supporting our Fullerton residents. One of the speakers mentioned how these outside people come in, start a business, and leave. And that was one of the things that I was concerned about. So in the application process, the rubric, the metrics, I did ask Mr. Folks to include a section where you need to have local ownership. You need to have an investor locally here who's not going to be the majority owner unless he knows the business, because I do want someone, if this moves forward, that knows the business, so that we can go knock at that person's door and say, hey, your business down the street is causing havoc. And that way it involves local ownership, local investment, so we can hold somebody here in the city accountable. Another item that I was contemplating and thinking about a while back was a local hire. And I think now with this COVID-19 going on, this might be a way to not get our economy up into a full-blown where we were prior to the COVID, but I think having local hire, I think having a requirement that they hire local professionals from insurance, architect, janitorial, whatever they need to, insurance, whatever they need to do to open a business, they would be required, or score points if they hire locally. So again, it's not going to cause a great thing initially, but it will help our economy. The other thing that I would like to see, and some people mention here, is a labor peace agreement. And I'd like to see something that talks about including it in the ordinance so that we could look at that. I know the state has one, but I'd like to see something where we do have a labor peace agreement that would kick in when there's 10 or more employees. And there's a concern about the buffering between dispensaries. And my concern with, if we move forward in lowering that or increasing that amount, that if you put up that map, Mr. Fox, like he mentioned, a lot of the things above Chapman are going to be off limits. And then you are going to get a concentration of the dispensaries, the manufacturing and so forth, south of Fullerton, specifically down here in and exactly. And that to me is part of the social equity. If we're going to do this, everyone needs to share in the process. And so that would be my concern if we increase the zone, the buffer zone, that, again, it rolls downhill. So that, I mean, we can look at it, but going forward, that's my concern. And also, so that would be my starting point, that I think we would need to go forward, but I would ask that we include that labor peace agreement so that we can provide the local hires a place where they can work and possibly afford to live in Fullerton. I know my daughters, my stepdaughter, and they're having a hard time renting here. They want to be on their own because it is expensive. So this might be a way to help some of these local hires, local professionals generate income and live here. Now, I do get the fear of the parents and the concerns, but again, those are coming from our experience and my experience with these illegal shops. And I do think if we go with legal shops, some of those concerns will be eliminated. And so I would like to, go to the next step, provide some direction, and see what we can come up with. This is the first step. It still has to go a long way, and hoping to see what happens.
So as far as specific direction requested, then the first thing is to confirm whether you want to move forward with an ordinance to allow and regulate this. And you would say?
I would say yes, if it includes a labor peace agreement that would have be at 10 or more employees.
So so that is your direction on the drafting of the ordinance.
That would be one. I mean, that's just one mind.
Right.
We're going to do this. I'd like to include that so when it comes back, we can see it, we can discuss it.
Yep. So I think we all understand that. And maybe I just ask council members, since there is quite a bit to provide feedback on, if maybe as we all give our comments, you can say whether or not you want to move forward with an ordinance and then give specific feedback. So then if there are any motions, we can go into that. Mr. Zara?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank everybody for coming out and speaking their opinions. I think it's a very important topic, and I want to thank you all for coming in this. This is not an easy thing, and I've said this before. I don't use this, but I know that there are a lot of people who do. And one of the biggest important things for a local government is to provide safety, public safety, and that includes consumer safety as well. So one of the big issues that I see is from the illegal dispensaries is that they do provide, there is a lack of security measures, there's a lack of safety measures, but including also the product that they sell as well. So, but at the same time, we cannot ignore our residents and their fears and their concerns. One of the biggest, I know we did 3 public community forums, but I was disappointed that none of them were in Spanish, and they didn't reach out to the Spanish-speaking population that we have. I think there was I think this was very expedient in how it was brought to council, and it did lack quite a bit of outreach and understanding. From the comments I'm hearing, there's quite a bit of still skepticism on the plant itself. I know Lucia called it a drug. There are a lot of things that still need to be discussed, in my opinion. So I know this is not the final decision today. If we do move forward, I would like to see another a community outreach program or event done specifically to South Fullerton and specifically in Spanish. That is very important for me, that I see that happening, and I think it's important for the community as well. Their fears have to be addressed, and I wouldn't move forward without that. I know there was a lot of issues. For example, I want to address a few things that were mentioned. For example, on the issue of speakers coming from outside the city. I would like to ask on the polling, because I know that there were polling and statistics that were made where overwhelmingly, or there was a large number, I think it was quite significant statistic showing that Fullerton residents do support regulating this. So maybe that could also be brought back or maybe addressed tonight as far as that. The issue of bars downtown and alcohol and so on, I do want to make a distinction here that none of these cannabis, and I've done a lot of research this and I've visited some, and I do encourage people to go visit them to see firsthand whether you agree with it or not. I think it's very enlightening, and I think it's important that you see for yourself so that you can make a distinction between what is a legal operation and what is an illegal operation, because I think that is what we have in our minds. Certainly for me it was before. So I think it's really important, even if you don't believe in this, I think it's important that you do your own research as well and understand those what they are. But for bars and alcohol, the consumption happens on site. And so you have a lot of people coming in, hundreds of people, and consuming on the site at the bar. In this case, that is not what's happening. So you have dispensaries that are you go buy something, and as far as retail, you buy it and you leave. It is illegal to consume on the site. And then the manufacturing, there is no community does not have any access. It's just the employees and the business itself. So I just want to make that. I do know that it does create jobs. I would definitely support any measure that would protect workers as well, such as a labor peace, as Councilmember Silva suggested. And there are a lot of folks who do take it for medicinal purposes. We've heard from some Fullerton residents who came and spoke on that as well. It helps. We have seniors and veterans, people with chronic illnesses and cancer, and so it is important that we provide protections for them as well, and not make any judgment, obviously. Then on the issue of revenue and the use of revenue, I would like to see us look at ways, if this moves forward, that we allocate this revenue to reinvest in the communities that will be affected the most, which is the disadvantaged communities, the lower income communities, youth programs and education programs, after school programs that we are always lacking. And I would propose even putting together an education fund that would guarantee that some of this revenue goes into that and protects it, so that in the future, if we ever have fluctuations in sales, or that we don't lose our after-school programs, and that money would be invested specifically in some of our lower income areas that could potentially be affected the most. Lastly, I want to say that not regulating this, which is what the past council has decided to do, did not stop the dispensaries from popping up. It is legal in our state. So to me, it is more about controlling, and it is more about making sure that we understand, we know exactly what is going on in our city. And so that is my position. But I do want to make sure that we listen to the concerns of the residents and absolutely address them before and make that commitment before we move forward with this. With that, I will end here on my comments. Thank you.
Can you just, I'm confused as to whether or not you want to move forward with an ordinance to allow and regulate commercial cannabis use.
I would at this point, because we are not really making a decision, I would be in favor of moving forward at least to the next step. But part of that is to do an outreach, address the concerns, look at maybe map iterations, and then definitely make sure there's protections for our workers and as far as a labor peace agreement.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks very much. Mr. Whitaker?
I was struck a little bit by at least looking back at where the council, when we last dealt with this issue, what the recommendations were at that time versus what we're looking at now. Prop 64 in the year 2016 did pass in the state of California by 57 to 43%. It also passed in Orange County, and it passed by the voters in Fullerton as well. So there was an expressed interest, at least at the ballot box, in making this available as a recreational activity. And right now it is happening in Fullerton and in adjacent cities and throughout Orange County. So I get the idea or the intent to say, rather than having people in Fullerton drive to another city to obtain, this is being used in Fullerton as it always has been, even long before the legalization of this, either for medical purposes by Prop 215 or with Prop 64 as well. So it's, and some people are making the analogy here with fireworks, and I see that it's pretty clear. Whether it's legal or not, you're going to have these activities going on. And the question is, how do you effectively regulate? A couple concerns that I have, because the intent here was to provide direction to staff, and I do appreciate, Matt, you've done some fine work on this. I do have some concerns with the selection process and how that's, I understand that we try to be objective, but this is really a more or less permanent monopoly business in a given location that we'd be providing to operators. And I think the selection process that needs to be approached very carefully on how that would be done. The concern I have overall, though, and it's probably too much to get into, is the amount of regulation and supervising. Basically, it puts us in a position as a city. This level of regulation puts us in a position almost as a partner in these businesses, and it dedicates an awful lot of time and attention and activity between city government and between these operators. And that I have concerns about. I have concerns about burdening city staff and city government with, in effect, at arm's length operating these businesses as well. So, and the real defeating thing about that is, even if people are looking to obtain revenue out of this, that level of regulatory activity is going to cost so much that it may negate a lot of those benefits, positive benefits of the revenue. Another concern that I have is we've 600-foot distancing is kind of unusual to me. It's usually 500 feet or 1,000 feet. And I know last time there were some concerns, since these areas that would be allowed are pretty much on the periphery of the city, and there were questions about whether or not the radius went out of our city and even into other cities to pay respect to those operations, be they schools or parks or whatever else. So I would almost, even though I know a lot of work has gone into this, I'd almost go back to where it last was when it was Mayor Silva at the time, and I thought I thought that really that plan was a little less heavy in terms of the regulatory and even the selection process and everything. So don't know what you can do with that direction, but that's where I'm at with it.
So, and do you just want to confirm, do you want to move forward with an ordinance to allow and regulate commercial cannabis use? That's the first direction they asked us for.
Well, I don't see the urgency, really. And as the experiment is continuing, and I have run into people who say that they regularly make trips to Santa Ana for medical marijuana purposes for a spouse, and that they'd like the convenience of having it available here locally. So I just look at some of these more reasonable requests that they'd have. I know from a land use perspective, nobody really wants it ruining their neighborhood, and that's why these industrial areas and really out of the way of most residential areas in the city, that's why on that map it's been limited just to that. So I see certainly a lot less harm by using those. But no, as far as the urgency, I think it would be far better to take the time, if you are going to entertain something like this, to make sure that you've really got it right, that you've really, ironed out almost all the bugs.
Okay. Ms. Fleury?
Well, I think that's what we're being asked to do, is to take the time to iron out the bugs. And confirming that we move forward with an ordinance gives us all another whack at it. I have been all over the boards on this issue. I grew up in the 60s, graduated from high school in 1962, and I wouldn't touch anything that was related to marijuana because I was very prim and proper. And I couldn't smoke also. And so when I'd go to a party and somebody would give me one, I'd end up choking in a corner and making a fool of myself. So marijuana was never my thing. Anyway, moved 30 years later, I became an attorney. I was also older. I had friends who had medical problems. A couple of them had dreadful bouts of cancer. And there was nothing, for two of those people in particular, there was nothing that relieved their pain, their nausea, but for pot. And I remember going to one was a friend and a client, and I had done his will, and he came to the door absolutely shaking. He could barely stand. And the only thing that helped that man at all was marijuana. That was it. And so I changed from being, oh, that's bad stuff, drug, to seeing what the medicinal effects of that could be. Now, in the meantime, it is pretty ubiquitous. It's all over. A 14-year-old can get marijuana without any trouble at all. And that marijuana is likely untested, contaminated with pesticides, etc. So anymore, the legalization of that drug has raised the standard of the kind of pot that people are consuming. Most of the complaints that we've heard from the public, and I do so much want to thank you all for coming and giving me the benefit of your perception of this, but the complaints having to do with dispensaries that were next to a business, that were next to a neighborhood, those are the illegal dispensaries. We've been trying to get rid of them for years, if not a couple of decades. The thing is that the marijuana is available, cannabis is available in this city. The city is not receiving any benefit from it whatsoever, and yet the cost of our cities having to enforce and get rid of those illegal dispensaries has been costly. So, one, I confirm I would like to move forward with an ordinance to allow and regulate commercial cannabis use. I would like the buffer zone to be increased. 600 feet is 2 football fields long, but it didn't make sense to me that the dispensaries would be 600 feet away, whereas the other uses would be 1,000. So I'd like for staff to look at the 1,000-yard buffer zone, as Tony Bushala and a couple of you have mentioned here. But I am also concerned with Councilmember Silva's concern about all of a sudden, by doing that, now the southern districts are bearing the brunt of this regulation. So I'd like to see some effort made in a dispensary locating in each one of our districts, or at a minimum in the 4 quadrants of the city, so that our neighborhoods to the south are not impacted more than the neighborhoods to the north. We should all bear that responsibility. Going back to the illegal shops, I got a call from Vince Sarmiento yesterday. Mr. Sarmiento is a longtime city council person in Santa Ana, and he was calling to talk to me about what we're doing here in Fullerton. So I had the benefit of speaking with him about the experience in Santa Ana. Our community development director, Matt Folks, comes from Santa Ana, and he was the key person in initiating the ordinance there and coming up with a strategy for dispensaries in that city. He told me, he made the point that Councilmember Zara did, that because there is no consumption on the premises, he says, you're not going to have that bar scene that you're worried about. Because I said, my go-to reaction and my third iteration of what I thought about pot was that I didn't think we should be selling cannabis where we didn't have our bar scene downtown under control. He said that is totally different. He says in Santa Ana, we also have a downtown similar to you, and we also have those downtown bar problems. He says when this first started in Santa Ana, when we first allowed dispensaries in Santa Ana, we had over 100 illegal dispensaries. Today, he reports, they have maybe 4 or 5, and he says it's like whack-a-mole. You go try to take them out over here, and they just move someplace else. But he says when you have legal dispensaries, they are the ones that inform you of the illegal dispensaries. And that is a bit of a governor on that activity. So then I also take Councilmember Whitaker's point of the fact that the state, the county, and the city has by a majority vote approved the use of legal marijuana. I want to wrap up by one brief experience. One of the speakers said something to the effect that his store is very equivalent to an Apple store. I visited a dispensary, 2 of them in Santa Ana, and that was my thought. Here you had kind of a little industrial area with a glass shop. You had to go in through a double set of glass doors, provide your driver's license. Even I was there with my husband who had a bad sciatica, and acupuncture and nothing else would help. So he went there to get something to see if that would help. And it did not, but nonetheless, we did see this retail operation, and it was very, very prim and proper. It was equivalent to an Apple store, and there was every kind of person you can imagine there. People, a couple of older ladies I remember who appeared to be ill were there buying product. There were obviously college students, young professionals in suits. It was not a scary experience at all. So, patchworking all of those personal experiences together, I am not concerned that this will be a bad thing for Fullerton.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before you end it, may I? Or do you?
Well, how about if I go
All
and
right.
then you go again, okay?
All right, fair enough.
Then you get seconds.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think we should move forward with an ordinance to allow and regulate commercial cannabis uses. I stand with the moms who are here tonight and who I hear from constantly. I think it's interesting that that what I hear being said, up here is that it should be every district or every quadrant should be forced to have one of these. If they're so good, then I think those up here supporting the ordinance should want them all in their neighborhoods. So I just find that, and I mean no disrespect in saying that. That just doesn't make sense to me. And I've spoken pretty passionately on this before, so I'm going to not do that tonight. But I do want to go back, though, having said that. If the majority of this council is intent on moving forward with this, I think it's incumbent on us to do some things. The people at the community meetings were, by and large, business interested in this issue. They were not the residents of Fullerton. And Mr. Zara said something about a poll being done. Were questions asked in a scientific, quantitative poll about different uses and buffer zones and selection, all of this?
No, Madam Mayor, members of council, when we did a tracking poll just to update the November, post-COVID,
right,
we threw in a question on there of whether people support cannabis use, so recreational use.
Recreational cannabis use.
Correct.
Sure, and that's what we voted on in Prop 64.
Correct, yeah, and about 71% said they did.
71, correct.
If I want to, wasn't that the poll, and we also brought back the survey with asking about a variety of things, including sales tax, and then cannabis was one of the questions, regulating cannabis.
That was correct.
Yeah. So
but the question was,
so it was a scientific, but it was just in general of what are they, if there was a support
for residential, for recreational
for regulating,
use.
But allowing cannabis.
What was the question?
I will have to get Antonio.
Can you get it now?
Yeah.
Because I would like to know. Because I think it's important to understand. I mean, what we voted on in Prop 64 and what I heard you say at first was that the question was, do you support recreational use? I would
Let me get the
expect
exact,
that to
I'll
be
let
high.
you, I'm sure there's some other issues.
Because I think we should, if we haven't, I think part of this should be to do a scientific poll that is a random sampling where we, ask residents of Fullerton about these different uses, about proximity to sensitive uses, to residential, those kinds of things. So, Ms. Graham, did the tracking poll ask, what specifically did the tracking poll ask about cannabis?
Was it the original or
So it was the original survey that was done in November. And the question was, do you support or oppose allowing, regulating, and taxing the sale of cannabis products to adults over the age of 21 in Fullerton? And it was a 71% of total support.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's, not what I had understood before.
And were there any other questions on cannabis? Or
there was the question that most people believed that it was already allowed because the proposition had passed statewide.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks. I do, again, I think then, since we have asked that question, we don't need to. I do agree with the speakers that have said there need to be residential boundaries. I think that a boundary of 1,000 feet from sensitive uses, including residences, should be added to this. I think in letter E, this says manufacturing, distribution, transportation, cultivation, testing should be 300 feet from residential. I think everything should be 1,000 feet from residential zones. If you can't, everyone, the people who are in favor of it seem to be talking about spreading this out around the city. Again, I mean, maybe you can do allow two retail south of Commonwealth, 2 retail above Commonwealth max if you're going to do it in purely industrial zones is what I would say, in 1,000 feet buffer. I do think that if a business comes to apply for a license to operate that is one of these sensitive uses and would then be within that buffer, that the city needs to be required to notice them before they get their permit and open that business, so they know what is near them. I do think too that much like Philip Morris funds anti-smoking education, that there should be an education fund set up to fund a campaign that talks about the danger of drugs. I think, let's see what else. The curbside ability and already having a location to apply. I noted, those two things. It is interesting. I mean, you would waste a lot of time, I think, taking applications and selections from people who don't have a location already. I'll need to look at the development agreement and the charges and fees, because I don't believe the speaker that said that in Denver they make 3 times the money that they spend. I think it's the opposite. And the articles I've read show that it's the opposite. So I would like to see a really good accounting of what we think the costs related to this are going to be. So those are my comments. Mr. Silva, you wanted to?
Yes, and I would agree with you that we need to have a fund to help for education and so forth. So one of the things that maybe we can start with is any revenue generator from the sales, if it goes forward, that we do something like a 40% for youth and education, 30% for enforcement, so we can help with that, and maybe the other 30% goes to the general fund. I mean, I'm just throwing some numbers out so that we can target, like we have said specifically, how do we mitigate this if it goes forward and we're having problems. But I know I was also speaking with a member in Santa Ana, and again, they've had this for 4 years already, but they currently have about $8 million in the youth service fund ready to go out and do programs for their youth in Santa Ana. Not to say that we're going to have $8 million after 4 years if we go forward, but they're doing, and they've only allocated a third of any revenue to their youth account, if you will, which would include education, youth programs, after school programs. And even right now during this COVID time, one of the things that I want to see, whether this goes through or not, is how we can help some of our students who are going to go back to school, who have been left farther behind with this achievement gap. That they weren't they didn't fully participate in the online social distance learning aspect of this last school year. There is going to be a bigger gap. I know that in low socioeconomic area, a kindergarten kid coming into kindergarten has maybe 600 word vocabulary or understanding, and where a kid coming from a more affluent area has 1,200 words that he can distinguish. That's a gap right there. That sets you at the bottom to start, and it's a heck of a time to get up. But I mean, I would agree with you, with the mayor and Councilmember Zara, that we need to set something aside to mitigate that. Also, I would agree on what you said, that if we're going to do this, we would limit the number of dispensaries below Commonwealth, because as it is right now, if we do increase the size of the buffer, everything's going to be down the hill. And if we move forward with this, that'll be tough.
But there's one thing about that. We have 2 major manufacturing areas that are south of Commonwealth, but they're on the far east and the far west part of the city. And, I mean, seriously, we could consider just relegating everything to just those 2 areas because they're so large.
Well, I mean, and my thing would be for retail. I mean, manufacturing, like we said, there is no customers coming in and out. For the other ones, that there's no foot traffic, as opposed to retail when you're going to have consistent foot traffic. But again, I don't want to see it all. I don't want to see these buffers increase so much where now we have to limit, and we're looking south of Commonwealth, south of Chapman, and saying these are the only 2 places that this industry can go to. Again, but this is the starting process, and we can continue to discuss.
So I would make a motion to table this item. Do I have a second?
I would second it.
Okay,
Yes.
it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of tabling this item, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, that fails on a 2 to 3 vote. Is there another motion?
Yeah, I would move forward with this and come back with an ordinance that includes some of our discussion items and allow it to go through the planning commission and hold a couple of community forums in Spanish for the residents, and then discuss what kind of youth programs we would implement, and maybe get to see a couple of different maps with different buffer zones. So I would make that motion to get it started, get it going, and like I said.
Did you want to include the labor piece?
Oh, yeah, and also include the labor peace agreement with 10 or more, and we can figure out language as we go. So that would be my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
I would like to say, just for the community, you need to be involved in the next step and the next process, because your feedback is extremely valuable in how we set look at the maps, the locations, and this is not final. This is just to explore another step and see what issues that could be mitigated, and to see if we can take it to that level. But again, it is not final, so please don't feel disappointed tonight. Just let's see how we can work together in the future. And your voice is valuable, so please keep speaking out on your issues.
Well, one of the comments I have about the motion is that I think it really disrespects the rest of the council comments that were made. You're already, before an ordinance is even drafted, and we've even had more community meetings, your motion mandates a project labor peace, whatever it's called, a labor peace agreement. Why doesn't it mandate all the other comments that all the rest of us have had? Or why doesn't it wait on all of the comments on a draft ordinance until after we've asked more Fullerton residents to weigh in, especially in Spanish?
Well, I think that this is the beginning process, and it's not set in stone. So when it comes back to the Planning Commission, to us, it's a living document. I guess we can change, we can modify. I would say this is the starting point to get us moving. And like Councilmember Czar said, this is not the final thing. And then that's the reason why. I mean, it's not set in stone. It's not the final product. We're just starting to mix the ingredients.
Well, perhaps a substitute motion would be to move forward with an ordinance and have staff take into consideration sample provisions to include in that ordinance based on the conversation on this dais this evening.
What?
In other words,
What
it would
sample
take into
provisions?
consideration the sample provisions that we've been talking about, your labor peace agreement, your youth fund, the thousand buffer, the citing of the various cannabis-related businesses, et cetera. Because then that leaves it open for everything, and based on what the community input is going to be in the future as well.
So would
yours
that,
was really specific.
Well, would that provide clear direction to staff if we do the substitute motion? So because I was trying to be specific so they can have clear direction, but if that doesn't.
And I think our mayor's comment was that you left other things that were not included in the motion.
Right.
So, so long as your motion encompassed everybody's favorite Christmas ball, then yeah.
I would. Friendly amendment, is that what it's called? Include that, or
if you allow that, then there hasn't been no second to the substitute motion. So if you'd ask him to accept that friendly amendment, you're the second. So
yeah.
You obviously agree with it. So if you agree with her amendment, then your motion will stand that way, that we move forward with an ordinance to allow and regulate commercial cannabis use, and
taking into consideration the comments that were made this evening.
All right, I will accept that.
Okay, so there's a motion by Mr. Silva, a second by Ms. Flory, is there further discussion?
Mr. Folks is raising his hand.
Yes, sir?
Just some clarification. Would you like it to come back, based on this discussion, would you like it to come back to the City Council, or would you like the Planning Commission to be the next procedural step?
I would say the Planning Commission.
And Ms. Flory?
I'd say the Planning Commission too.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Just under further discussion, I think I heard you all say you want more community meetings
Yes,
as a result of it, and a specific Spanish language outreach.
Yes.
So, and I would assume that would be ahead of Planning Commission?
Yes.
That's correct. We do have some restrictions in terms of in-person gatherings right now, so we'll have to talk about that a little bit more and find out what's a fair way to do outreach in the current environment, but I understand the direction.
Okay, thanks. All
Madam
right.
Mayor, one last thing. Mr. Silva earlier made comment about the possibility of local ownership. That would not be legally possible, but you could have local contact. But the Commerce Clause precludes you from requiring ownership by a local resident. So we could address local contact, but not local ownership.
Would it even if it's in the point scoring system?
You could give points for it,
Right.
But you couldn't dictate, because by law you can't establish boundaries as far as who could own property
All right.
or own
But,
business.
okay, but if they do have local investors, then you get points for that. That would be good under the merit system.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? When you, when we're saying this is going to planning, when does it come back? What's the process then?
So with your direction, we would look to hold some additional outreach meetings, and then we would agendize it for Planning Commission consideration in a public hearing as a recommended action back to the City Council. So since you've already adopted the resolution of intention, we've already finished step one. Step two is a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission for amendments to the municipal code. That is a recommended action that would come back to you.
And would some of the concerns of Mayor Fitzgerald and the council members, is that where they're going to be addressed?
Well, that's why I asked for your direction on as to how you'd like to see this come back. So procedurally, the next step would be the Planning Commission, but if you would like to see a revised iteration as this body prior to the Planning Commission making a recommendation, you just need to let me know.
And I just want to clarify from the maker of the motion. So this moving forward, and the intent does not include a labor piece, or does it?
It does.
It takes into account all of the comments that each of us
All
have
of the comments.
made,
So that
including
comment
our
was made,
concerns.
that's incorporated by the nature of the motion, and the process you're adopting at this point in time is to have community meetings, then the Planning Commission, and then back to the council.
Yeah.
And including also looking into an education fund?
That was part of the comments, yeah.
Yeah, that was part of the comments.
Yeah,
So-
and like I said, it'll come back to us after planning and to figure it out.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I don't think there's further discussion, so we're going to go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
That passes 3-2. Thank you, all the members of the public who were here tonight on this issue. We're going to take like a 3-minute break and be right back for our next item. As we reconvene, we're moving on to item number 15. Mr. City Manager, I believe, are you giving the presentation this evening?
Yes, I will, and any assistance from the Deputy City Manager also. So this is a consideration of a ballot measure for a transaction and use local sales tax measure for public consideration at the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election, and all the associated documents thereto. So what staff is requesting is City Council authorize the placement of a transaction and use sales tax measure on the November 2020 general election ballot. The Council is not deciding whether to impose the tax. The sole question tonight is whether it is put on the ballot, and that would require a 4/5 vote. So to kind of go through some basics, what is a local sales tax? Sales tax is imposed on retail transactions for tangible personal property. A use tax is imposed on consumers of that tangible personal property that is used, consumed, or stored. Transaction and use taxes may be approved locally and added to the combined state, county, and local sales tax. Currently, that combined amount is 7.75, up to a maximum cap of 10.25, but we're able to go up to 1.5 if needed. This is just some comparable rates of cities around us in Orange County that have already passed a add-on sales tax, as it is called, and the year that they've done it, and then their current sales tax rate. Of that group, you see that La Habra had a 0.5. They are potentially considering this year adding maybe another cent, but they have to look at extending it because it does sunset. Also, Westminster will be looking at something eventually soon.
2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, because they also have a sunset. And then, of course, Santa Ana in 2018 added a 1.5%. So for city revenue sources, basically, we exist off property tax and sales tax. So for the 2020-21 budget that was just approved on June 2nd, we're looking at about $47 million in property tax and about $21 million in sales tax. Other revenue sources include the transit occupancy tax, TOT, or the motel bed tax, franchise fees, charges for services. A lot of that comes through the community development department, grants, fines, and penalties. So on property tax, again, which is our major revenue source, it's limited by Proposition 13. So it limits property taxes to 1% of the full cash value, and that's the assessed value, and that assessed value is reassessed when the property is sold, and in some cases, the incremental value of a renovation to that property. It also allows only a 2% inflation increase year over year. And some of those are dictated after Proposition 13. They had to clean up a lot of stuff with AB 8, and then Prop 8 allowed for lower assessed values when property declines. So where do your property taxes go? The chart shows the 1% property tax distribution. So basically over 70% of people's property taxes here in Fullerton go to support education. 15.64 on average goes to the city of Fullerton. And you see that the OC Parks, Flood Control District, County of Orange General Fund, and some other things take about 13.5%. So just some comparisons, because there can be two homes on a street with completely different property tax values, and this is an example of it. So two homes built same area next to each other. One still is a pre-1978 Prop 13 home. Currently, that assessed value, because all property tax assessed values and all property tax bills without any ownership data are online on the Treasurer Tax Collector site, but that home has an assessed value of $63,000. It is paying $638 in property taxes, and of that, the city of Fullerton gets $99 a year. So next door to it is a home that was purchased in 2012. So its currently assessed value is $619,000 and change. It's paying $6,192 in property tax. We get about $968. That home is also for sale now for $1.199. If it were to be sold at that amount, then the property tax would be $11,920, and the city would get $1,864 out of that. So if that home sells and somebody moves into it in the next 3 or 4 months, you have a house that is on the same street that theoretically is needing the same services, and one is paying $99 to the city, and the other one would be paying $1,800.64 to the city on that. So that's just kind of a property tax comparison and how things are different there. Growth patterns and revenue. So this is not a request just because we looked at our budget this year or even the last year and said, oh, we've got a little problem. This is a serious request and a serious ask to the residents of Fullerton. And when you look back at how Fullerton grew, we grew really to support and become a bedroom community to a lot of the industry that was here. So we have a higher percentage of residential versus commercial. And I use a comparison with Orange because we have about the same amount of population, about 142,000, 143,000. We kind of exchange leadership every once in a while. And about the same amount of geographic area. We have about 4.7% of our land is commercial land use. In Orange, that's a little over 6.5%. And over time, that 6.5% has been used differently there. They do have larger share of vehicle sales, commercial corridors, which we really don't. We have nodes. But again, when you step back and you look at even the map that we had up there for the cannabis, you notice that a good portion of our city is residential. We do have the southeast and the west industrial areas, but you also notice that the commercial areas are kind of far and few in between and generally at the intersections of some of the arterial streets. So that's hampered our ability to develop that sales tax generation. So currently we have about $21 million in sales tax generation that we're projecting, and the city of Orange, just again as comparison, has about $44 million in sales tax for the same fiscal year that they're looking at. So this is a...
Sorry, Mr. Manager, I just have a quick question on this. Is this tied to land use or land space or commercial space? For example, if anything stacked up, businesses are stacked up, let's say, or you have some mixed use structures as well?
Mixed use certainly helps. Generally, to get into the weeds on that, so, we've seen some, for example, the Amplify residential that's going in down Commonwealth here. That replaced a car dealership, I believe it was, or some other commercial. Yeah, some
Chevrolet.
So there is retail on the bottom, but that retail will never generate the amount of sales tax that car dealership did. Now there are people going in, and there's going to be a property tax for the apartment building. Hopefully those folks are eating and spending food, so they're going to be generating sales tax. But generally, they're also generating traffic issues, road conditions, calls for service for police, fire, and everything else like that. So generally, increased residential like that does not generate the sales tax revenue or revenue to support the services. So it is related to land use. Densification sometimes can help, but often doesn't. Depends on how you do it. But I don't know if that answers your question in general, or
it does. So expanding, let's say, commercial upward, does that count? That's my question.
So if we put second stories on single story commercial or something like that, or
right, just
redevelop
hypothetically,
the malls, hypothetically. Well, it's still the same land use, but you're generating higher square footage area of commercial. So, if you put an Apple store on top of a Best Buy or a clothing store, certainly, and that's where economic development and It's a lot harder to change your land use nowadays. Actually, it's easier to go to more residential because we know that's what the state is pushing. So, we have a requirement for over 13,000 housing units in the next 7 or 8 years based on the regional housing needs allocation. The city is not going to make that amount at all. It's impossible. And especially at the income levels and all that stuff. But, and it's harder. We can't annex any other territory. We don't have any unincorporated. We don't have any vacancy, so it's difficult to increase that.
Right, but the concern is that because if we are still tied to the space that we have, the commercial space that we have, and the concern is as we expand with housing, that we might be risking eroding even more. So even as with the sales tax funding coming in, if we're not paying attention to also our land use and how we develop our city with more business space, and we keep eroding, so there has to be a balance. Otherwise, in 20 years' time, this won't be enough even.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
So what you want to do is you want to make sure, and that's why we have a general plan. That's why we, are beefing up our economic development. You want to look at what's called leakage and make sure that, your residents have the opportunity to shop locally before they have to go outside your town to shop something else. So you can do studies that show that, per capita clothing stores are less common in Fullerton than they are in Brea. Maybe home furnishing stores are more common in Anaheim than they are in Fullerton. So you want to be cognizant of that as you're doing your planning, as you're looking at development opportunities. So most certainly, if there's going to be some further high-density residential, it should almost be a requirement that there is, that ground floor retail that can support those residents there in some form. It's not going to replace, you're not going to put a Neiman Marcus or something at the bottom of it, but, if there's boutique shops and all that stuff so that they could just walk downstairs, that's one of those concepts there.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of missed opportunities in development in the past on some of these things, but thank you.
I think that, that highlights the fact that this is not an issue. We're not in this issue because of a decision 2.5 years ago or even 7.5 years ago. These are compounded issues over decades that have gotten us to this point. And I'll get to that a little bit further in that there are, infrastructure reports that go back to the early 80s that pointed up the need for better funding for infrastructure, but there's never been an answer to it. So the slide before you is just a kind of a simple per capita revenue. So Fullerton, basically we're generating about $144 per capita sales tax revenue. You look at Brea, 488. Now, Brea has much lower population, but they also have the Brea Mall and a lot along Imperial Highway. Garden Grove is about $235. Orange is $301, and then Placentia actually is $223. So we are the lowest per capita sales tax generators in this North Orange County area. So now where does your sales tax go? So we know right now it's currently 7.75. The state general fund gets almost 4% of it. We get 1% of that. So that's basically 1 cent on the dollar. Orange County Public Safety, the Prop 172 gets 0.5, a little bit for the realignment. Countywide Transportation, 0.25, and then Measure M2 is the 0.5 also. So that makes up the total of the 7.75 or 8 right now. Go back to that. So we also talked about the other revenue opportunities. The city does not have a utility users tax. Generally, that's a tax on the use of gas, electricity, telecommunications. A lot of cities do have that. I know in another presentation I made, I outlined those cities that did have a utility users tax. Some places have both that and an add-on sales tax. That's how Placentia is surviving. They have a utility users tax. They also have an add-on sales tax. Huntington Beach, they have a utility users tax. They get a lot more in the TOT, the bed tax. And then they also have actually a parcel tax on their books. Anaheim, we know, which is a tourist magnet, they generate over $165 million in transit occupancy tax, the bed tax, whereas we have about 3.2 million in TOT. So Just over the years, since 2007-8, we've reduced over 100 positions or so. In 2010, instead of laying off 32 positions, we only had to lay off 18. The rest were through attrition or bumping. We've done some cost-saving measures. So one of the best ones is with the shared command, the fire command with the city of Brea. Over the last 3 years, we've had concessions for our employee groups. We've reorganized departments. We've looked at reductions in services. We've also contracted out. We've looked at contracting, not just to contract, but to actually look at, what makes sense. Because in some cases, contracting makes sense, it doesn't. It says that we looked at landscape services because we know right now we have about half of our landscaping positions vacant in public works. It's one of the ways we've been kind of skirting by and making sure we get through each of the fiscal years is through our vacancy factor, so we don't have employees doing the work. We get complaints about landscaping, medians, parks, other things like that, and it's because we only have half the crew, and then that half of the crew that is still working is also now in the mornings pushed out to do homeless encampment cleanup and a lot of other items. So what we try to do is say, okay, we're saving X amount of dollars. Let's look to see if contracting out half of the landscaping crew would actually save us some money, and it would have. And then we had the little thing called COVID-19 hit us, and the realization is even if we were about ready to take that step to contract out, and instead of paying $1 million for staffing to do that landscaping, which would heighten our service response to our residents and to take care of our community, we are going to pay about $850,000 and have a contractor do it. So we're going to save money, but we are going to up our service level. With the reductions that we've taken from COVID-19, we closed out last year about $3.1 million under. We're hitting our reserves for that. We've decided we cannot afford to up our landscaping, so we've lowered our service level. And I discussed that at the budget adoption where, if we look at an A, B, and C service level, we're not really doing A anymore. We're down in the B minuses and Cs, and we're going to be getting to areas a lot less frequent than what we want to. So we did ask the Infrastructure and Natural Resources Advisory Committee to look at the infrastructure condition back in 2019. And again, I've stated this before, they did a wonderful job. They met a lot, over 20 times in public meetings, held night meetings. I think they're meeting tomorrow morning at 7:30, so if any member of the public wants to be here at 7:30, they'll be here. But they returned to council and identified all of the infrastructure needs, and that's not just streets, roads, sidewalks. They were looking at everything. We also asked them to kind of look at more things in infrastructure because we wanted them to look at everything the city was facing, from technology needs to we had HR, our human resources, in front of them to talk about retention and recruitment, what human capital is, and a lot of other issues that, from a general standpoint, affect the city as to how we run. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there were similar studies going all the way back to the 1980s that showed there was a need. I know that the city in early 1990s looked at a utility users tax because of infrastructure needs. That was passed and then referendumed and then recalled, and it wasn't done. So when you look back at all of the infrastructure reports that the city has done, which pointed out we're not investing enough in our infrastructure, and that's just infrastructure alone, we identified it, but we were never able to do anything. So with the fiscal year 2021 budget balancing that we're just getting into, we realize that we're going forward, we're going to have a $7.9 million deficit. Most of that is from COVID, if not all of it, due to the reductions in revenues that we're seeing. But again, there's a slide coming up that shows in the past we've kind of approached a 10-year, sometimes a 20-year fiscal outlook where we put in the revenues that we know, we put in good projections, we look at, if there's going to be a recession or mild recession. We look at the expenditures and how those expenditures are increasing, not just annual contract costs, pension costs, pay costs, all those things. And all of those future kind of looks, those forecasts, show us eating away at our contingency reserve and then going negative. And so the revenue expenditure problem is a reality here. So what we've done just to get out of, or to approach next year, is we've talked about this. We're maintaining a lot of vacant positions, specifically in the police department. We know that we were budgeted for 150 officers last year to address vacancy or retention and recruitment issues. We worked with the POA to reduce that level to 140 sworn positions, and then we used what we had been budgeting, that amount, to spread it amongst so that we had some additional base pay. That was pre-COVID. It worked. The reality is that we're at about 122 sworn positions full, and that includes some folks that are on desk leave or light duty, and so we actually, I think, are around 112 sworn officers that we can get out on the streets at any time. But in talking to the chief, assessing his situation, knowing our financial situation, he has stated that, we will look at that budget level and they will not go over 125 sworn positions for this next year. So we're going to be counting some of that, probably about $1.8 million in vacancy savings.
And I think it's important to note that in the late 1990s, we had 180 sworn personnel when our population was probably 25,000 less than it is today.
Correct.
So,
we've proposed a temporary closure of the museum while we restructure those operations because of the $500,000 general fund subsidy. We're looking at a reduction in library hours. That's mostly because we separated with 153 employees several months ago. We're looking for a salary reduction, or we've implemented a salary reduction of 10% for the executive team. And we've been reducing and looking at further reductions in all the professional services contracts, training, and travel, just to try to save money for the current fiscal year. And we are still working with our employee groups to get continued concessions because we still need a couple $1 million more. Because, again, if our general fund contingency reserve, our rainy day fund, was about 9.9, we took 3.1 million to get out of last year. We can't dig into that much more because there's not going to be any funding going into it in the near future. So that just comes down to that, doing more with less doesn't make sense in the long run. It's been decades of decisions that lead to our ongoing challenges. We have slow revenue growth because of our lack of retail areas, commercial areas, limited sources of revenue because we are a basic, I describe us as, a car where back in the early 80s, you actually had to request air conditioning in your car if you wanted it, and automatic windows. We have no air conditioning, and we roll down our windows. So it's a matter of, I don't even think in looking at it that we could scrimp by without an additional revenue source after 3 or 4 years. Originally looking at this, 2 years ago, we had projected something around, 2025, we're really going to have to get serious about stuff. COVID has really taken that floor away from us, and we have to think earlier nowadays. So I know this is small, but this is just kind of looking forward to 10-year general fund forecast. And it's not pretty. It shows, current funding and then basically the erosion away. This does include, since the City Council passed the infrastructure fund. So it does have a line in there, and it shows the transfers out about in the middle of the graph to the infrastructure fund. But basically, the ending fund balance just keeps going down and down and down without any structural revamping of our city finances. So, again, local revenues not kept pace. future fiscal threats, the ongoing COVID-19 impacts. We don't know, we are all giddy about reopening and having dine-in again in our restaurants and more, nail salons and hair salons. And now look at us. We're kind of going backwards a little bit. We are being very flexible and making sure that our businesses can operate, but we truly don't know how long this is going to be and how long it's going to last. But again, it's not what is causing everything. It's just exacerbating everything that we're seeing right now. We're unable to maintain our current service levels across departments, both because of vacancies and, we have a growing need to address homelessness, including sheltering. We are utilizing state funds that we still haven't received, SB2 funds, and we don't know what the state is going to do to us in the future. The state has a history of diverting our money or taking our money, and even the SB2 funds, which when they passed it several years ago and talked about how it was going to be an ongoing supply to replace what was removed from us during the redevelopment days and the low and moderate income housing fund. Well, it turns out that the strings are so heavy and attached to this funding that we have to apply for our own funds and then meet all the criteria. And again, our application is going through a loan committee right now up at the state in order for us to get our money. So the difficulty of being a city, a full-service police and fire, utilities, older city, 1904 incorporation date, is catching up to us. It takes a lot of money to work these bones. Lack of funding for street and road repair, consistent, ongoing complaint. We know it. It's getting worse. We do not put any general fund into our street and road repair unless we have one-time only funds from property sales or sales of the Rule 20A undergrounding credits. The SB1 helped, but not enough. So we do have significant growth in the unfunded actuarial liability. That is the pension issue. Not going to deny that. The pension issue, specifically safety pensions, are a strap on our ability to operate. We believe that those costs will continue to rise and hopefully plateau and then start going down the next 13 to 15 years. The problem is that we're not in control of it. It's like, having an adjustable rate mortgage for your home. And the problem with PERS is, yes, they rebounded from the COVID impact. And, from a height of 404, I think they closed the fiscal year at $404 billion. They closed the fiscal year maybe around $389 billion. And that was over their $372 billion that they closed fiscal year prior, June 30th. But they didn't meet their 7% rate of return that they have a goal. So when they don't meet that, they march forward, but 2 years down the road, we're the ones that see an increase. So every time they don't meet their increases or they have some other loss, we get hit. So that's always a concern, but ultimately that problem will go away, and that's a good thing. And then we have our employee retention and attraction challenges that we've talked about. I know the Fullerton Firefighters Facebook page showed a candidate that's been with us for about 2.5 years, and he just got a job with Anaheim. And so we do, train up our firefighters, bring them in to be part of the family. They're very well trained, very well qualified. And, these adjacent cities, OCFA, with a lot of them, Anaheim, Huntington Beach, would be stupid to pass over them. And it's a quality of our fire department that a lot of folks do stay here, even though the pay is much better elsewhere. So those are the challenges that we continue to face. So in April, we did the strategic planning session. We presented the results of the community stakeholder engagement survey that was posted online. This is all back in 2019. We were given direction to perform a more formal community survey, a scientific. We held a RFP and selected FM3 to do that public opinion polling. They did that in November 2019. We presented those results in March 2020. And we presented it at the same time as the NRAC report. And I know there was some kind of concern about, well, how come you didn't provide it to the NRAC? What we had wanted and what the council direction was for NRAC to study the infrastructure problem at the weed level, to really, no pun intended for our last item, but to really get down and dirty with what the infrastructure issue was. And I did not want to taint what they were doing by a public opinion polling. But we presented them at the same time. They did find that 6 and 10, so about 60%, 61% would support a revenue measure. And then because of the COVID issue, we decided we asked them to say, hey, can you do a tracking follow-up survey? And they just concluded that probably about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. And there still is support for a revenue measure.
What is that support now?
It's about 55, 56%, somewhere in there. So I think the height, again, was about 60%, 61%.
And could you explain what when you say tracking surveys, is that they just call them back and ask them the same people, or do they do additional?
A statistically valid survey, since this is going to be a measure that is provided to the voters, you have to then take the voter rolls, because those are the people that are going to be deciding it. So they take, they contact the registrar of voters, get a most likely to vote list. They have a randomized fashion of pulling data off that so that they then start communicating. There were emails and phone calls to get a statistically valid sampling size. And then from that and the questions and all that stuff, then they come up with, 6 and 10, 90% supported face masks. That was one of the questions we threw in recently, just to kind of get a feel for that. So, over 55% supported a tax measure, understanding what was going on. The items that were identified in the first one were homelessness, addressing homelessness, public safety, streets, roads, pothole repair, your typical infrastructure stuff. And all those were still very prevalent and supportive, enhancing response times, paramedic.
And I know in the first one there was the question distinguishing between a 1 cent increase and a 1.25. Was that also in the tracking?
The first one didn't have the 1.25. The top was 1. We added the 1.25 this past one. What was on there was a 1.5% parcel tax, and that was only 40% supported. And in talking to the pollster, because again, going back to NRAC, and you have a letter from NRAC that they had recommended, I believe, as a 1.5% special tax. The special tax is a dedicated tax that is only for a singular purpose, basically. So it'd be an infrastructure tax. Other places have done a public safety tax. So it's not a general tax where a city can use it across the board for all their different issues. A special tax is limited to what you say it's going to be used for. That's what they want, because they identified that there's a huge need for infrastructure, and they wanted a special tax just dedicated to that. The polling says that won't pass. A general tax would. Some of the concerns out there is that the council and the city, there's not a lot of trust from people in the decisions, mostly because of the infrastructure state of affairs that they see right now. So it's very incumbent upon us, if we do go forward, and the council, if you do choose to go forward and put this on the ballot, to make sure that the voters have strong trust in you. And that's why in the measure as proposed, there's a lot of accountability measures. There's a citizens oversight committee, there's reporting, there's auditing requirements. so that there's follow-up, so that people understand that, yeah, they're giving you their general taxes, but the city will do what is right, which is to fix our infrastructure, look after the city, and make sure that it's fiscally sustainable for 20, 50, 75 years beyond this point.
In that same survey, City Council did not vote very well as far as public trust.
No. But that's also in general. Chapman does a study of trust in government, and the drop in trust in local government coincides with the increase of partisanship and distrust of the national government, and it exacerbated greatly by about 20 points or so from 2016 to 2018, associated with national politics and all that stuff. So, but again, proof is, money is, put your money where your mouth is, or something like that. And that would be the goal if the residents do decide to provide a general tax, is to make sure a lot of it goes to infrastructure. But there are other needs, and some of those other needs are the homeless initiatives, case management, navigation center funding, outreach programs, community policing initiatives, the public safety emergency medical needs, reducing the response times. That's what a lot of folks wanted. We've talked about reduction in hours to the library and the cultural services programs, the museum, youth programs, and then, importantly, the economic development programs to build that stronger economy, to make sure that we are sustainable for the future, to be able to survive any future COVID-20 or 22 or
I have a question.
Something. Yes.
In the resolution that we're being asked to approve, there is a sample of the City of Fullerton Community Services Street Repair and Emergency Response Measure. Is that the language that would appear in a ballot?
That is in the ordinance, and that is the language that would appear in the ballot, yes. Yeah, because at this time, let me see what I have
I
left
think
on.
it's really wordy.
So there's...
if you read the whole thing, it's not even grammatical.
Yeah, they never are, and there's a certain amount of words you have to achieve. So I think this is, you can't exceed 75 or 70 words in a ballot statement. You want to try to let the folks know exactly what you're doing, and those were items that were utilized in the polling, and so that's why they were pulled into that and put into the ordinance, because what the council will be asked today is you have to pass the ordinance, which would be the sales tax. So you're establishing the sales tax. What the action is in November is the voters.
That was kind of a yes or no question. Mm-hmm. Is that the language that
Yes.
would appear in the ballot?
That is the language, yes, because it is in the ordinance, that is the language that would appear in the ballot.
I think it needs some work.
It's certainly not poetic. It's not Maya Angelou.
It's like you're throwing everything in there but the bathtub. Mm-hmm. In fact, I think you have thrown the bathtub in there.
Yeah.
Well, there is a rhyme and reason to it, but...
Yeah, and the rhyme and reason is because it is a general tax, and it can be used for all those purposes. It's not a special tax. If it was purely a special tax, it would only say infrastructure, streets, roads.
Okay.
If it was a special tax for public safety, which were kind of popular 20 years ago, it would just talk about reduced response times and more police or something like that.
One of the things I kept waiting for you to say, and I think you intended to say it, and we're going in that direction, is the reason that staff is not recommending a special tax is because a special tax requires a 2/3 vote.
Correct.
And we know that we're never going to get a 2/3 vote to approve a special tax in the city of Fullerton.
Correct. And that is absolutely correct. We do not believe that we would get the 2/3 vote, even though we know the need is there. And partly is because of some of the polling data that came back. But the other reason that, I told the NRAC committee, and I've told others, is that my concern is about the entire fiscal condition of the city and getting us not just through the next 10 to 15 years, but getting us to the point where The city has, achieved its potential of a lot of things, including its infrastructure. If it was a special tax and it was all dedicated and it did pass, then you would have beautiful roads, but the rest of the city would still be fiscally unstable and not sustainable. And I have great concerns about the general operations of the city in 3 or 4 years. And that's why my professional opinion is that it needs to be a general tax. We need to focus, at least half of it, if not more, in the initial years on infrastructure so people know we're doing it and just to get a leap up on it. But it's a general tax to position us. We have to build back up our reserves. We have to be competitive and start paying down our pension debt, setting some aside for that. But there's general uses. We have to address the homelessness. We have to address a lot of issues that are out there that would not be eligible under a special tax. So just to go a little bit more. So some of the transparency and accountability issues, we're advocating for a citizens oversight committee that ensures the fiscal accountability, the transparency, and verification of spending per what is listed in that grammatically horribly written but descriptive ballot statement. So if approved tonight, the deadline to submit the resolution and the ordinance to the county registrar of voters is August 7th. We would look at an informational communications to residents July through November. That's a subsequent item after this. The recommendations are to direct staff to place the ballot measure on the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election for the submission to the qualified voters of a proposed ordinance regarding a general local sales tax measure at a rate approved by the City Council. The rate being proposed is 1.25. If the council wanted to bring it in at 1, we'd go with that. If you wanted 1.5, we would go with that. The NRAC did suggest a 1.5 special tax. When we looked at it before, we were looking at 1. We believe that a 1.25, bringing the sales tax just up to a simple 9 cents, would get us everything that we needed, specifically addressing some of those NRAC committee concerns. In the future, the City Council has the ability to always lower or to eliminate, by resolution, a tax. You can't increase or impose without doing what we're doing tonight and putting it to the voters. But you can always decrease and get rid of it in the future.
Ken, has that ever happened in the history of city councils?
Actually, and I'm going to use just because I worked in Placentia many years ago, but their utility users tax was 5%. And the council, I forget what year, but it was probably around, it was when Chris Lowe was on it, so it was probably 95, 96. They reduced it down to 3.5.
Westminster, the same thing. Westminster, about 15 years ago, reduced their utility tax by 1% by council action.
So yes, it can be done.
And
but if they ever had to go back
predated
up,
Prop 218, correct? So is that what makes it legal? I mean, do they continue to collect the utility tax?
The law's clear. You can't raise it, but you can decrease it. And so as a result, a council can, interesting because the conversation occurred, they reduced it by 1%, then 5 years later they wanted to go back up again, but they couldn't do it without a vote of the people. And the council didn't have the will then to raise the tax.
Okay.
So the recommendations continue as quite frankly, if a local sales tax is not placed on the ballot or if the voters fail to approve it, I will be back here with ways and difficult decisions in which to make sure that we move forward. But it's going to be significant service reductions and reductions in programs because, quite honestly, that's what we have left. I do believe that we've done a very good job, at least over the last 3 years, to reduce programs, be efficient in our organization. We're completing a study of the admin services and HR department. We are almost done with an organizational review of Parks and Recreation. That all follows a organizational review of community development, public works, in the city clerk's office. And so we are looking at ourselves and trying to be as efficient and utilizing best practices as possible. I do believe that before you go to the voters, you have to prove that you've looked at yourself and that you are efficient and effective. And I believe we've done a good job. Can we do more? Yes, and we will continue to do more because it's going to be needed. But we're at that point in which this is the recommendation to go forward with this sales tax.
Thanks very much. Are there questions of staff before we open it up to public comment? Mr. Whitaker?
Yeah, I have a question. The PowerPoint that we just watched, when was that available?
We finished it this morning, and I do apologize for that, but the PowerPoint summarizes the staff report, and how we put it together is basically going down the staff report and then add graphics. It's just a presentation to me is a presentation of the material that's in the staff report. So it is a supplemental item. It has been included with the city clerk's supplemental items and then passed out to the council.
Yeah, the staff report was very comprehensive, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are there other questions? Mr. Zara?
Yes. I want to go back to the accountability and a little bit. And there's, I know in the staff report it mentions an oversight committee. Oh, there it is. It's Citizens Oversight Committee. It's getting late. Could you elaborate a little bit on that? What does that actually mean? Who selects this committee? What does the committee do? How many times do they meet?
That would be up to the city council, and basically it has to be in place prior to the collection of the sales tax. So, for example, if there's a 4/5 vote tonight to put this on the ballot, if the voters approve it by a vote of 50% plus one, then the sales tax would not start being collected until April of 2021. That would be the first time that the increase would go into effect. Prior to that time, the city council, we would bring back to the city council the components of a citizens oversight committee. We'd get direction from you on it has to be at least 3 members. So, would it be 1 member each direct appointment? Would it be 9 members? Would it be representative of the business and residential and this and that with some direct appointees? That's what we'll bring back to you. And honestly, what we'll do is we'll look at what other cities have done in the past, what seems to make best sense, and then bring some options to you to get your directions as to how we set up that oversight committee, which would include, how many times they meet, when they meet. There is a requirement that based on when we get our audited financials, we would provide a report back to NRAC just so they could see how we've been doing on the infrastructure. The external audit would look at the accountability for the use of those funds because they'd be tracked. And I think yes. So just for all the transparency.
And do any of these oversight committees usually have any sort of authority?
They would report back to you. You have the ultimate authority, but authority as in?
I guess maybe authority is the wrong word. Their functions would be to look at the books, basically, see how it was spent.
And report back to you to make sure that the governing body understands how things are being done, how things are being spent. And then they could always make recommendations back to you. So say if we're, 22 years in the future, and if it was a 1.25 and they say, hey, the pension obligations have gone down because, we've paid down these, we've done some other things, all this is looking good, we've increased our economic development, so we've shored up our base there. It's time to go from 1.25 to 1. They could always recommend that to the city council.
Okay, thank you.
And then just quickly, Madam Mayor, you were on an oversight committee, right, with the high school board?
Yes.
Yeah. How was that? What was your experience there?
It wasn't good. I want to make sure that this Citizens Oversight Committee actually is able to do, my intent for this Citizens Oversight Committee would be to do exactly what the city manager is saying, that I would hope that the council would create a committee that is substantive, that provides real advisory, recommendations to the council, that deals with more than just audited financial statements. I mean, the real challenge, as I see it, is first of all, the city council is ultimately responsible for the trust that the citizens of Fullerton, if they put that in the city council's hands, it's the city council's job to spend that money the way that they promise the people that they're going to spend it. So having additional people whose job it is to publicly hold the council's feet to the fire, I think is an essential thing moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that would be my challenge to council, is I believe that's what the voters and their distrust of you want if this was to go forward. And quite frankly, we don't have a finance committee, so if it was kind of a dual purpose to look overall to make sure not just the utilization of the sales tax funding was being done proper and transparent, open to it. But I think that's a challenge that the taxpayers and the residents want you guys to take up and to do your best at.
I would just mention, too, that I think what is missing from this slide, too, is the action that this council has already taken in regards to accountability for any new revenue source, and the allocation of how that new revenue is spent, and the necessary 4/5 requirement to undo that ordinance. Are there other questions of staff at this point?
Yes, I do want to at least acknowledge the fact that what we're looking at this year, the end of this fiscal year, I think, where was it? We're looking at a deficit. Oh, that's right. It was on page 9 of our agenda item. We're expected to end 2019-20 with a $3.2 million general fund deficit. So we're looking at $3.2 million, and the projection for next year, for 2021, would be a $7.9 million deficit. Is that correct?
So, yeah, we exited last year, though the books are not closed yet, and we did receive authorization by the City Council to utilize our contingency reserve to fill up that 3.1 or 3.2. Going forward, we identified what would be included in covering up that 7.9, and we're furthering working with the departments and the employee groups to get those exact concessions. But it includes a lot of vacancy factors, not filling positions, including in the police department, because in the police department alone, there's probably about $1.8 million of vacancy that we're going to utilize towards that 7.9. And then, trying to hold down overtime in every department.
And it's that deficit without any general fund
I
funding.
see what the mayor was saying about a yes or no question. But it
wasn't me, it was the mayor pro tem.
My point is that it seems pretty robust, the 1.25% proposal for sales tax. It would be 125% increase in total sales tax revenue, on the same basis. And it would, by the projection in here, would generate $25 million additionally. So we're looking at a $3.2 million deficit closing this year, even with the COVID-19 issue hitting at least half the year, and then nearly an $8 million deficit next year. But we're looking at $25 million, more than 3 times the $7.9 million deficit. Now, I understand that some of this would be intended to catch up on infrastructure, but this seems like a really robust effort here to generate that much additional revenue.
Is it 50%?
And we'll hear from Thad Sanford, who's here too from NRAC, so I think he can probably address that as well.
And out of that 25 million, what, 50% would go to infrastructure, right? So 12.5 million?
Right, but the point is that, this, when you're looking at sales tax in particular, it's a fairly regressive tax, and by its nature, sales tax is double taxation. Everybody who earns payroll, earns money, is required to spend, as we're getting closer, if this were to pass, we'd be near double digits. So now it's costing you almost 10% just to spend the money that you already paid taxes on. So I think that the idea of going for the gusto here is really ill-advised, and I really don't think the voters are going to be in the mood for that at all. The one other issue that I wanted to at least get an opinion on was the fact that one of the other cost drivers that we're looking at here, that the cities are trying to fund now, are the increased costs of handling homeless situation, which has historically always been a state of California and its subdivisions, counties' responsibility, who handle social services. Now, normally over the years, every council that I've been part of or even watched before this would usually push back against unfunded mandates. But for some reason, this city has been very receptive to go ahead and accept and hug and say, bring it on. Let us start to, well, in fact, even with this sales tax proposal, it's listed in here, one of the primary reasons would be to help fund the homeless situation. So I find it unusual in a way, if we're talking about controlling costs, that we aren't looking back to the state and county governments, who sometimes are flush with cash, to not shift. We're getting a real shift, a cost shift over to cities, and that needs to be addressed, other than just we decide that we're going to subsidize that by raising taxes to be able to cover state and counties' historic cost. Anyway, there are a number of other issues here, but I guess we'd hear from the public first before I get into it.
Great. We're going to go ahead and open public comments now. If you would like to speak to this item, please come up to the podium. City Clerk, I'd ask how many online comments there were.
There are 8 e-comments.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and read those first, please? And how many public speakers do you have here physically?
I have 5 registered.
Okay, great. If you'll start with e-comments.
This is a guest user. I support the ballot measure. It's needed for our city to survive during these difficult times. As a District 5 resident. This is Carol Thackeray. While city staff and the city manager are bringing this item to city council this evening, your all-volunteer NRAC has recommended an alternative solution. Their advice is free. Don't approve paying more consultants to educate the public about additional sales taxes. That's more money out of the city coffer. What will it cost the city to put this item on a November general election ballot? Thank you. Guest user says, vote yes on putting this on the ballot. Another guest user says, make cuts in administrator positions and then pay cuts in the bloated salaries of staff. Staff makes so much more than similar private sector jobs, and staff isn't doing the job currently. Our streets are a dangerous embarrassment. Until these cuts are done, a show of support for the current pain of Fullerton citizens, I will never okay new taxes or fees. Tom Hansen says, raising taxes during a possible economic crisis is beyond a bad idea. Taxes always slow consumption, so this would harm Fullerton businesses further. Also consider how easy it is to shop and eat in Anaheim or Brea as an alternative, especially if consumer is buying an expensive item like a computer or TV. My advice, cut spending and contract with private firms to provide city services. That should free up money for infrastructure. John Stedman says, I would support a small infrastructure-only sales tax due to the continued poor condition of our roads and water system. A general fund tax is normally squandered on the crisis of the day rather than committed to a strategic plan. I served in county government for 38 years. I know what I'm talking about. I also question the hiring of an outside consulting company to sell this tax. Put out the honest facts, how much, what you're going to spend on it, etc., and we will decide. Guest user simply said support. And Jane Rand said the general sales tax proposed will not sufficiently increase funding for roads. NRAC recommended a sales tax dedicated to infrastructure that would. The consultant survey determined that a general sales tax would succeed in November, But if this is the case, then why does the city need to spend $125,000 to convince voters that they want a general sales tax? Do not approve this item, put a special sales tax dedicated to infrastructure on the ballot, and save the $125,000 for the roads. And those are all the e-comments.
Okay, thanks so much. So our first public speaker?
2 or 3 minutes?
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Sean Payton. You just heard the city manager say that our city has been in a financial crisis for years, that this has been something that's been going on for many, many years. So it seems to me the thing that we should be doing is listening to people who recognized that the city was in bad financial shape first. It wasn't the city staff. We were told all the way up until the beginning of 2017 that our city finances were great, our reserves were fully funded, and our budget was balanced. Jan Flory, you repeatedly talked about how we had a balanced budget. Jennifer Fitzgerald, you did the same thing as well when you ran in 2016. I was opposed in 2014 and 2015. In 2016, I spoke out against many of the raises to public employees. I said we could not afford them. Those concerns were ignored. Dave Curley and Joshua Ferguson both came up here many times and said we have a deficit. We do not have a balanced budget. Jan, you berated Josh at one meeting. I remember specifically saying, you don't know what you're talking about. We have a balanced budget. Okay? Those are the people we should be listening to because they're the ones who saw the problem. And we're not recommending raising taxes. What we've been advocating for years is curbing the pay and the benefits that we pay to city employees, pension reform, being willing to have a spine when it comes time to negotiate for raises. This is what needs to be done to fix our roads. This is what needs to be done to keep our city solvent fiscally. We saw this problem years ago. We were ignored years ago, but we saw the problem and we understand what the solution is. It's going to take a spine to say no to people that you may be friends with, that may have supported your campaigns in the past, but that's what is needed to be done to get this city solvent. Not raising taxes. Do not put this on the ballot, and don't spend another $125,000 of my money to convince me that it's a good idea, because it's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Tanya McCrory. I'm still here tonight because I want you to know that in addition to myself and my husband, there are many other concerned citizens who oppose this sales tax, and we will actively fight against it. Here are some reasons why. Historically, the city of Fullerton has not been good stewards of our taxpayer money, and we simply cannot trust you to spend the money where you say you will. And a Citizens Oversight Committee appointed by you, it's the fox with the hens, right? I mean, it's ridiculous. So the City Council and the City Manager have chosen to blatantly ignore the Infrastructure Committee's recommendation of a special tax. You tasked them to find a solution to help fix our roads. After 6 months of research, debate, conversation, and hard work, they came to a unanimous vote to propose a special tax for infrastructure. You took this recommendation and turned it into a sales tax without their support, in which you can spend the money any way you can, including pensions and other bloated nonsense. 71% of our general budget goes to the police and fire department. If any business spent 71% on, say, their rent, they'd go broke, and that's where you're taking us, broke. Now, the City Council wants to hire a PR firm to promote this tax, all for the very low price of $125,000. Before the public could ever get behind this kind of tax, we demand more flexibility in the staffing of the fire department. There is no need to have 28 firefighters fully employed, especially when 80% of the calls are non-fire related. Immediately eliminate overtime for police and fire. I fully support our good public safety workers, but overtime is clearly an abuse of taxpayer money. The top 50 Fullerton employees earned each year $3.4 million in overtime. If you eliminated overtime, the city could hire back the 153 part-time employees and open the museum tomorrow. Radical pension reform. Stop the silver tsunami that is bankrupting our city. Fire Hugo Curel, head of Parks and Rec, who draws $225,000 a year and can't even manage to keep the grass green or plant Shade trees. Pretty good right there. Fire the city attorney, who has cost us millions in bad legal advice, most recently in the shameful case brought against a local reporter who exposed wrongdoing by city officials. Begin to address these issues, and we will happily discuss a sales tax. I had to get that all in 3 minutes. Now listen, giving more money to the city council through a sales tax is like giving more money to a person with a gambling problem and saying, I'm sure this time you'll do the right thing with it. The city council needs financial rehab. You need to really get straight and get a hold of your spending, our money. Okay? Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Thad Sanford, and as you know, I chair the NRAC committee. I'm sorry, I wasn't close enough. I support the city manager's recommendation. I'd like to clarify a couple things. We did, as he said, do due diligence on the infrastructure. Our infrastructure needs help. It needs help in every dimension. The areas that are good are the areas that have had dedicated funds. The roads do not have dedicated funds. And that's a clear cause and effect. Mr. Domer is correct. We were introduced to some of the problems of the city. But we did not go into the rest of the problems in the depth necessary to balance that with what we did with respect to the infrastructure. As a result, we decided to stick to our own task, which was to give advice, the best advice we had with respect to the infrastructure itself. Each of us talked to our friends and neighbors about the problem of what happens to the money. And they all recognize that the city has got a lot of pressures on it, and that if it's just a general tax, much of it would disappear and the infrastructure wouldn't get served. We think that the infrastructure needed about $24 million a year from now on. It's not to just catch up. We laid a number out as best we could judge it that would be the kind of number you would need from now on to get the streets not perfect, but maybe to 75% rather than the 64 PCI that we see today. So that's two things I'm saying now. That's why we said a special tax, because we wanted to emphasize our advice to you, and we know we're advisors, not decision makers. Our advice to you that the issue is real. We made it special tax for 1%, and it's a little bit of a correction. What we also said, and this was my comment, not the committee's comment, that if you had to go to a general tax, that I would personally want to go to about 1.5%, because with the 50% allocated toward the infrastructure, that would give you enough to actually make a positive impact on the infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Sanford.
You're welcome.
Yep. Are there, since Thad was the chair of that NRAC committee, are there questions for him before we go on to the next speaker? Okay.
I just want to say thank you for serving on this committee and
well,
and
it's
doing
been a
things lot of
pleasure.
work.
Frankly, it's been a pleasure to work with the staff, and your staff is excellent. To work with Mr. Domer, he's excellent. There's a lot positive about our city, but it is a city that needs more money.
But I just want to clarify, the NRAC committee suggested a special tax. I think you said because that was your scope, specifically to deal with infrastructure, and the infrastructure needs are so great. That is what that's what you thought we needed, but that you also now support the city manager's recommendation?
Thad Sanford
Yes.
does. I want to separate what the NRAC committee recommended because that's a valid recommendation.
Yep.
It's solid, and we all stood behind it.
Yep.
I also understand what else the city is about, and it's my city too. And I believe we can make a positive impact on the infrastructure, but not at 1%.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to increase it and Ken has suggested 1.25.
Mm-hmm.
That will make a positive impact on it, but it's not going to get where you'd like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As soon as you would like it. Sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Arnel Dano, also member of INRAC. And I just wanted to bring up, no matter how much the city chooses to spend on infrastructure, it still won't be enough. And I think that for myself, speaking as a member of INRAC, although not for the entire committee, I felt that our recommendation, that our charge was infrastructure. And we made our recommendations based on infrastructure only. The city's other problems weren't part of our charge as a committee. Mm-hmm. And that's why I stick to what we recommended was the special tax. Granted, we know what the polling said. However, we didn't know the polling when we made our recommendation. And that probably wouldn't have changed our mind. Because we looked at it from, yes, like a general tax could definitely has an easier time of being passed. However, as an INRAC committee, we know that the trust issues exist in the city. We know that certain things obviously are a harder sell, but if you look at if we do put on a special tax directed towards infrastructure with the ordinance that was passed last meeting, then maybe this is a way to bring back some of that trust. That the city will know, by the way, if we go with a special tax, that it will definitely go to infrastructure. And all new revenue will go to the ordinance versus cramming in everything else into a general tax and not knowing for sure I don't think it will even be 50% based on what the numbers were. So I feel, as a member of the community and somebody who's been working on this issue for the last 6 months, let's stick with a special tax recommendation. We put the infrastructure in place with the ordinance last month. And if we're going to spend $125,000, let's spend it on roads. Because I know David Grantham probably has a wish list of things that he could spend $125,000 on. And let's make our case to our other residents. And let's do something significant on infrastructure first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay. Well, I've wanted a tax for a long time. We've needed it for a lot of years, and not at fault for these council members. This has been going on. This goes way back. The problems we've had with our budgets forever. Anyway, but I am, of course, in support of utility tax, whatever kind of tax, special tax, general fund tax, whatever it is. I'm in support of it. But I think that it's going to run into problems, once it goes on the ballot. I think I was noticing the smaller cities like ours went for a 1% sales tax. And I think that'll slide, through better than a 1.25 or 1.5, even though we need it. I'm not saying we don't need it. We do need it. But I'm just so worried that we go for the higher number and then it doesn't even pass in November. So then we don't get nothing. So we're back to square one. And I suggest that the NRAC, is that what the committee was called? They should be the Citizens Oversight Committee because they've done such a thorough job on the infrastructure. And everybody seems to just love Mr. Sanford's reports, and I've heard a couple of them too, and they're so thorough. And the audience loves them. You guys love them. Let them be the Citizen Oversight Committee. They know what the city needs already. They can advise. And I hope that council, city manager, whoever makes the decisions back in the future, a couple of you guys won't be here anymore, and that they do the right thing, and target it more towards infrastructure, of course. And then if there's money left over, let's do the other things. But I know it's harder to get something passed, a tax passed, when it's, pinpointed to one item. So I know that too. So anyways, that's my opinion. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Are there other speakers on this topic? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Who'd like to start?
I'd like just to ask a couple of questions, if I may. Has there been any outreach to businesses to get their opinion? And I'd like to know if the Chamber has communicated to this council on anything. Chamber of Commerce, that is.
Yeah, we all got a letter of support from the Chamber of Commerce this afternoon.
I did not see it.
Mm-hmm. It's in your email.
Okay. All right. And so they are in support of this?
Yes.
So they don't see any issues with our businesses?
Yep.
The other question I have is that when going back to cuts, if this does not go through tonight or doesn't pass at the ballot, could you elaborate a little bit about what sort of cuts? Go in a little bit more detail. I know you kind of skimmed through it, but I'd like to hear more about what exactly what is at stake here.
Well, if we go, let's see. So essentially, if this scenario pans out, we have to be balanced. So, which means ongoing revenues equate to ongoing expenditures. So, without any increase in revenues, we would have to reduce the ongoing expenditures. So, for example, we're in 2021 and and if this is assuming no revenue backfill or anything like that, in 21-22, we would have to slice the 5.7. Generally, you'd have to have ongoing reductions in issues. So personnel, as somebody mentioned, personnel is when you deliver services, we're not creating commodity or anything like that, so we're not putting money into R&D or into material to produce something. Personnel is the largest. So we know that police and fire are 70% of the budget. We would have to look at how that works. We would look at all the other departments and potentially contracting out, or what services are truly needed. The library, could we operate it on a bare bone, barely hour, 4-day a week? What services? We would have to also look at, making sure that we're 100% cost recovery. So all fees for city services would go up. We would, indirect issues is that, you would have a high turnover in city staff. We know, and we've heard from the fire department about when we lose a firefighter or 2 or 3 specifically, if they're at the trained paramedic level, how much investment that is. Same thing goes for a police officer who goes through the academy and then, is on the force for a year through field training and then surpasses their probationary period. And, maybe they're a corporal and then they go somewhere else because of the pay. So it's the replenishment of that. But, can't tell you specifically because each year, and we do a single-year budget right now, it'd be great to get back to a 2-year budget, but we're going to have expenditures equal what our revenues are.
And because it seems like some of the folks that have spoken against a sales tax measure would welcome these cuts. But the question is, if you make deep enough cuts, would it be enough to continue sustaining the city over time, especially on the infrastructure? I mean, will there be enough cuts? I mean, there'll be enough cuts, probably, it's what I'm hearing, left cuts to balance, but not enough cuts to have extra money.
Correct, because that does not include the necessary funds to bring our streets up to the level they need to be. So we've identified in the past that less than $6 million a year that comes from SB 1, the gas tax, Measure M2, which goes into our streets, is clearly not enough. It needs to be at least $10 million more a year from that. So, again, looking at the 21-22 kind of projection up there, so, yeah, we would have to cut 5.7 to be ongoing revenue and balance. Then we would have to divert $10 million, which means we'd have to cut another $10 million of staffing our programs to put that into just street infrastructure. That does not include street trees, park trees, trail maintenance, or anything else like that. So, all told, that $5 million probably has another $15 million in order to do what is required to get the city up to a certain service level for infrastructure and everything like that. So it would be ugly, but that's what we'd need to do. If no revenue comes in, no roads are repaired, no street trees are increased in trimming beyond what they are right now, which is too many years in between.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Silva?
Yeah, this has been a very important and tough subject to deal with, to address. But one of the things that I can tell you is when I've had a knock on doors in 16 and 18, and the most common was fix my streets. And in the last few years, that is equal to the homeless situation. And I know Mr. Whitaker talked about how the state and regional issue should address the state and the county should address the homelessness, but that hasn't happened, and I don't see it happening. We keep going back and asking, demanding funds, and it's not going to happen. So I see this as a way to get our streets up to par, in the high 60s, low 70s, to address some of our other issues, and it's a tough call, and having lived here for a number of years, I understand what a fee increase, a sales tax will do to a lot of the public. And requesting that scientific poll, I think, gives us the best chance to do something. If we follow that roadmap, it will get us to where we want to get and fix our roads. So I would say, given what we've done, given the input from INRAC and from everyone else, I know raising any kind of taxes or fees is hard, but I think that's where we have to step up and say that's the best thing for our city right now. So I would say let's move on and get this on the ballot in November.
Okay, thanks. I would just say, too, I definitely hear what the folks here tonight are saying and appreciate the e-comments. Thad, Arnell, I want to thank you and the whole INRAC committee. You all have done yeoman's work and have been so committed. And I think Ms. Jaramillo's idea of you all being the oversight committee is a really good one as well. I want to say that I've been on this council for 8 years, and I have focused for 8 years on getting more money to fix our roads, and I have tried to do everything to fix those roads that wasn't a tax increase. I have fought for more tax funding to be returned to us by the state. I have fought relentlessly for a fair distribution of internet sales tax. I worked for 2 years specifically with Doug Chafee and our city staff to create partnerships with local cities to share services, significant services that we hoped would save money for the city. I've prioritized the sale of city properties that are underutilized to get money for our roads. I've advocated for providing services with private contractors as opposed to public employees, and the state continues to make that contracting out more difficult and more expensive all the time, most recently with AB 5 passing. And I've fought relentlessly for public employee pay and benefit reductions. And reform. And this city has gotten concessions out of employees time and time again. None of it is enough, as it turns out. And I've also advocated for, I don't know how many of you were here the meeting that I dared to mention that we should turn our library over to the county system, but I was absolutely raked over the coals by the Friends of the Library Foundation, library supporters. And those are, people who have been in this community a long time. I have dared to suggest significant changes to this city. I look at what we just did to the museum. It's not a permanent closure. It's a temporary closure because they can't open anyway right now, and we don't have the money for it. And I've literally gotten over 300 emails from people in Fullerton furious that we dared to touch the museum. And so I've consistently said from this dais that there should be things we can do without raising sales tax, but this community has proven to me time and again that they're not willing to do them. I think it's time to let the people decide what level of service do they want from this city, what services do they value in this city, and what kind of roads do they want in this city. I agree with Councilman Silva. The most comments I get are on the lousy state of our roads. And Councilman, Whitaker was talking about, well, the deficit's only $3 million. Yes, just to get us back up to having almost a 20% vacancy rate among employees and a grade level C of city service. This community demands more than that. And so we are left with the unenviable position of actually having to make the decisions on how that happens. I did a virtual town hall a couple weeks ago with David Grantham, who is second in command at our Public Works Department, and we talked all about our infrastructure needs. And I really encourage you, if you're interested in this topic, and I think most of us are, to go back and watch that, because we talked about the fact that of all the property taxes, the city manager was saying earlier, of all the property tax that we pay, 16 cents comes back to this city. Of the sales tax that we pay, less than a penny stays here in the city. And of the gas tax that we pay, only a nickel stays here in this city. So we are left to decide how to run a city founded in 1904 that is a full-service city on 16 cents, a penny, and a nickel. And we can't do it anymore. And I think if people understand what the true issues are and see all of the steps that we have taken over the years to try to correct it without a small local sales tax increase, that they will support fixing their roads and keeping this city working as a stable city. I was struck by the fact that in the staff report, our underfunded road repair need is $150 million. That's to fix everything that we need to fix. We obviously, even if we had $150 million today, we couldn't fix everything tonight. But we can start, and we should start. If we value our city, I believe we have to reinvest in our city. I'm struck as well by the numbers in our public safety. Again, lots of emails about defunding the police, and at the same time, when you dial 911, they better the heck get there in seconds. And response times are longer because we have fewer police on patrol in this city than we did in 1986. It's unacceptable. The people in Fullerton, I don't think, will put up with it, but I would like them to have the opportunity to decide. And that's why I'm supporting this tonight. And that's my motion to direct staff to place a ballot measure on the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election, to adopt resolution number 2020 in order. And let's see, there's 2 resolutions here, and then to introduce the ordinance as well. And number 4, to authorize the city manager to execute all the necessary documents.
There was also an additional resolution regarding rebuttal arguments, correct?
And it should be at the dais for you.
Yeah, we had
And that's part of my motion as well. And it's been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Flory.
And before we take a vote, Madam Mayor, I'd like to have an opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Flory.
I couldn't have said it better than Jennifer. I agree with every single thing she said, and I can vouch for all of her actions in the time that I have served with her, now almost 6 years. When we sold the Meridian, the Sports Meridian over off of the 57 freeway, it was because of Jennifer's efforts that virtually all of those sales receipts were dedicated to road improvement. And so much of what we have done in this past 2 years was a result of her pushing for that action to be done. Jennifer is also very well connected with our state representatives and our congressional representatives, and she's constantly advocating for the unfair distribution that we receive in sales tax and in property taxes. Other counties, other cities receive a larger percentage of their property taxes and sales taxes. So it's very difficult for a bedroom community to measure up to the Anaheims and the Santa Anas of the world, even Orange, which has double the sales tax that we do here. And that has made all the difference, and it has been going on for years. So this has been a council that has taken the lead to do something about it. And the doing something about it is to put it before the voters to determine what do they want to live with. Do they want to live in a community that doesn't have those quality of life features that they count on so much? The library, the museum, the community center, parks and recreation, parks, preservation districts, Hunt Library, et cetera, et cetera. And every time we try to pull money back from this, I'm sorry, am I interrupting you guys over there? Yeah, sorry. Anyway, I support this wholeheartedly, and let's let the voters decide what's to become of this.
Mr. Zara, Mr. Whitaker? I'm sorry, public comments closed, and it's back to the council now. Councilman Zara?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have been always skeptical throughout this process of trying to understand our needs and weighing it against additional taxes. No one likes taxes for sure. I certainly don't. I understand sales tax is a regressive tax. It affects disadvantaged and lower income families a lot more than it would the upper income families. And but so does our bad roads, and having a malfunctioning road in disadvantaged areas also causes more harm, because a tire that goes out in a lower income area from a lower income family, that puts out that whole family, because a couple $100 in tire repairs, it may not be feasible. So we do need to make sure that our infrastructure is protected, not just for now, but for future generations as well. When we make decisions here, these are awesome decisions because we also have to look at the entire city, but we have to look at the future as well. What COVID-19 also has shown us is that we have no resiliency as a city. Our city quickly crumbles, and we saw the layoffs. 150 employees, part-timers, quickly laid off without even council decision. And we are a service city. We rely on employees, and I know there's been a lot of talk about cutting on employee salaries and benefits and this and that. Some of it, like pensions, not in the city council's control. These are state levels decisions. But when we cut our employees, we're cutting essentially services because we rely on employees. We don't produce products as a city. We produce services. And our services are heavily reliant on labor, not on technology, on labor. So we have to take care of our employees as well, just like every other business there is out there. Without protections for our employees, we all suffer. And then as far as businesses, we want to become leaders and competitive in business and economic development in North Orange County. We are competing with Anaheim. That sucks up all the business, not only takes away our public safety, but also takes away a lot of businesses. And roads, infrastructure is really important for business. So what business wants to come and open in a debilitated neighborhood? So those are really important factors that if we are to create sustainability for our city, if we're to create resiliency for our city, so that we don't have to make drastic measures, and then reinvest in areas that, and this is really what I'd like to see, is reinvest in some of the areas in our city and prioritize areas that are disadvantaged, that have usually not seen as much development and attention as they should. The beauty of our country is that we have democracy, and this is as difficult as it is a decision for me. It is not my decision. At the end, it is the people's decision. And so I take comfort in the fact that this is just going to go on the ballot. That's all we're deciding today, to send that question to our people and say, do you want to do this or not? And we are not taking that decision away from them. We are empowering our residents to make that decision for themselves, to look around and see, do they want a better city? Do they want their road fixed? Do they want their infrastructure for their kids and their grandchildren sustained? That is really the question. And I find comfort in that. So I would be supporting this today, and we put out the question for our residents.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker.
Rate taxes grow naturally over time. Property taxes have grown. They've been a reliable source of revenue. Some years they've climbed fairly substantially, even despite the slams against Prop 13. The reality is that property taxes and property values already reflect the fact that in a lower tax environment, the property is more valuable. So that's reflected. The revenues that we rely on mostly in this city from property taxes are very secure. another rate tax is sales tax, and it grows with the economy and with economic activity. What happens when you go out of balance, because the city hasn't really expanded its borders at all. We're pretty much built out as a city. We do have more citizenry now, but often that generates revenue as well. So it's clear to me that over time there has to be an active effort to live within your means and to really be concerned about spending appropriately and not engage in overspending. And we have a lot of really bright, well-compensated people who work in our local governments. And the real value adder that they could be providing is to find ways of increasing that productivity and increasing using technology to help reduce costs. That's what happens in the private sector for the most part. So this is the same thing that we see over and over again. Even if the people are persuaded to vote for this tax increase, it's just going to be a large installment toward the next tax increase, because the propensity of government to overspend its wherewithal and to really lean on the public in that regard. This is a large amount of money that you're talking about, and to be able to take it out of the pockets of the citizens that you serve and not even really consider that side of the equation, but we're going to take care of our city government here. I think that's we'll see. We'll get the ballot test on it. We'll see how that works out.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
And that passes 4-1. And with that, we'll go ahead and move to item number 16.
Can I read the ballot title?
Oh, yeah, please. I'm sorry.
It's getting late. The ordinance title. Ordinance number 3285, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fullerton, California, enacting a transactions and use tax, sales tax to be administered by the Department of Tax and Fee Administration, subject to adoption by the electorate.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll go ahead and move to item number 16, professional services agreement for communication and outreach efforts related to the sales tax measure. Our Deputy City Manager, Antonia Graham, has a presentation for us.
I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, but I will
Fantastic.
verbally tell you what this is. This is a professional services agreement to assist the city in educating our residents about the city's financial needs. The reason for an outside consultant is that the city cannot advocate for a sales tax measure, and that often a third party helps us to ensure that we do everything legally and that we are in accordance with the government code. There have been cities that have done this on their own to educate their residents, and they have gotten in trouble with the state. So this would be $7,500 per month for the consulting services from TBWBH, and up to $95,000 in mailing and printing, depending on what we want to use. And we probably, in the state that we're in, probably won't be having town hall, large public gatherings, so we're thinking about virtually doing public information sessions. This was through a competitive request for proposal process. We yielded 25 proposals. It was a lot of reading. We had a team that selected the top 5, and tonight TBWBH is before you to award a contract.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions of staff? Mr. Zara?
Yes. So this was the lowest bid, $128,000.
They were not the lowest bid because this was more of a quality-based selection. They were all around the same price range.
And when you say quality, what were you looking for? What was the criteria?
This firm has over 500 successful similar types of work that they've done throughout the state. And they've often worked with the firm that did our polling, FM3.
Okay. And do you know what kind of material and they will be putting out? I mean, what are we looking at here?
So if awarded, we will have a kickoff meeting with them early next week, and we've talked about mailers, we're going to have a website, social media. We'd like to do some virtual town hall meetings, things of that nature.
Will this be bilingual or trilingual? Because we have a Korean population also, and we have a Korean speaking, and then we have also Spanish speaking heavily.
It will be also in Spanish and Korean.
Okay. And then when you say educational, so what sort of information would be on this material?
Similar to what you saw tonight in the city manager's presentation, an outline of our financial projections, the city's infrastructure needs. They will look at the INRAC report. They will look at almost every sort of facility needs assessment to basically just gauge and educate the community about what all the overall needs are for the city. They'll look at public safety. They'll look at our infrastructure. They'll look at internally our types of services that we provide, and based on what they've heard from FM3, the polling, and knowing what residents support and what's important to them, they will gauge their interest and direct materials that meet the needs of the community.
And last question, how long is this contract? Is it is there a timeline of their work, and how would that work? What's the schedule of their work? So
they would begin, if awarded, immediately. Next week we would have a kickoff meeting, and then hopefully we'd start the website. Well, from my discussions with them, we'd have a splash page or an informational FAQ sheet up by the end of next week.
And their contract would go through
the November election. We did not put together a set schedule because we didn't know how the ballot measure discussion would go. And so I will have a set schedule next Monday.
Would that come to council, or is that something now at staff discretion?
We would absolutely let you know the timeline and get your feedback, but it would be managed by the city manager's office.
I see.
In collaboration with department heads.
I mean, I don't know if it's inappropriate or not, but I would like to see maybe at the next council meeting a timeline or a plan or something that, or at least informational, right? A presentation of some sort.
Yeah,
or not necessarily the next one, but maybe the following, whenever you're ready to bring back to council, at least so the general public will understand.
Yeah,
how we're spending.
It's part of the education and presentation of the information. So absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Good. Other questions for staff? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Graham. If there are members of the public who wish to speak on this item, you can come forward now. City Clerk, are there any e-comments on this item?
Yes, we have two. One from Diane Venna. She strongly objects to approving any amount for this purpose. This amount is obscene, as was previously spending up to $50,000 for a survey. When there are so many needs in our city and cuts have been made. I'm undecided about a sales tax. However, if this passes tonight, I will vote no on the tax. It will leave a bad taste in my mouth and diminish my trust about how large sums of money are used when needs are so many in our city. She strongly urges you to vote no. And Jane Rand said the consultant's survey determined that a general sales tax would succeed in November, but if this is the case, then why does the city need to spend $125,000 to convince voters that they want a general sales tax? The general sales tax proposed will not sufficiently increase funding for roads. INRAC recommended a sales tax dedicated to infrastructure that would. Do not approve this item. Put a special sales tax dedicated to infrastructure on the ballot and save the $125,000 for the roads.
Thank you very much. And any speakers from the public who are here who would like to speak, please, you may be the first one.
Thanks. My name's Emily Jackson. I appreciate the time to speak. I hadn't planned to speak on this issue. Thanks for making an exception. I just have to say, having heard this whole process and not really being familiar with it as a citizen of Fullerton, I find the idea of paying for you guys to get this tax passed very uncomfortable. It sounds like legally you can't actually advocate for the tax, and yet I am having a difficult time drawing a distinction between spending $125,000 that very much needs to be spent in other areas of the city to advocate for this tax. So it sounds like you're following the letter, if not the spirit of whatever this regulation is. But as a citizen and one of the only ones who's still in the room, I personally find this very uncomfortable and would recommend against it.
Thank you very much. Are there other members of the public who'd like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. I move the item.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and
I
seconded.
have a follow-up question, if you don't mind. Could you explain, without this, what methods do we communicate with the general public? to let them know that this is happening?
We would use all of our traditional sources that we use, but it would be done by probably myself and Anissa, to be honest, and maybe some other staff from other departments. But it's a very fine line on what we can advocate versus educate. I think that's why so many cities that have moved forward with putting anything on, any sort of sales tax measure on the ballot have utilized a third party.
And this is purely educational, just informational.
It is purely educational, and as stated in the government code, and probably our city attorney can follow up on this, we are not allowed to advocate for a sales tax measure. We simply are giving residents and business owners education about the city's needs, and the decision is ultimately up to them.
Right,
Yeah,
and this goes into the households, because we've had these educational. We've had seminars, we've talks and town halls, and I know the challenge is that people don't show up. And so, I mean, the positive thing for me on this one is that there's at least some information that goes straight to their mailbox.
Will go straight
correct?
to their, yes. We're doing another mailer working directly with the Postal Service. So I know Anissa and myself have learned how this sort of direct mail works, and it'll go to, I think it's like 30,000 mail stops, and it's done directly through the post office, so it ensures that it's going to almost everyone that gets mail in the city.
Yeah, it's very important that we educate and not advocate. This is a firm that is knowledgeable and recognizes that line to make sure that a city stays within it. I know that even Fountain Valley, when they went through a sales tax about 4 years ago, they faced some FPPC issues because they did not, and in just communicating with the public, they exceeded that line. They didn't know it, but they exceeded it. So,
and what about in this? Just to try to understand also the legalities of this, as far as city staff or council members. To what extent are they allowed to speak on this, and how?
I would defer to our city attorney on that answer.
So as paid employees of the city, they cannot advocate. In your capacity as a council, you cannot advocate. As a private citizen, you can exercise your First Amendment rights to express your personal opinion as an individual, but not as a collective body, and not utilize the airwaves of the city's infrastructure to promote a tax. The law is very clear that with respect to the use of city funds cannot be used to advocate a tax. Now, city funds can be used for educational purposes, and the city manager and the assistant city manager are very accurate. Other cities have tried to go down this path on their own, and oftentimes they make mistakes because there is a fine line between advocacy and education, and the strength of these consultants is that they understand where that line is, and so they steer the city in a safe harbor away from those types of violations. Plus, they're clearly more effective because of their experience in delivering educational messages.
And it's important to note that this is the contract with the consultant is for $37,000, and then they are authorized to spend up to $95,000 for those educational materials. So if we did not hire this consultant, we would have to have staff be spending that money essentially for those educational materials.
You're absolutely correct.
So,
well, thank you actually for clarifying that. Yeah. So their compensation is only
$7,500 per month. Yes,
yeah, okay.
And then up to $95,000 for mailings and educational materials.
If there, I'm sorry. Have you?
No.
If there is and undoubtedly this will happen, counter campaigns, campaigns that will be, against this measure. We would not be responding in any way on any of that, correct?
We are simply educating the residents on the city's needs.
Okay. All right.
And with today's cost, $92,000 will not get you a whole lot of mailers and flyers and all that. I mean, it's going to be the minimum, and so.
One more thing I probably should clarify, which is kind of a unique aspect of this process in terms of education versus advocacy, is there's one aspect of this that does allow the council to take a position, and that is with respect to the actual ballot arguments. The council can take a position in support on the ballot argument, and that is allowed by law.
The council or council members?
Council.
The council.
Interesting.
Okay, thanks. Are there more comments?
The way to communicate with the residents is through performance and results. And that's going to speak volumes. It's going to build the kind of confidence that you need to pass something like that. Using outside consultants has the opposite effect, generally.
Okay. So without further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
And that passes 4-1. We'll go back now. Thank you, Ms. Graham, very much. We'll go back now to item number 2. Mr. Whitaker, you pulled this item.
I pulled it to lodge a no vote, as I did the first time that we dealt with this item. That was the reason for pulling it.
Okay. Are there members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back.
I'll move the item.
Okay, and I'll second it. And I'll just note, too, that you can register your no vote and still keep it on the consent calendar. Just a note for future reference. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
That passes 4-1. And now we go to item number 5. Mr. Whitaker, you pulled that item?
Yes, since there's no public here tonight, we'll just, the same thing. I pulled it to lodge a no vote on this item.
Okay, it's been moved and I'll second it. Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Emily, please. Yep, public comment. Sorry.
I mean, I feel like I may have already won. I'm requesting Fullerton. I'm Emily Jackson. This is regarding the letters of extension, right? To extend the contracts for the police department. I would not like that. I do not want that to happen. Around the country, citizens are calling for local governments and police departments to reassess money being spent on policing, consider diverting some of those funds to evidence-based community policing strategies, like we've already talked about with the Cahoots program earlier today, which improve public safety without increasing policing. We've had a lengthy discussion today about how this city may have to reassess their budgets and even delve into their public safety budgets. So I think that extending these contracts at this time, first of all, it's not respecting what the citizens are crying out for. You yourself, Mayor Fitzgerald, have said you received 300 emails a day asking to defund the police.
No, that was on the museum. I received 2,000 emails about defunding the police, most of them from outside of Fullerton.
Well, you've also received some from me, and I do live in Fullerton. And I certainly have heard a lot of people in our local fora calling for the same. So I think by extending these contracts, particularly at this moment in time, it's really disavowing the opinions of those citizens of Fullerton.
Okay, thanks very much. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor Fitzgerald and members of the City Council. My name is Kate Henricks. I've lived in Orange County all my life and have been a resident of Fullerton for the past 3 years. Today, I'm here to ask the city to not approve this extension of terms with the Fullerton Police Department. Ever since the war on drugs was started in the 70s, targeting especially poor communities of color, local governments around the country have taken money out of programs that care for their communities and given that money to their police departments. Now, in 2020, our approved budget for this next fiscal year gives 47%, or nearly half of our city's money, to our police department. We need to reverse this trend in our city, take that money from the police department, and give it to programs supporting our youth, our homeless population, those struggling with mental illness, and other groups in need of assistance. Much of our police department's time is spent engaged with our city's homeless people. I'd like to see Fullerton use that money spent policing homeless people and spend it instead to provide them with food and shelter and other resources, especially since the economy will be unstable these next years while recovering from the pandemic. Part of defunding our police department will require reducing the size of our police force, and this agreement won't let us do that until 2022. Change has already waited too long. I asked the mayor and the city council to not approve this agreement and instead move now to divest from the over-policing of our city and to invest instead in caring for our people.
Thanks very much. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council.
I'd like to comment. This was an agreement with the Fullerton Police Officers Association to defer a memorandum of understanding that was signed last year to increase their base salaries. And they have agreed to help the city balance its budget to defer that salary increase for a year in return for extending the contract a year. So I thought they were good guys to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Zara, did you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that as well, that this was extending this is really helping the city go through this period of time when we are trying to make cuts, and the Police Officers Association, by doing this, has allowed us to reduce that burden that everybody was talking about. That item in the budget that was an increase to the police. Well, that is part of it, that it's going to be deferred so that we take it out from this year's budget. In addition, I think I just want to also clarify that part of this is, as far as looking at the police department, it includes freezing and defunding some positions, if I'm correct, city managers.
It doesn't preclude any of that. This is from what was agreed to in a 2017 contract amendment, in which at that time, because we had asked them to basically defer or do something different with a 3% raise, 3.5% raise. So it was the POA that came back and broke that raise over 3 years. So instead of giving 3.5% at that time, they said, okay, we'll break it into 3-year bits where it's a 1.5, and then they added at that time the potential to defer that last 1.5, which is they've exercised that right to do that. So yeah, it's helping the city out. It doesn't preclude doing any other changes, and including looking at how we do things differently towards homeless.
Right. So there are potential to look at and address some of these issues even with this extension.
Correct. We are constantly looking at how we can do better.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And I would just say I would refer you back to the town hall that the chief and I did 2 weeks ago on all of these issues. The 8 Can't Wait campaign, we've already instituted those things here. And, anyone who thinks our police department is someone else's police department is sorely mistaken. There were, 3 of us up here when we majorly reformed this police department back in 2013. And tragedy here in this city brought about amazing reforms in our police department. And we have, I think, the best department in Orange County. We were the first department to institute body-worn cameras. We were the first department to start the homeless liaison program. And our partnership with mental health and nonprofit workers going out full-time to interact and help our homeless population. And we are the only department in Orange County that has instituted the requirements of SB 1421, which mandated greater transparency. We go above and beyond, and we have a professional, independent, third-party Office of Independent Review that does semi-annual reviews of our department and recommends further changes. This council, while supportive of our police, is also questioning and critical. And we know that this community requires a police department that is responsive and accountable and transparent, and our police officers don't resist that. Our men and women who wear that badge, they are honored to do it, and they are not perfect, and they will tell you that, but every day they get better, and I think that's all that we can ask. So with that, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 4-1. And with that, our meeting's adjourned, and we'll see you at the next meeting.